Hello. I have to turn that off. Hi. I can't talk without going, or can I? Can you hear me whilst that's going? Look, I have a real wrapper. It just keeps going. Hey, little peanut. Hey, Wendy. Paige, how's it going? Valley. Puddingway is here. Yes, David, I like your song selection. Stray, you were early. Thank you. Da, 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 da. Yippee. Oh, God, stop it. Oh, is it on loop? Oh, God, turn it off. Thank you, David, for the music. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. On time and straight. Yeah, that's me. That's me, that's me, that's me. Hello, Mads. I want one that says 2-pack. It does say 2-pack. What are you talking about, Mads? It says 2-pack. I don't know what you're talking about. You always picture Hella and David dancing to this now. We need to clip that. We need to clip that. Okay. Awesome. Hey, awesome. MLS and Val Saturday night. How awesome were they? They were awesome. And I'm expecting Joe to turn up any time now. I'm pretty sure Brandon sent him a link. Who knows? Where is Brandon? You should turn that up. You should turn up. Brandon was trying pretty hard to get Joe to turn up today. So we'll see. Who knows? Joe doesn't know me. So Joe was just like, I don't know who this person is. So who knows? All right. So today is Brice Rhodes' defense case. And what was really quite funny, because I went back and looked at this today. I went back today, my time. I went back and I had a look at what happened on Friday. And at the end of the day, the defense lawyers went and asked for a directed verdict. They said, oh, the state hasn't said enough. The state hasn't done enough, and it's just not enough evidence against our client. And look, there hasn't been much like direct evidence. No. Cool. But when on watching it back, the judge kind of had a little bit of a giggle, really. It was a bit funny. She was like, and she actually said, so what particular parts of the case were you wanting me to consider as part of the directive verdict? in order to consider the directed verdict. And the defense was like, oh, just like in general. And she said, and in Australian terms, she went, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Was basically what she said to summarize. Because here, when it started off as when we wanted to play with people, we went, yeah, 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 no. Now it's just turned into a thing. We say it regularly. We go, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no. That just means no. So, Wendy, everything is awesome. That song is a little bit everything is awesome, isn't it? So this morning, and it is morning right now for me, it's 2:51 a.m. And it's morning for you people. Oh, is it? No, it's not. Oh, it will be. It will be in 10 minutes. Will it? Nearly morning. Nearly afternoon, sorry. It's still morning for you people. It is most definitely morning for me. Ah, it's 8:51 for you, Wendy. How is it 8:51 for you? Have I got the time wrong? Oh, phew. Okay. It's 11:51 for you. Good. Good, good. What have I done this wrong? Can't be. Can't be because the court feed says that it's waiting. Good. You live in California. That means nothing to me. I suppose it's on the other side of the country, isn't it? I hope so. California, not Canada. I already knew where I live. Good for you, David. Points for you. Pats on the back. Good. It's noon. G'day, hello, Anthony Lewis. Nice to see you. What are those little emojis? Is that a beer? And oh yeah, that's right. We met the other day, didn't we? And you got a lovely little puppy. You live near the Pacific Coast, right? So it's going to be maybe half an hour, I think, until we. See, I'm not sure, right? The judge said for the jury to turn up at past, right? But I don't know whether or not there's going to be some talky talks from the lawyers between that we get to have lookies at. And I don't know whether or not the defendant is going to have little discussions about whether or not he might testify. Testify. Imagine if he decides to testify. This, like, everyone keeps laughing at me about whether or not he's going to testify. Of course he's not going to testify. Why would he testify? He's done dumber things, right? You've seen him. He has done much dumber things. Oh, Lindsay May. Yes, that's a good one. Hello and welcome. Yes. What if he did? What if they did call the defense, the boy's mother, as a witness? Now that'd be a harsh call, wouldn't it? Because she's okay. Here's the thing. And one, I noticed that One Blessed Nana is in chat. Hello, One Blessed Nana. One Blessed Nana could give us a little bit more background on that one. Now, there supposedly was some background between, let's just say background, between the defendant and the mother of the two decedent boys. And I'm not talking about the co-defendants now. I'm talking about the unalived boys. And supposedly there was some relationship between the mother of the boys and the defendant. One Blessed Nana lives in the area, and she was around at the time of the incident. And what's this? That would be more spice than when he threatened the judge. It would be a lot more spice. Yes, indeed. That's definitely definitely would heat things up. Yes. So, and one blessed Nana, did you say that she didn't want to have anything to do with him, but he was hanging around the mother? Um, I would love for you to call in or something like that. I know I have you on Twitter, and I could actually have you call me, and I could bring your voice in to the stream if you have a good internet connection. One blessed Nana, I can only do it when the court is not on the screen. I've tested this out with Dali earlier. We did it through Discord audio, but I'm pretty sure it would work just as fine with Twitter audio. So if you feel like doing that, you'd be welcome to. We have a little bit of time before court starts, but otherwise, if you don't want to, that's fine too. So I am thinking about doing a little bit of chatters being able to call in and talk. But yeah, I haven't worked out a way to do it because I'm overseas, obviously. I haven't worked out a way to do it without stopping the feed. Yes, you actually have work meetings all day today. Otherwise, you would. Okay, cool, no problem. But just keep adding things to chat. That would be wonderful if you have time. It would be awesome, wouldn't it, Stray? Yeah. So you're from Louisville too, are you, Lizzie May? And know the boy's uncle and the family, and the mum claimed she never dated him officially. Aye, there you go. There you go. Thank you, Lindsay May. And I love to have people adding to the discussion here. So I think it's really important. And one of the great things about this forum is that you can have people come in and actually add to the pool of knowledge. Yes, you're commenting in between. That's really good. Yeah. So no, I never thought of that. One blessed Nana. I never thought about the mother of the boys actually being called by the defense. I never really thought of anyone being called by the defense. I just thought they'd roll over, to be honest. Well, I mean, I think we all thought they'd roll over until the defense opening statements, and then it was like, okay, they're fighting back. Wow. Okay. This is news. Yep. That was what I was going to say. What he says happened and what she says is totally different. Two totally different things. Well, I mean, I don't think anyone here has actually heard her speak. Because we're not in the area, we haven't really heard her talk. So, and I've been looking for interviews with her, and they're really hard to find. So, and one blessed Nana, if you wanted to send me, I know we're talking on Twitter, if you wanted to send me any links or anything like that to anything that she said in the past, that would be fantastic. But what's this? I saw one of the pretrial hearings where she was trying to respond to the things he was saying. Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen them sort of like argy-bargy in the background of the court, but I haven't seen her actually speaking. There are clips outside the courthouse, yeah, but not of them actually. Oh, you mean her talking to the media, Dali? That's what I'm looking for. If you found it, please send it through. I think we'd all like to see that. So is the defense actually going to pull on a case now? That's what I'm wondering, Stray. That's what I'm wondering, Stray. That's what we're all wondering, I think. That is what we are all wondering. Are they actually going to pull out a case now? Are they going to pull out a case now? So let me just have a look at what's happening with court. Is anything happening with court right now? No. Okay, so I had something fun I thought we might do in the meantime, and that is, a second. No. Let me see. Oh, very good. You'll see what you can find also. I know she was very much in the media back then. Yeah, I mean, I thought so too, but whether or not that stuff's been pulled down, maybe for her own privacy or something like that. I mean, she is a grieving mother, and there was, I know, a lot of furor over it. And that's fair enough also. If it has been pulled down, that makes sense. But yeah, it's and I don't want to make a spectacle of it either. That's the other thing. So what's this? I think if they do call her as a witness, it'd be to discredit her allegations to the detective that Rhodes was involved because of her recent drug use. Defense claims she was the first to name him. Yeah, okay. That's a good point, Lindsay May. She's very active on social media, but not on the official news. Is she? I haven't. Oh, okay. I should have been on this. I'm usually pulling up people's social media, although she is a mum. I know she was fired up on the news coverage. Okay. What I thought we might do for fun whilst we're waiting is I thought I might fix his face. Would you like that? And you guys can show me what you want to do to his face. Yay? Ooh, interesting. Okay. So just a minute. I'm just going to make sure that I can see what's happening with the court whilst I do this. But I have a picture of his face and I have Photoshop. So I can go like this and go. Now I needed to get, because I couldn't get a photo of him. I couldn't get a photo of him just more recently that was like straight on and I could see all his tats and stuff. But I don't think it really matters. Oops. He's quite a stunning man. Indeed, he's a stunning man. He's stunning, maybe not in the normal ways. But if I go here, we look. Oh, yes. So now we can see right up. Look like he's doing, he always looks like he's doing kissy face, right? I know, he's always looking like he does his kissy face. So those who are new here and don't know me very well, I'm a graphic designer. And if you have a bit of a look at my my playlist, I have one playlist that's called Design Tips with EU. I think that's what it's called. And if you go in there, you can go and you can learn some things. And sometimes I go and I do some live streams and we talk like latest trial stuff. And also I do like designy things and give tips and also show you guys what I do. So I'm just checking my notifications because in case anyone messages me a link to one of those things we're just talking about. But no. Okay. So what do we got here? Stunning and brave, David. Oh, yes, he's so stunning and brave. So Bubba be like, you got a pretty mouth. Yeah, you got a pretty mouth. So should we make him more pouty or should we try and make him like pursed lips? Like, there's all these things we can do with him in here. And those of you who've been watching previous episodes of me in Photoshop know that I can do pretty much whatever I like with his face. Pretty much whatever I like. So let's see. Yay, fun. Okay, so I'm going to go into my favorite section, which is the liquefy. We always double up our background layer. So there's my layers down the bottom right-hand corner. I'm going to go and double it up because we don't want to wreck our background layer. Then I'm going to go to filter, liquefy. Let's liquefy his face, shall we? And the liquefied area looks like this. I'm going to zoom it up again. Oh, look, you can see his face. It knows that that's a face, kind of. Alrighty. Ooh, hello. What's this? I haven't seen this thing. This is a new version of Photoshop, guys. So every time, because it's a subscription based, and it's just downloaded a new version. Oh my god! Oh my god! Check that out. I'm just stuffing around with this. I didn't know that it can do this now. Look at that. Okay, because in the last version, you had to actually like use the numbers over on the over here to change like where the nose is and stuff. Like you had to like key it in. Whereas now you get these like handlebars and you can just like go in and out like that. That's fun. Give him smoky eye makeup. We could do that, petrified. Mime makeup? What's mime makeup? I don't know what that is. Clown nose, maybe. Ooh. Ooh. Make him look like a blow-up doll. I think he already looks like a blow-up doll. Turn him into a girl. Ooh. Okay, so. Oh, skinny head. Maybe narrow head. Narrow head. That's interesting. Now, lips. I think if he wants to be this pouty, let's make him more pouty. Oh, this is fun. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's so easy now. It used to be a lot more difficult. So over here on the right-hand side, there are some things where you can make it even more. So I can make the mouth height even greater. What's that? See? Whoop, whoop, bloop, 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 bloop. A real challenge would be to make him pretty. Yeah. Yeah, it would be actually. You're right about that. Blue, 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 blue. Have I never seen a mime? Oh, a mime's got like white face. Yeah? Is that right? I'm going to turn on my fan. It's really, really hot in here. It is Australian summer. Sorry if you can hear that. I might move my mic over here so it doesn't go in the way. All right, there we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, so how about, so that's that kissy face there. And then with the nose, I might make the nose width really, really skitty. There we go. Like he's had a nose job, kind of like Michael Jackson. Handsome Squidward face. All right, eyes. Ooh. Should I make his eyes really, really small? What do you think? Ooh. Even more. Like close them right up. This one. So after because these are like, what do you call them? Like kind of AI kind of controls. But after I'm done with them, I can push them even further than this. All right. Cool. And eye distance. So I can push his eyes closer to one another. One eye winking. That's a good idea. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Trans-Korean, like that bloke from the UK. Okay. Oh, hang on. I can change the upper lip compared to the lower lip. Let's just try that. Ooh, baby. Hang on. Oh, smile. What's this? Zoom out. Oh, that's too creepy. Gosh, that's too creepy, right? Like, do we? No, we can't do that. That's like, what if? I wish there was a way to show the law and crime chat this, because like I'm looking at the law and crime chat right now, and they're just like, he's so creepy looking. He's so creepy looking. And then like, if you could just show them this. Kind of sad. He snapped out of it after mutilating himself. Turn the P tattoo into a butterfly or something. Oh, that's brilliant. Do you think I should leave the smile? He needs some cheekbones. You're right, he does need some cheekbones. Okay, yeah, the cheekbones are coming. Definitely going to do the cheekbones. Do you think I should leave the smile, guys? Okay, I'm going to leave the smile. Oh, yes. Yes to the smile. All right. Yes to the smile. I'm going to keep that. Alrighty. What else we got? Jawline, chin height, forehead, face width. Add the letters Usi after P. That is too good. Oh, that's the best suggestion yet. I don't know whether to do that or whether to do the butterfly. Maybe both. Like we could have Usi and we could have a butterfly elsewhere. Maybe where would the butterfly go? Neanderthal, brow ridge. Okay. There's too many good ideas. Face width. No, I've already made it narrow. Jawline. Let's have a look what jawline does. Oh no, I think it should be thin. I like the way it's puckering. I could add some butterflies by the stars. Yeah, okay. Chin height. Oh, yes, he needs a receding chin. Okay, ready? And suck it in. This is too much fun. Okay. Ooh, eye tilt. Have we already played with this or not? Okay, that's his left eye. Hang on. You can lock them so that you can tilt them at the same time. Do, 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 do. And where's the brows? Can I play with brows in here or do I have to do that separately? Probably have to do that separately. Okay. Right. So now that I've done all that, I can use these tools over here to like expand different areas. So there's this thing called the warp tool. And yeah, oh, sorry. I might use the bloat tool to give him like bigger cheekbones. So this thing here, see? You usually use this for boobs, like to make boobs bigger. But you can use it for cheekbones too. I used it once to make like a bulge come out of David's head. Cool. He has cheekbones. And I might make, you know what, whilst I'm at it, I might make a bulge come out of his head. Not the same kind of bulge as David's head. Just I might make, oops, I might make his head a little weird looking. Hey, how's it going? It's getting a bit better. All right. So now we've done some liquefying. I think what we do now is we'll go out of there. And okay. So now we can see a before and after. So boop, 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 boop. He's gorgeous. Yeah, he is. Alrighty. Kid has what? Looks like at a desk at detention. Which head? David's head. Is Josie here somewhere? Where's Josie? Hello. Good to see you. He could use some earrings. Yeah, we could get some earrings for him. And what else? Right. So, right, the brows. Let's look at the brows. So now that we've done that much, we can go in, and because that was just liquefy, that section was just called liquefy. Now we can do other things. So I might get rid of, I could get rid of that one there so that I could add to this. I'm thinking that in order to add more to this, I might just go and get some type. So what do you reckon? Not in Myriad Pro. That's probably not the right font, right, guys? What do we think? Hey, Ashton, how are you? So while we're waiting for the court, I probably should have put a banner up, right? While we're waiting for court, we're fixing his face. Whilst we are waiting for court to start, we are fixing Brice's face. There we go. Just, so people don't come in and go, I'm on the wrong stream. Well, they still might, but, Okay, fonts. Now, I just got a new computer, and I've got not all the right fonts on here. But there still seem to be some. How about something like, what have we got? I'm not using Comic Sans, guys. I don't care how much I hate him. It's not happening. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. That looks like a tattoo kind of font. All right. So the way it works is, hang on, comments. I give him the diamond treatment. This is fun. You know what? I had not even seen that comment putting away. I knew someone would say Comic Sans. I knew someone would say it. Okay. All right. So what I do is I hold the Command key, and that does a free transformation. And Command and Option allows me to transform and utilize all of the four corners. There we go. All right, I'll change the color in a minute. Okay, so I'll commit to that. And I'll get rid of this little blotch underneath his new tattoo in a moment. Well, we'll have to send this to his cellmates. He is looking like a prison prostitute. Okay, now color. I think what we should do is, I'll just zoom in a bit because I don't like to work from a distance. Okay, so what we should do is we should we'll do a color overlay. Okay, so what I like to do is use this layer style option, go and grab this color picker here, and I'm going to go and get that from there. That's pretty easy. And I might do a not sure whether to do a stroke. No, stroke's not going to work. I'm going to do an outer glow on it, and I'm going to keep the outer glow really, really small, size really, really small. And with that, I'm going to use this color here. Yeah. Oh, it's not brown. Or is it brown? I suppose it is. And I'll spread that out quite softly. You can barely see it, but it's just enough so it's going to spread into the skin. We'll go okay. Cool. And all right, so if I take that away for a minute, I need to get rid of this guy here. And I'm going to use, in order to do that, I'm going to go back down to layer 2, and I'm going to get my patch tool, which is, where is it? This one here. Spot healing brush, no, patch tool. So I'm going to get this little guy here. Got it. That's enough. That's good enough for this. There we go. Hey. What's this say? Did you find out what it says on the back of his head? No, I don't know what it says on the back of his head. Someone needs to go do some investigating, and find out. I have no clue. Maybe this needs, with this Usi, it needs to double up. And this second one, the one on the bottom, needs to be a different color. The bottom one needs to be like a more of a bluey kind of color, like a tattoo inky kind of color. So maybe that with no outer glow. And what we do is we then move it. All right, and then, because it looks too sharp right now, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to take it and, oops. You can tell I'm a bit of a perfectionist, right? Blur. All I want to do is blur you out a little bit. Blur. Blur. Cute. Same with you. Filter, blur, blur, smart object, blur. Thank you. Good stuff. Yay. Maybe his tattooer trolled him and put a pin on the back of his head. Now, wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't that be amazing? I'm so happy with that. I'm so happy with that. That is so good. All right. Whose idea was that again? Who decided that? Was that Amazing Disgrace? Was that you? Hang on, I'm going to go back. Was that Petrified? It was Petrified. Well done, Petrified. Claps. All right. Are you playing with new gadgets? I kind of am, because like my new computer can fly through all this and be running the live stream at the same time, and everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing is playing up. It's all working smoothly. As far as my Photoshop's concerned, well, I didn't even realize that it had updated. It does this from time to time. But most of the things in here are things that I'm used to, so that's okay. All right, next things next. How about we make him really pale? How about we do that, shall we? What if we go to our hue and our saturation, and we go and we bring him, we make him a bit pale, but we only do that to his skin. So we'll do that, and we will we'll do it just on here, and I'll paint that in. Just make you a bit pale, dude. Give you a little bit of a powdering. Not too much powdering, just a little bit of a powdering. Oops, no, not that. I want to make you black. Cool. And next thing's next. All right, what do we want next? Because this is Thriller. Yeah. What do we want next, guys? Butterfly? Should we go get a butterfly? Butterfly. Because you're my butterfly. I'm going to have to go search one. Just a sec. Let's go find a butterfly. Butterfly tattoo. Oh, there's plenty of them. Oh, there's so many. Let me see. Oh, look, that I've got them on Shein. Copy image. Done. Okay. Okay. So lots of pretty butterflies. We just got to choose one. Hello. Did you die? What's wrong, Bobby? What are you crying about? A geisha wig. What you upset about, Bobby? Okay. So we're going to choose a butterfly to put onto his face somewhere. How about, I'm going to just make it smaller. Okay, so the easiest way is if I just multiply this for a sec. Okay, that's good. All right, so now, about, which one? There's so many pretty ones. I'll just choose one. I don't know. How about this one? It's obviously got to be smaller. Where should it go? On the side of his forehead. Okay. Like there. Okay, and I'm just going to make it look a little bit more realistic here. We need more. How about some pretty little stars or something? That was too easy. In the middle of his forehead. Okay, hang on. Actually, that's better. Oh, okay. I think we have caught. Damn. All right. You know what, though? You know what? That needs to be our new cover-up. That needs to be our new little guy in the bottom left-hand corner. So I will fix that up. In the meantime, I'll get court going and bejazzle his pubis. Oh, God, I could do that. Could do that. In fact, I'll do that in Canva because Canva is where I do my overlays. So I'll do that, but we'll get court going in the meantime. All right? You're terrified. Look, there's a reason why you tuned into this channel. This is what I do, right? It's what I do. Hit save. Yes, I will hit save. I'm a professional. A professional. Rhodes. Rhodes look like a lady. PSD. All right, so going to, now I'm just going to remove that, and then I'm going to present, no, remove. Yes, you're terrified, Bobby. I know. No. Oops, hang on. Professional production. Are they actually talking right now?
Jurors
there we go.
Will not be back. He has been hospitalized. His wife phoned the court.
Oh, there's the juror out.
Actually phoned the jury administrator to say that he was hospitalized and wouldn't be able to be here today. I went ahead and excused him from further service since we have 3 alternates. So just getting that on the record. Is there anything else we need to take up? Here's what I'm thinking. We'll see how far we get in your proof today. At some point, let the jury go, talk about instructions, and see where we'll be tomorrow.
And Judge, I know they're not here, but I feel better approaching. If we could approach.
You want white noise?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Law and crime have changed the shape of their thing. They've done it on purpose. Look. Look what they did. Hang on. Where's my thing? Where's my mouse gone? I get my mouse back on the screen. This happens sometimes. I've got so many screens. They've changed the size of their thing. Yes, I did change. I did say that. Bobby. They tried to do a branding and they failed. Okay, look. What's this? Look what they did. They're trying to mess with us. They're messing with us. That's what they're doing. You know what? Two can play at that game. Two can play at that game. All I need to do is take, okay, everybody, watch this, right? Very simple. All you do is take a screenshot. Command-Shift-4. Take a screenshot. And I'm just going to go make a new overlay. Buddy. Huh. I'm not letting them win. No way. I'll be back in a jiffy. I'll fix that. They think they can do that. They're wrong. I'll cover it up a bit in the meantime, but they're wrong.
Hold on.
Jeez. I gotta say, their old logo was looking a lot old. All right, so they got a juror out. Put a marital aid on top of it. Look, there's nothing wrong with typographic logos, Bobby. But the problem is that they're going to have trouble because it's going to become quite illegible over some busy kind of backgrounds. So their old box one was actually really flexible. It was good because no matter what, it was always legible. They've gone and been a little bit tricky now, and they've gone and used text, which is not always going to hold up on a background, like a video background.
So when we were here last week, I indicated to counsel for both.
It's not lazy at all, Bobby.
Generally with instructions, what I will do is look to see where they're different and go through them that way. However, because I did not get instructions until this morning, I have not had time to do that. So, I'm just going to kind of go right into it.
I don't just make them. I teach how to do them.
All right, let's look at.
They're quite difficult to do well. Shut up, Bobby.
Instruction with regards to presumption. I'm sorry, the defendant's instructions with regards to presumption of innocence. Is there any objection during that inclusion?
Ew. In the elbow, lady. In the elbow.
It appears to me to be the standard Cooper's instruction for presumption of innocence. It's this. I'm looking at the defense's version of instructions, their first page of actual instructions.
I have it under instruction.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
And so then does the defense have a position on whether it comes before or after the instructions as to the various counts of the indictment?
Judge, I don't know that the court is compelled to do it one way or the other.
It doesn't matter to me.
It's our preference that it go first.
Okay. And then the Commonwealth also included a definition for unanimous verdict. Do you want that included as well?
That's fine. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember. I thought I did have that
Maybe you have it at the end.
near the end. Right
That's
before
fine. We'll just continue going through yours. All right, definitions. Are you all aware of any differences in your tendered definitions?
Yes,
There
sir.
are a lot.
She is.
The Commonwealth is
See.
only asking for an instruction on intentional murder. So that cuts out a lot of the definitions that we submitted. We submitted on definitions on intentionally, complicity, and official proceeding.
For the defense,
Judge,
what is the basis for including wantonly or recklessly?
well, Judge, the indictment says wantonly in it on all three of the murder counts. So based on the actual charges themselves, we thought that it should be there. There wasn't any amendment, nor do I think that we would object it at this point to an amendment of the indictment or of the charges.
I don't think recklessly is in there.
No, I was
Okay. Okay, but just
specifically
for
referring to
wantonly.
wanton.
Okay.
Judge, we are asking for lessers, and I don't know if the Commonwealth appears not to have proposed those, but it is our motion as part of our proposed instructions to ask for lesser included, which would include manslaughter in the first, manslaughter in the second, reckless, which are the standard lessers. And then
Manslaughter.
and then also based on the evidence that's been presented, as well as the deals that were offered to the co-defendants, we believe that facilitation should be an option for the jury.
All right, just a moment. So as to wantonly, I think based on the charge, wantonly should be included, but does someone have any objection to the wantonly definition being included?
We do, Judge, because there's been no evidence presented at trial that would support anything but intentional in this case. I realize their defense is that he is not the one who
Hang on, line.
did it, but the evidence at trial is that these.
Can I tell you what my concern is? My concern is that without wantonly, the jury would not be able to find that even if the purpose wasn't to intend to kill, that it doesn't fit under intentional murder instead of wanton.
If the court is going to give a wanton murder, then we would request that it be a combination instruction, as is allowed under the law.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
I'm sorry, an instruction that's on one page says.
Oh, yes, that's what I'm
intentional
talking
intent
about.
or wantonly. It's
That's what
That's
I
what
that's
I'm
what I was
talking
referring
about.
to as the indictment reigns.
And the courts have commonly found that throughout the years that is a proper instruction, and that it is proper for a jury to find if they are considering intentional and wanton, that it could be under the facts of the case that some could find intentional and some could find wanton, but it is still a unanimous verdict.
Judge, we respectfully disagree with the Commonwealth under the facts of this case. One of the issues, Judge, the Commonwealth's proposed instruction does not have that. We did propose a separate wanton murder instruction, but the significance there is that the penalty results would potentially be different. So for a jury to reach a conclusion and have us not know whether they found it to be intentional or wanton prevents us from knowing how to proceed in a possible penalty phase. And I can go into more detail about why.
I mean, it doesn't. It might change your strategy, but it certainly doesn't prevent you from being able to do that.
Judge, if in fact the jury found guilt under a wanton murder instruction, then it would no longer be an aggravated murder, and therefore two of the possible penalties would disappear. So that's a pretty significant difference.
Is that correct? I didn't think that was true. If they found wanton murder, not manslaughter, not just wanton murder.
I believe, Judge, that under the aggravating statute 532.025, I'm going to pull it up, but
Thank you.
I don't expect you to take my word for it.
No, I do understand that you know what you're doing.
That the aggravating factor requires multiple murders that are intentionally committed.
I see. 532.035 is repealed. Ms. Jones Brown? Oh, you're looking too? Okay.
Aha. Take that.
So,
Hey, David. Do you like new roads?
it's
Bottom left.
532.025.
Yeah, bottom left.
2.
Haha. Haha. Do you like his new look?
Oh, I see. Aggravating or mitigating circumstances.
Yes.
Oh God.
Well, to that, I would say, Judge, that the law does allow accommodation instruction. I understand their point as to penalty. I would think that a way to cure this would be to ask in penalty, like to make that part of the penalty phase instructions if we get to that point, so that they
Yeah, we've
cannot
done that
impose
before.
the aggravator unless they have found that it was intentional.
Hang on. Intentional.
Confusion, Judge, to give them instruction
Intentional.
defines, murder
Not
and the actions
intentional.
in one phase one way, and then defines it differently.
Not
in the second phase.
intentional.
Was that Sarah
It's not dividing
Boone?
it differently, it's just splitting up the definition.
Not intentional.
Yes, if we're comfortable with that in the second phase, I don't see why we wouldn't be comfortable in the first.
To split up the instruction invites the possibility that you could have 6 jurors who believe this was an intentional murder, 6 who believe it was a wanton murder. They're not unanimous on either count 1 or count 2 under the proposed instructions. Therefore, they can't sign either of those jury forms, but all 12 believe that this was a murder. That's not the state of the law. The state of the law is that it is a unanimous verdict, even though some might think intentional and some might think wanton.
And we would respectfully disagree that that's
Oh,
appropriate.
I would respectfully disagree.
Charges in this case, and specifically into the wording of the indictment, counts 1, 2, and 3.
Hang on. They didn't arrest, did they?
I can say, Judge, a lot of courts do give, the separate instructions just for the clarity. So we all know.
And the Commonwealth objects to like intentional or wanton.
I mean, it is our
Separate
preference that
instructions.
this just goes forward unintentional. But I understand what the court's saying, so I'm not objecting to the wanton. I am just asking for
Not
combination
intentional.
instruction. And then on penalty, they would have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that these murders were intentional to get the 2 aggravated possibilities.
That is, in fact, how we did it last time, and there was just a case published that talked about that being appropriate.
I apologize.
We
I'm
did
not
that for
reading.
like, are you finding it to be a violent offense?
I see the analogy, though I don't know that it necessarily is controlling in our case, Judge.
No, I understand. All right, I'm going to come back to I'm going to do one or the other. I'm either going to do a separate instruction for wanton or combine it and then ask the jury to make a finding and sentencing as to intentional or wanton. Let me come back to that after we've talked about other lessers.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so what is the defense's position as to why a facilitation charge should be included?
Judge, I believe that the evidence itself has, the Commonwealth is asking for a complicity instruction. And if we look at the definition of complicity, which we included in our definitions, and the definition of facilitation, you can see how in any complicity case, facilitation is raised. And in particular, in this case, there has been more than a little bit of evidence suggesting that Mr. Rhodes may have been present and may have participated, but may not, in fact, have been the one who caused the deaths. That
Hey,
is classic facilitation.
Tupac is a real rapper.
the Commonwealth has sort of forged a trail for us by the manner in which they've dealt with the two co-defendants.
He could
Where
still
they
change his
concluded
mind.
that
That's his right to change his
their
mind. Like
actions,
they haven't, he hasn't
even
been
though they
asked on the
involved
record yet.
present, merited a facilitation result. It is our position that the facts as presented.
That's his name, Bobby.
at a
His name
minimum,
is Tupac.
allow the jury to potentially reach that result for Mr. Rhodes.
Okay.
The Commonwealth objects, Judge. The way that the Commonwealth and various defense counsel choose to settle
Tupac.
co-defendants does not then bind this court who sat on this trial and heard this evidence as to any certain theory. There has been no evidence in this case that the defendant was present but didn't do anything and just allowed it to happen. The evidence has been, this is sort of an all or nothing. He either was there directing all this and participating in this, or he wasn't. So facilitation is more of a disinterest in the outcome, which is distinct from complicity, in which somebody is engaged in and participating with a view towards the outcome that happens.
Christine,
Judge,
David
if the
is teasing
Commonwealth
you.
thought that the only issue on the table was an all or nothing, where Mr. Rhodes had actually committed the act, then complicity wouldn't be part of their instruction and part of their indictment.
I don't believe that there has been any evidence put forward other than a theory where this was Brice Rhodes' idea. So I don't think a facilitation instruction is appropriate. In that case, because of that, and because I just don't believe that from the evidence that's been presented, any juror could find that Mr. Rhodes' actions were facilitation. I think he's all in or nothing on that. I'm going to deny that instruction. First degree manslaughter.
We believe that the evidence that a reasonable juror could conclude that there was an intent to injure and seriously injure, as defined by the statutes, without an intent to kill, which is a classic manslaughter in the first result, Judge.
And can you tell me any particular evidence you point to in reliance on that?
Yes, Judge. And again, we're talking about the role specifically.
Is that the keyboard?
Mr. Rhodes, the discharge under the evidence of what appears to be a single shot is not necessarily an intent to kill. That's not in any way.
Because if I don't hear the keyboard today, I'm going to be really disappointed.
Trigger, but I'm saying whoever. I don't think that that's
For reasons.
to necessarily automatically amount only to murder charge. And as far as Maurice and Larry.
Okay. And as for second degree manslaughter, same question.
I have a special keyboard price.
Well, Judge, we believe that the Commonwealth's indictment listed wanton murder, and the court has indicated the intent to go forward with instructing the jury on wanton murder. Manslaughter in the second degree is almost identical to a wanton murder and is contained within a wanton murder. The difference is what is the additional element of manifesting extreme indifference to human life. That is a nebulous concept that I think lies with the jury rather than
A nebulous
and
concept.
I believe that if a reasonable juror could find a wanton murder, that same reasonable juror could find manslaughter in the second degree.
Commonwealth, what is your position on both first degree and second degree?
Judge, I don't think that there's been any evidence in this case that would allow a first degree murder. The evidence that has been presented is that
The
intent
court
of
is
him
very
to,
quiet, and I
on
miss
First Street was to
I
place
miss the
somebody
keyboard.
on his head.
Vanilla Brice baby.
Stated the evidence is that he stated that intent to the witnesses as they testified. He shot a man. They've already got the want instruction, which I think covers whether it was an intentional or just something that we in the court
Can I boost the
under these
court?
definitions consider wanton. There's just
It's
no evidence that
boosted.
he intended to shoot but not kill. As for the second
Hang on.
degree,
I turned myself
think
down.
that once you give a wanton murder, you have to give a man too. So I'm not contesting that one if there's a wanton given.
Okay. All right, so that's here.
I might be wrong about that, but I feel like there was a case a couple of years ago.
I feel like the instruction's wonky though.
Unintentionally so, Judge.
I know.
Just
All right.
I'm sure.
The volume is boosted as
I
far
have
as it
a
can go
copy of
on
the proof.
everything I
I
have.
got it.
So, but I'm turned down. So everyone just chuck your volume up.
There's another instruction in there that says and wasn't, it has, you know, the optional and wasn't in self-defense and stuff like that, but that's in the fine.
Actually, Judge in Parker versus Commonwealth in 2007, so this wasn't even recent. With the wanton murder instruction should come instructions on lesser included offenses, notably here an instruction on second-degree manslaughter.
Does somebody have their phone playing something? I keep hearing some like video playing or something.
It's porn. Maybe it's this.
Yeah, it was just I was just looking at the wrong one. Okay. So I think that this second degree
Sorry,
one,
I'll
the
turn
way
it
it's
down.
written is fine. So shooting him with a firearm and acting wantonly, it does match up perfectly with Cooper's. I was just looking at the wrong thing. Sorry about that. Okay, in reading the second degree manslaughter instruction, well, let me also hear any arguments regarding the reckless homicide and what evidence you believe supports a reckless homicide instruction.
I'll be honest, Judge, I didn't read any case law that required it. I'm used to it being given when a man two has been given. Usually they sort of go hand in hand. They have a lot in common as far as the mens rea and issues like that.
The mens rea?
So we proposed
Not the
it.
mens
I'm not
rea.
aware of a case that requires it.
We wore
think it would
condoms.
still be appropriate along with the same argument basically as the manslaughter in the second degree.
Unless the Commonwealth wants it included, I'm not included to allow it. Okay, I'm going to deny that. I don't think the evidence supports that. And then that also means that I'm looking at removing recklessly from
Because it is making a
definition.
comeback, clearly.
If you're looking at the definitions for the defense, Judge, I think you had excluded manslaughter first, which means EED shouldn't be in there.
I did not include manslaughter first.
No, exclude.
Oh, yes, okay, thank you.
I was just saying, there are other definitions we can take out.
Facilitation can come out. Well, I guess I'll come back to that because we haven't gotten to the other instructions. I
Look,
think
they're
that's it
trying
for now.
everything, aren't they? Like, can we try, I don't know,
All right,
public
and not
nudity?
get these all out of order.
Pickpocketing? Jaywalking?
I really wish these were page numbered.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just might.
But if the page number
Lose
judgment, we
track.
take one out.
Yeah,
then we're all
jaywalking. We both said that at the same time. Straight. He might have done some jaywalking at some point. Killer manslaughter.
There we go.
It's true, Bobby. You use it all the time. You use your kazoo all the time. Disturbing the peace.
All right.
You gotta be careful
Now,
if you try and
here's
bring a
where,
kazoo into
I
Australia.
need the defense to tell me what comes after the reckless homicide instruction as to Christopher Jones. Is it more? Is it like another presumption of innocence, or does
I
it go
think
straight to
it's-
intentional murder?
I think you go straight to the next count, Judge.
Okay. And that is the intentional murder as regards to Maurice Gordon. Miss Jones Brown, any objection to how that's written? On the reckless homicide, since I'm not allowing it, I think that because there's going to be the
I like
second
this
degree
now.
manslaughter charge, to me it makes more sense to have one instruction for intentional, one instruction for wanton, one instruction for manslaughter. So that during closings, you're able to explain to the jury what the differences are.
I agree with the court.
Rather than trying to explain those differences later. If it was, if we weren't also having the second degree manslaughter put in there, I think I would think a little differently about it, like decide later. But I think as long as they're going to have to decide
I don't know. How about
for one
financial?
act,
Let's put some financial
and
crimes
then
in.
act 2 and then act 3, for as long as they're going to have to decide each one already, why not
Wire
just have them
fraud.
go ahead and
You think he's
decide it based on the
intelligent
second
enough for wire
instruction for each
fraud?
one?
And this might not be the case where it really matters, but theoretically in a case where a jury
What's she
is
sorry for,
having
Christine?
trouble deciding intentional or wanton, how does that scenario account for the fact that they are allowed to convict on murder even if they disagree on the theory?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. You all want to add anything on that for the defense?
Judge,
I'll talk about
think
that in a
that's-
minute, Mads.
I think that that's raising an issue that is an unlikely event. I think the more
Famous last words,
Yes,
Dr.
Judge, it is
Griffiths.
fair. I think the more likely result is we understand these.
Is that an
hopefully we
open door
understand
behind the
it
judge?
pretty well,
Yes.
right?
It does look
I
like
think
an open
they're
door behind the
confusing
judge.
to the average person, and setting them out with separate instructions is just a lot clearer to the jurors. It makes a lot more sense to the jurors.
It might, and I understand that, but I agree with the Commonwealth. I think it's too great of a chance of them not understanding and not knowing. If some of them think it's wanton and some of them think it's intentional, we'll be in a rough spot.
Would that be, could that be resolved by an additional instruction or an admonition?
It could, but I don't really see the point of that. But I guess the question for me really is, should we have a separate instruction after that? Like, if you have found the defendant guilty under instruction number blah, 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 do you unanimously agree it was intentional? And go ahead and knock it out prior to sentencing.
I think that would, I think that would work, Judge. I think that would
Okay.
fix it.
All right.
So
And I'll
that-
go back and look at that other one we did for how we put that in there, and I'll let you all know what it is.
Hey,
would
Joe.
that then go sort of near the end by one of the last ones?
It'll be like the intentional or wanton instruction, and then the next one, if you found guilt under the last instruction, and then the language, do you believe it was wanton or intentional? And then very next thing, if you did not find the defendant guilty under instructions 1 or 2, you may find him guilty under instruction 3, if and only if for the second-degree manslaughter.
Are these going to be numbered like 1A, 1B for murder? And
Okay,
Nancy,
so-
for Jones,
Yeah, I'll
2A,
rewrite them all.
2B, 3A,
Yeah.
In answer to
And so,
Matt.
So I was just gonna say, we tried to do that, like the ones I have at the
Yeah,
back, Judge, if
okay.
I count,
we could probably
that may satisfy what the Commonwealth.
talk over them. At this
that's
point,
how I'll do
because
them. I'll do them.
That's having a bit of a.
Yeah, 'cause I think if you do A and B, it helps the jury not.
Surely they're going to just get back to work in a minute.
I mean, not-
Matt, it's
All
a
right,
really
let's
good
move
question.
on as to the count with regards to Maurice Gordon. Are anybody's arguments any different? If not, I'm just going to rule the same on each one.
no difference.
Surely not. It'd be
The
the
only
same.
difference, I mean, the facts are different, obviously, Judge. And, I think Maurice Gordon and Larry Ordway, those two are pretty much identical as far as the arguments go.
Yeah.
There is
Um,
additional evidence regarding
What evidence did the
actions of
state have?
multiple
2
people
snitches plus their
rather than,
interrogation
the
videos.
claim of
The
actions
stain
of a single
department,
person,
the burned
Okay.
bodies,
which I think
more.
would justify.
No,
the
I
facilitation
can't
charge
really see any more than that.
on count 2 and
As
I
Stray
understand.
points out,
Ms.
the
Jones-Brown?
snitches were involved, though. They're not just
I
prison
don't have any
snitches.
additional arguments.
It's not like they heard something through the
We will
grapevine.
Continue to object to facilitation.
So from my perspective, the testimony, there was not anyone whose testimony supported an idea that that Mr. Rhodes was facilitating someone else in committing those crimes. Can you point me
Correct.
to what you
Same.
would rely on?
the specifically, Judge, just the testimony that literally said things like everyone stabbed, rather than just.
Well, the testimony I heard was like, Brice made me also stab.
Yes. So this
Was
is
there a witness who testified to something other than, being told to stab the person after they had already been stabbed?
Even the witnesses who testified that 2 other people that weren't here, that we never saw, one who was identified, one who was not identified, also were involved and also were stabbing. And both of the witnesses called with the Commonwealth said that 2 other people stabbed both of the victims in count 2 and 3. So we believe that would also support a possible verdict of facilitation.
I think he's really grabbing at straws now.
I do not believe that any evidence that was produced would allow jury to find Mr. Rhodes guilty of facilitation to murder
Okay.
or first-degree manslaughter for
I'm
the
going to
same
pause it for a
reason.
second. Right. So, yeah. Sorry to stop my train of thought. What I was answering with Matt. It's just that what she was talking about there was quite relevant Yeah, the drive-by is also something to discuss here straight. Maz, yeah, you're right. There's not much, and it was a long time ago as well. But what the judge here is saying is is very relevant. All that's been put forth, it's not iffy. It's either he's the person who was the perpetrator, and he was telling these boys to do these things, to stab the other two boys, and he was the person who shot the 40-year-old, or he wasn't. It's one or the other. He was either there doing these things or he wasn't. And either they're completely making it up or he was the one who did it. It's black and white. And I think that in the totality of it, the jury will make up their mind as to whether or not those boys, they're now men, are telling the truth. So yes, there may not be physical evidence left, and I don't think there's any physical evidence of the boys being there either. There's not really any physical evidence. There's some blood. There's some bed sheets. There are the remains, but of course, they're the remains of the actual victims. They're not any. There's not physical evidence of the perpetrators. It was a really long time ago, and goodness knows how the chain of custody or whatever it was went completely wrong. And 2016, it's not that long ago. I mean, how can they mess this up so badly that they didn't get anything? But regardless, what happened to, especially to those two little boys, is so outrageous, so terrible, that you need to look at whether or not two other little boys were capable of doing that to their friend, or whether or not this man who was much older than them was the perpetrator and the mastermind, as they said. And if they were, if he was the mastermind, as they said, is it actually believable to the jury? And here's the thing: if the state has gone to all of this effort to ensure that those boys who have gotten these plea deals and they're very, very nice plea deals, if they've gone to all this effort to do that for them, why did they do that? Right? So, and I mean, I don't see the state going to so much effort for men or boys, anybody, unless they really think that they haven't got the right guy yet. Right. So, and I think that the jury will probably think that through, and they'll listen to the evidence from the snitches and consider that, and consider also their demeanor as they were there. I'm not sure if they'll think of them as snitches so much. I don't know. You guys tell me. Like, yes, there might not be very much evidence per se against Brice Rhodes. However, he was the adult, and these other guys, they weren't adults. He was the only adult involved, and everyone seems to be saying the same thing about Brice Rhodes, even though he seems like somebody who could potentially be a threat to these other guys. Circumstantial evidence is enough, even as long as all the puzzle pieces come together to complete the picture on the box. There's more than enough. Yeah. And I know that these guys don't seem very credible because they're criminals, right? But The fact of the matter is that are they criminals because they made themselves criminals, or are they criminals because they were hanging out around that guy? I would tend to say they were probably going to be criminals anyway. They had a bad start to life, but were they going to be done for murder? Were they going to end up being murderers? I don't know. I tend to feel like that guy ruined their life, and they gave him up to the cops because they didn't want to end up being murderers. Yeah. They do feel credible. Yeah. Anyway, jury will decide.
That there was not any testimony other than testimony that it was his idea, that he was directing the actions of others. Do we need to make additional record with regards to Larry Ordway, or is it the same argument? Okay, same ruling. And then we get to tampering.
No,
else
David,
tampering
doesn't look
instructions
like it.
They're largely the same. They just have evidence. I listed some items of evidence.
I don't, that's fine, Judge. I don't,
I'm relying on the case packet versus
If that's fine.
Commonwealth.
I'll use yours as it is.
I do want to change.
Yeah, and that's the
having
thing with the whole
I would like to
criminal
say and/or,
career thing,
instead of and,
Matt.
I believe that the jury
All he
decided
had to
one
do was
item
break
that they
probation.
agree with and
That's
move
it.
forward with this.
Oh, even on the final line of A
Yes,
In
sir.
order to get
Yeah, I
into
gotcha.
prison, that
and or the backseat.
I don't even know
all
what he
of that.
did, but it wouldn't have had to be much
Okay.
because he was on 20
And then
years
abuse of
probation.
force.
So anything you did,
Looks like they are
Would have
largely the
landed
same,
him
although
back
the
in
Commonwealth
prison.
is a little more like fact, just barely a little more fact specific.
you don't object, Judge, to the Commonwealth.
straight. You don't have to qualify it. Everyone's opinion is valid. Everyone. Burglaries. Yeah. Yeah, who's to say he would have, like, if he had had a clean record, he might have
Instructions.
stayed out of prison the first time.
Let me briefly go back to definitions. So the Commonwealth's definitions are just
But no.
intentionally, complicity, and official proceeding. For the defense, intentionally, wantonly, physical force, deadly physical force, serious physical injury, and complicity.
I think we can get rid of the serious physical injury due to that was for manslaughter in the first degree.
Okay. And so I think I could then just add in official proceeding. So the definitions would be for intentionally, wantonly, physical force, deadly physical force, complicity, and official proceeding.
I think that's right. I didn't put in official proceeding, that's my fault.
What is the physical force and deadly physical force from? Where is that?
Deadly physical force. You know, I think that might be from,
That might be man one.
that's what I was thinking.
I believe that's why I put it in there.
No.
I think it's from extreme emotional disturbance. So maybe not.
Yeah, he
Maybe
wasn't a
not.
great
Yes,
witness,
it is.
the first one.
Okay.
I kind of forgive
So
him
then
though.
add in official
Like,
proceeding.
again, like these guys, they grow up with like no families. They,
All
in
right,
order
and
to
then
fall
at
in with a
the,
guy like this,
end of each individual instruction, the
that
Commonwealth has
it's
presumption of
clearly
innocence, which
pretty
we're putting in the front. We won't leave it there.
impressionable.
Both of you have.
And then
unanimous
they end up
verdict.
in prison. Like he ended up in prison. Like what kind of life has he got?
Let's see.
He clearly doesn't like authorities very much, and here he is in
Okay.
court
So let's talk about this
having
right to
to
remain
testify
silent
against this guy who he hates.
instruction. Any objection to that?
I have it at the end of.
It's not a great
I
situation.
don't object to being separated out.
I gotcha. Then right to remain silent. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about the spoliation potential instruction. The defense is requesting a tainted evidence instruction.
Yes, Judge. We believe that primarily applies to the car seat back thereof. There was a lot of testimony. There was admission by the police in this case that that they did say under oath on 2 occasions, as well as 4 years later, 3 years later, in this courtroom, that there was a car seat, and it was included in the police report. And now, of course, the court is well aware we have not seen one, and they're saying that there isn't one. There's different versions of this instruction, Judge. This is the one that I put in. We wanted to change the language to missing. Obviously, that's fine with me too. But this is the one I thought best matched the facts in the case. It's frankly less confrontational in some sense. But so I chose a version and form that I thought would work better with the facts that we heard and the evidence in this case.
Ms. Jones-Graham?
Judge, the Commonwealth does object to this. The evidence, while it does show, I mean, the court's very well aware of what was testified to, and I think an inference or an argument on their part can be made to the record keeping of the police department or the procedures of the police department, or even if they want to shoot for the credibility of the lead detective. But there is no evidence that the backseat was recovered and then lost. So we would object to this.
Did I just hear the keyboard?
Here's part of the problem. Part of the problem here is that I don't feel it was ever established whether a backseat ever existed. That's the problem I'm having, is that it is not as though we know
I'm not
A, there
frozen.
definitely was this
Why
piece
do
of
you think I'm
evidence, and B,
frozen?
then it was lost. In fact, I think it's statutorily, they're not, if it did exist, it potentially could be a violation of the law if it was destroyed or not kept, if it contained bodily fluid. KRS 524-140 talks about how if an item is found that contains biological markers such as bodily fluids, it is a violation of the law to dispose of it. The problem is I don't really feel like it was ever established that it did in fact exist.
I think the question to me, it revolves around the reason I submitted instructions.
Sometimes I do have a permanent smile.
Are able to rely upon sworn testimony, and the officer
Like
in the case, Detective Snell,
People are kidding.
testified under oath at the preliminary hearing. He testified that there was one.
Uh-huh.
He testified under oath at the grand jury that there was one, and then in this courtroom 3 years later, told Judge Cunningham that the biggest piece of evidence that they had to bring was the receipt. And actually, he may not have been under oath that third time, Judge.
And it doesn't matter. Here's the issue that I'm having, and I'm leaning towards allowing the instruction, but the issue that I'm having is that I just don't really feel like it was ever firmed up. You know, Tonelli's testimony was basically, yes, I said that, I was wrong. But I don't know. I really wish this had been a pretrial hearing, to be honest. But I don't feel like there was ever any testimony that it did, in fact, exist. Like, to me, Tonelli's testimony was more like, I thought we had the physical backseat, but we never did. But I don't feel like it was very clear. And frankly, I don't really think that the defendant should be penalized when it wasn't clear. And in fact, there are at least 3 instances of Tonelli saying that there is a backseat.
Well, Judge, at the PC hearing, he said, we believe the seat was located. We are waiting for a forensics analysis to make sure and confirm that. He
Hey, I don't have boils.
and that is what he believed up until he got the CSU report.
Which said,
Well, which listed the items taken from the dumpster and did not include the backseat.
and when was that?
No,
until
no,
that.
they're
Post
trying
grand
to
jury
work out.
presentation?
Now, 3 years later,
What
Yeah.
we were sitting
the,
here and we were throwing out ideas. I mean, it was just like this.
I know. But
what the final,
you know, if you're the defendant and this detective is twice saying that there is a backseat, even though it's not listed in discovery, and then 3 years later he mentions bringing it
Charges
into court, I think
should
it was
be-
reasonable for them to rely on thinking there was a backseat too.
But then that was cured.
oh
a
god,
week
the
later
whole
when we came to
backseat
court.
thing is driving me
And
nuts.
this was subject to extensive litigation under Judge Cunningham.
Oh, it was.
Yes.
Was there a missing evidence instruction argument?
No, but I was accused of prosecutorial misconduct.
How do you say?
I had to respond to.
You're a
motion
boil,
about this.
Bobby.
It went on for quite a while.
Yes, the last detective.
The
said
biggest
there
problem I
shouldn't
have
be a
is that I still
backseat.
don't really have any conclusive testimony about whether it ever did exist. You know, all these CSU people in here, why not just have someone definitively say, no, we never had a backseat?
Judge, I feel like that was conclusively testified to because the defense asked it of almost every witness to testify. and it was not found in the dumpster. Now, I thought
Say
what
it,
they were saying was,
Judge.
we don't know
Thank
what the evidence
you.
are.
This
And that
is
is something
this is great.
that we don't.
Honestly,
Maybe it was taken out 3 years
this is
earlier.
it.
Maybe
Right.
he
What
wanted
we've
to go
been
back.
saying all
right.
along. For God's sake, someone just
But every police witness who
testify to whether there's a
testified
back seat
being
or
asked
not.
said that they recovered no back seats. And the person who would have recovered, what Detective Tonelli was testifying about at the PC hearing and the grand jury was the dumpster search. And Detective Peters and Rebecca Kimmer from CSU
Yes, she
testified
is
that no
wearing
back seat
urban
was recovered in the
camo.
dumpster, although they initially thought something might be a back seat.
No.
What evidence rule?
Well, they were
is
earlier.
missing evidence?
They were
Okay.
they were talking about jury
It's,
instructions earlier.
There's a Cooper's heading somewhere in there, Judge, about it. I understand the court's looking it up. Judge, just to respond, for what it's worth, I think this ambiguity is why it ended up.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Is like, the problem is it's been left pretty unclear, and I think that should lean towards.
It's
the
not for them
defendant.
to
Let me look at this
decide what
2.06.
back seat is on. That
But there was not ever a spoliation or missing evidence instruction before now, right?
No.
Okay.
We had no argument on that thing.
are they trying to work out whether or not they should just come to an agreed fact about the back seat? I can see her very well, but Poppy, I don't think camo is going to help. Straight, I think that's the problem. I think they've been all over the place, and this judge is trying to sort this out before the closing arguments.
I'm going to allow the instruction. I do think that based on the evidence as it came out, and I'm looking at the case law in Beglin and coincidentally a case called Ordway, the Commonwealth. So it says the court held there is no special or unique threshold of proof involved, so long as the trial court is satisfied that a reasonable juror could believe from the evidence the substance of the first clause, the instruction is in order. And I do believe that the way that the proof came out, a reasonable juror could believe that the backseat existed at some point. So I'm going to allow that instruction.
Well, of course, the back seat existed at some point. They don't make
Right.
cars
And then we
with
have
just
the
like a
unanimous
floorboard
verdict
in the back.
instruction. They are substantially similar. In fact, I think that the Commonwealth is just a little bit longer, but they're pretty much the same. Does anybody have any position on whether it should say the verdict of the jury must be in writing, must be unanimous, and must be signed by one of these foremen, or actually foreperson?
Yes, they're saying
Or
back seat.
the verdict of the jury must be unanimous in finding the defendant guilty or not guilty, and must be signed by one of you as foreperson. You may use the form provided at the end of the instructions. Anybody have a position on that?
No, Judge. I mean, I'm not looking at
Sure.
I think whatever the
Okay.
pretty close.
Then we have our verdict forms. So these will be, as we discussed, for the first 3 counts of the indictment will be A, B, or C. And then the others will just be guilty or not guilty. So our jury, oh gosh, they're already back. Let me get these written up so you all can have about 5 minutes to review them, okay?
Yes, and Judge, we found some typos. Do you need us to communicate those, or do you already have?
Oh, no,
those?
not
I don't
typos.
think I already have
We
them.
need typo
but,
cat.
when I put this all together, we'll see if they're still there or not.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, you all can, this is going to take me about 10 minutes, so we'll take a 10-minute break. John, would you mind to let the jurors know it's going to be about another 10 minutes? Thanks.
Didn't the jurors get there an hour ago? What time is it there? Oh, no, maybe not. No typo lady. Typo cat has a cell phone. Yeah. Typo cat has a cell phone. So, typo cat talks to other secretary cat friends and goes, meow, 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 meow. I am. Meow. Right, let's continue. Let us continue with our Brice work, shall we? Anyway, Dali, how long till you finish work? Time is it? I suppose it's a little bit before you finish work, isn't it? And David, where are you? Are you coming in to visit? Who's coming to visit me? Someone needs to come visit me. I'm lonely. So lonely. Lonely? Bobby, do you want to come visit me? What are you doing? You have to be nice to me if you come visit me. You can't keep being mean. No more meanness. You have many deadlines right now. But that's not more important than me. That's not more important than me. Is it just hard to fathom that they accidentally thought they had a car back seat? It's not like a small item. Look, it's not a small item, but is One Blessed Nana still here? Oh, you're going to say yes, Bobby. That's nice. Do I send Jung her Christmas gift or not? Are you sending everyone a gift but me, David? Is this how it works? Is that really how it works? Because, Australia does exist. You can order things from like Australian stores, like that exists. You don't have to like buy things from American stores and send them over to Australian stores. Like you can buy things from Australian stores and send them to like Pixie or me or Unbronzed, like Australian people who live in who are part of your Australian members. That's how it works. So yeah, Australia, well, no, we do. Doesn't exist, so he can't send anything. No, okay. Well, I guess there is that. Don't feel bad, David. Never gave me my present. Justice for Jeff. Well, what you do is you search up for things that end in .com.au. Blue light special. Yeah. I'd give you my address, Young. And I'd give it to Dali. There are some people I wouldn't give it to. I wouldn't just give it out to anybody. Yeah, I think they still do blue light special. I think you can still like go into Kmart and they go woo, woo. Okay, hang on, Bobby. I'm just gonna send you a link. How do I do that again? Oh yeah. Bobby. Okay. Bobby's now got a link. Radio. Now, going back to our friend Brice. What did you think? You loser? Oh, whatever. It's fine. Okay. Now, next thing's next. Right. So now I need to change my sharing of screen. So I stop that one and present share screen. And I need to share a whole screen. So I go like that, share. Cool, back again. You thought you wanted me to use the kazoo. There we go. Well, we can always do this. What? A koala dog toy at Target and thought of you. It even comes with a separate eucalyptus leaf. Oh, sweet. Nice. Right. next, guys? Stars? Star tattoos? What's the meaning of the 5 on the front of the neck? Brown, what? Polar Luana. 5 is his favorite number. I don't know. Okay, how about what's brown cola lip liner? I don't know what that is. Music's too loud. Really? I've got it down really low. Here we go. Put it down really low. You can count to 5. Cola. I need to turn my volume back up. Okay, I can do that. How's that? Is that better? Okay, sweet. All right, cool. Okay. How about we put some? I can put some lippy on him. I can make his lips like, and maybe some eyeshadow and stuff. We can do that. Sound good? All right, let's do that. Okay, so I'll get myself a brush like so. That brush is too big, so I'll get a smaller brush. And about what color? Let's see. Maybe a pink. Maybe a blushy pinky kind of color maybe. And I'll go a layer above. Oops. Maybe a little bit less of a brush. So I'll start a little bit like that, and I'll bring the opacity back a bit. There we go. And I'll make it a little bit so the flow is a little bit less as well. There we go. Bring a little bit over there. Cool. And now I'll go and add a different color on top of that. How about maybe a little bit of, oh yes, a little bit of that one there. A little bit of that, and I'll change the brush to size this down a little bit. So I'll go a little bit into here. Nice. Pretty. Door knocker earrings. Oh, yes, okay. That's nice. With this layer, what I can do, I might just multiply it down. Ah, that looks better. That looks more real. Sweet. Cool, cool, cool. Aisha. All right, yes. What if I were to then go and get an even smaller brush? Yep. And now I'll go and get something a little darker, like maybe like there. Yep, cool. Yeah, a little bit of a flick. And then I'll get the smudge tool, which is, where's it? That one there. Get that down to a lesser one. And what you do is you just smudge it out like so. See? Smudge, 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 smudge. Smudge, smudge, smudge upwards. Same on the other side. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. A little bit of a flick, 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 flick. I wish I could do my own makeup this well, because I can't. Just keeping an eye on court. And then I get a little smudge tool. Make sure it's on a little bit of a lesser brush size. Actually, no, it needs to be a little bit bigger than that. So that's on 1 pixel right now. Smudge, 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 flick, 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 flick. I think he's going to get a little bit of a flick in prison. Prison, prison, prison. There we go. Now, he's not that smart. I drive to Ohio and totally confused. Real eyeliner is very difficult. Yes, it is. It's much easier here. Oh, what do you think? Woo! Woo! If Brice gets acquitted, you will have to move to an undisclosed location. Look, he ain't coming here. So this is why I'm not too concerned, guys. I live a long, long way away. A long, long way away. Alrighty, let's see. Now, I think what we need to do next is we need to put some little highlights on. So let's see, what have I got now? Burn tool. Ah, yes, the burn tool is fantastic. So I might go for the highlights and bring the exposure up a little bit. And I need a smaller brush. Oops. Ooh. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then we'll get that brush up a little bit bigger, and we'll do some more on the cheekbones. So, boop, 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 like so. Whoa. Oh, that's too much. And remember those bumps I put on his head? But there and there. How about the nose? Brighten the nose up. And the chin. And how about lips? Boop, 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 boop. And around there, there. And sometimes it can help to do the opposite, like to give some shadows. It is Kim K contouring, putting away. Yeah. We'll do the burn tool, which is like shadowing. All right, so we'll go like that. So go underneath there like that. Ass too fat like Kim K. Maybe I'll give him some little bags under the eyes now. Yeah, there we go. Can the Uzi be more transformed so the Y follows his face more? Yeah. Yeah, can do that. Hang on, I'm just going to give him a little bit more shadow under here. Cheeks are snatched. Yeah, they're snatched. Nice. I do like that, those highlights and things. They're looking good now. I do like that. Yes, I can play with the Uzi. Let's go. Let's go. Actually, what I might need to do is grab both at once. Like here, so more sort of into there. Yeah, that's better. More into the eye cavity, kind of like that. Now some eyebrows on fleek or whatever they call it. Yeah, you're right. The eyebrows do need some work. Okay. Good point. Good point. Okay, yeah, good point. All right, so let's try that. Rightio. So how do I do that? Let me think about it. If I were to grab that color and then maybe paint with it. Yeah, so I'll fill them in a little bit. That color needs to be a little bit heavier. Oh, idiot. Grab the color from the right layer. That would help. Maybe I'll grab it from his hair, actually. That makes more sense. Okay, cool. And then I'll go get my brush tool. Brush. Cool. And go there. There we go. That's better. And a bit lesser of a brush. And then I'll go get my smudge tool again. Now he fits right into American College. What kind of American College exactly? I can't say I'm that familiar with American colleges. Although I've heard some things. Some things about American colleges. Harvard. Oh, okay. There's something happening at Harvard. What is it? What's this thing that's happening at Harvard? I heard, was it on Laid Back News? They were all arguing about something that's happening at Harvard. All the students are brain dead? Are they? Well, I thought Harvard was a good school. Oh, you talked about it, David. When did you talk about it? On Laid Back News? You weren't on Laid Back News this week, were you? I'd like to know what this is all about, this whole Harvard thing, but I don't, it's really hard for me to keep up with all like the new US actual news. Like I keep up with the trials, but not so much the news. What I did see though was the Christmas video. That was funny. That was funny. Because you know what? I used to really, really like Melania. Because Melania and her hate of Christmas, I can identify greatly with her whole "fuck Christmas." I love that. I love that. Classic. That's better. That shadow is a good color for him. Yeah, I thought so. It kind of goes with his like coral lips. Whole coral lip thing is quite pretty. Now, I thought what I might do is I'm gonna do a remove background and also image canvas size. Put a little sort of bit of halo-y kind of stuff around him as well. Oh, yeah, so actually, who wanted me to bedazzle his beard whilst we're here? You don't think she hated Christmas? I thought she was just pissed that nobody appreciated the work she put into it. Oh, let's be clear. She wasn't the one who had to do the work, really. Like, there were slaves to do the work. Do you think that she actually had to make all those trees and that? It must be tolerated to say, okay, I shouldn't really say that stuff. If you're expelled, if they were 100% behind free speech, I can understand it. Yeah. Are any of the colleges behind free speech? I don't think so. Yes, bedazzling. We got rid of slaves a long time ago. I didn't mean like those kind of slaves. I meant the kind of slaves like workers at the White House. That's what I meant. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Okay. So now I need some brushes. I need like a sparkle. Is that a sparkle? No. How about a lens flare? Okay, let me see. Filter. Lens flare. Stylize. Render. Lens flare. Oh, that's a bit shiny. That's a bit much shiny. I didn't really mean for it to be like that kind of lens flare. It's too lens flary. No, I don't want that. Okay, come on, Sid. Window, history. Where's my history? History. Yeah, got it. I don't need you to take me through how Photoshop works. I've been doing this a fairly long time. Okay, cool. Wrong layer, ding dong. Yeah, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. All right, cool. Actually, no, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and search my computer for lens flares because I've got thousands of them. Just a minute. Or little sparkly things. What's the nose thing Michael was trying for? What'd you say? The cord is still out. They won't be far away though. Or actually, what might work better? Michael Jackson's pronouns were he. Oh, whilst I'm looking for this, I have a question for everybody. And you guys can all let me know. So I need to get your thoughts about something. After this trial is over, I have some options for things to stream. So I'm going to be doing some evening streams because I can't just keep staying up throughout the night. That's silly, especially over Christmas, right? So I was going to do some evening streams, and I have two thoughts. Firstly, everyone seems to be, well, the people who have watched the Shanda Vander Ark's trial seem to be really into it. But I don't know of anybody who actually like streamed it, right? So a lot of people were busy watching this or something else, and the people who did watched it like on Law and Crime, right? So who wants to watch the Shanda Vander Ark trial with me? I might stream it in the evenings, right? So from about, I don't know, 6 p.m. onwards each night over the sort of Christmas period. Shanda Vander Ark is number one. So I'll put that up. Hang on, I'm just going to change the banner. She did something pretty nasty to her kids, and it's in Michigan. So that's that one, and people are outraged about it. So, and it's like trending all over Twitter at the moment. It's only about a 4 or 5 day trial, something like that. Also, US time. Oh, I'm always talking in US time. So yeah, so from about 6 p.m., 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time onwards, which is great for me because it's morning for me. Hey, Pixie, how's it going? Have you heard of the Shanda Vander Ark trial, Pixie? What does she do to the kids? I'll look it up. Hang on just a minute. I'll just do a little thing, and we'll just do a quick look. There's not much point in me telling you guys about this stuff without actually bringing it up for you, so I'll just bring it up. There we go. So, sadistic woman convicted of fatally starving, torturing special needs son. She forced to sleep in a closet under basement stairs. There she is. Shanda Margaret Vander Ark, age 44, appeared deeply distraught in court after being shown a picture of her unalive son, Timothy, 15, but prosecutors said it's her fault. He ended up like that in the first place. Jurors agreed, convicting her Friday, so that was last week, of first-degree murder and first-degree CA after seeing evidence that she withheld food from the special needs boy, forced him to eat scorching hot sauce, made him sleep on a tarp in a small closet, and in his dying moments called him pathetic and clamped his mouth shut, according to Grand Rapids Fox affiliate WXMI. Vander Ark reportedly took the stand Thursday. Yes, she did. She took the stand in Michigan. She would apparently vomit or dry heaving. She was apparently vomiting or dry heaving after being shown a picture of her son's body. Her lawyer, Fred Johnson, trying to comfort her, asked Judge Matthew Casell to end court for the day. Vander Ark did not return when the trial picked up again Friday just before 11 a.m. She's unable to be here for a medical issue. Oh, that really outraged people that she was not there in court. Judge Matthew Casell said, "We will continue the trial in her absence." How could you see the son's testimony? Isn't he gone? Or was there another son? because you know Kim, who's sometimes in chat, she's Australian. The reason she's been missing is because she was watching this. Try pronouncing Van der Ark in Dutch. How could I try pronouncing it in Dutch? I am not Dutch. She waived her right to be in court. It's not a right to be in court though, is it? Isn't it a requirement to be in court? Like the judge had to excuse her from being in court. Oh, thank you, EU. Sorry, EU. Thank you, Jung. I'll have to have a look at that. Yeah, it is going to drive some people away though if I run this. Like, I know there'll be people who really, really want to watch it, but there'll also be some people who just can't watch it. So there's that. Like, there's that option, and it's only a few. I mean, because I won't be able to run like the whole day at a time, I think. So it'll probably take me through the sort of Christmas break. So I think there won't be many trials run like over the Christmas week. Or the other thing I could do is something that I've kind of wanted to do for a long time, and that is this. Is anyone familiar with this? This is Betty Broderick. This is 1990. This chick is a nut job. No, John, I'm not doing Casey Anthony. Okay. So, story of this woman is she is the most jealous ex-wife in the entire world. There's been several movies made about her. Her husband was a lawyer. No sound. Really? Oh, yeah, of course you got no sound. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me fix it. No, I never believe it when Bobby says it. See, this is what happens, Bobby. When you tell me things, I don't believe you because it's the boy who cried wolf. Every single time you always say I'm muted, and then you say no sound, and I'm like, of course, I'm not going to believe you. All right, now.
How would you describe?
Very strange looking key, and long before I was informed, or the kids told me, that Dan's keys were very funny looking, and I knew Dan had funny looking keys. It was a good chance that was his funny looking key.
Okay. Did you use the key to get into the house?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you going to do if the key didn't work?
Got in the house anyway. We always got in the house.
Did you want to wake Dan up when you got there? And when you first got there, did you want Dan to know that you were driving up?
Sustained.
What was your feelings about Dan knowing that you got there?
I wanted him to know I was there and that I had the gun before he jumped on a phone and reported me, which is what he would have done if he saw me coming from the street or if I rang the front doorbell.
Did you ring the doorbell at all?
No,
Do you remember which door you went into?
the utility door of the house, which is mostly the traffic door.
Do you remember going driving to his house that day?
No,
And do you know what route you took?
I remember leaving my house, backing out of the driveway and leaving. I remember that, but I don't remember at which point I decided where I was when I decided not to go to the beach and go to Dan's house. All the way to Dan's house, I was just thinking, I've just got to make this stop. I just got to make this stop. I'm not going to live another day like this. I can't wake up just being absolutely at his mercy anymore. So all the way there, I just kept thinking, I've got to make this stop. I've got to make this stop. And I don't remember what even road I took to get there.
How would you describe, was it affecting you physically? I mean, were you clear thinking and seeing things clearly at that time?
The only way I can explain it,
Sustained.
Okay, so here's the deal, right? This woman, she was married to a lawyer. The lawyer dumped her, was having an affair, dumped her, and went off with his paralegal. She was so filled with jealous rage that she eventually snapped after like a couple of years. And one day she wakes up about 5 a.m. in the morning, gets a pistol, puts it in her handbag, drives over to his house, and just saunters up through the back door. She's got a key, saunters up through the back door, walks upstairs, goes in to their bedroom where they're sleeping, and shoots them both in their sleep. Done. And that's what he's questioning her about right there. Right? And she's just saying she just wanted to talk to them. But they didn't have a chance to talk. Right? She just, and that's her testifying. She testifies for a day. Right? And she's trying to get off. Like, she's trying to say that it was just like a jealous, like, what do you call it? Woman scorned moment. Right? And the story, yeah, after a couple of years, yeah. And oh my God, the whole story is nuts of what she put this man through over the couple of years leading up to it. Like, she burnt his clothes. She went to the house and drove her car into the front door. The poor children in the middle of all this stuff. It was just bizarre what went down between the father and the ex-wife. She was the ultimate jealous ex-wife. And yeah, there was property and money problems. Her leaving these long phone messages on their answering machine, to a point where, like, she would leave, they would leave their phone off the hook for long periods of time, because she would leave these really expletive laden messages on the answering machine saying, you're a C word and a effing asshole, and your father's an asshole, and he's doing this, and he's fucking the secretary, and no, and all in front of like the kids. And the kids end up going on Oprah and all this stuff, and it went on and on and on for years. You'd watch. I got so into it, like, and this was around the time when I started watching trials, and because I downloaded the Court TV app, and I saw this in the Court TV app, and I started to watch just this bit here. I started to watch her testimony, and I was like, I got enthralled, and then I ended up just watching the entire thing. And then I watched like the mini series, and there's two series actually. Like, there's one that was made in the 90s with, remember Meredith Baxter Burney? She was the Family Ties mum. And then there was later, just recently, there was a Netflix series made about it, which was really cool. What's this, EU? How many decades have you watched Trials? Not decades, only a few years. But I just decided to go back in time and watch, because this is, I believe, one of the very first ones after Dharma. Like it was Dharma and then this one were around the same time that they got televised. You should see the state attorney that goes after this chick. She is full on, like, permed hair, the whole bit, and like big shoulder pads and everything. Oh, you can see the shoulder pads on this lady. There's shoulder pads everywhere. And it's interesting. Shut up, Bobby. And it's interesting. They've got really good audio in this court. It's so funny how there's so much better audio in the court videos from the 90s than there is now. It's so sad. Maybe this would be more fun to run this than the Vanda Ark one. At least, like, yeah, I could run it and see if people are interested. It's intriguing, and the thing about it is you don't really need to be that much into the backstory to start watching it. Like, I can always catch people up. How long is it? Oh, it's long. Yeah, it's a good, like, I think the trial's about 3 or 4 weeks. She testifies for days and days and days, and her cross-examination as well. It's nasty. Can you say this woman's name in Dutch? Whose name? Oh, Vanda Ark. I don't know, 6 weeks? Are we talking about Betty Broderick now? Hello, Veal. How are you? Are you coming to visit me? Are you coming to visit me? That would be nice. I mean, even if it did go for 6 weeks, I could run it at night times, and whatever happens during the day, I could still run it like a trial during the day. That's no reason why I couldn't. I could just not sleep at all. That's possible. The woman on the screen, you goof. Her name is Betty Broderick. Betty Broderick, EU. Show Veal and other newbies Rambo's new song. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, hang on. Oh, I might have to share the screen in a different way. Just a minute. Stop screen. Share screen. What do you think? You like? Now, hang on a minute. I might be able to do a before and after. If I go, I do need to, I should save this. Yeah, save. Cool. And now I'm going to go up here and I'll do a little snapshot, new snapshot, go. And I should be able to go. Oh no. Yeah. Cool. All right. So before, after, before, after. And zoom it up. Before, after. I might just put a little white background on. And not content aware. Just white background. Good. Cool. All right, sweet. Let's try that again. Merge layers. Go. After I Discord DM'd you the chulo lip. Okay, I'll look in a sec. So what do you reckon, guys? He needs pink sauce bottle. A pink sauce bottle. The lips were made for prison. Open your damn Discord link and click the link. Okay, fine. Jeez, you're pushy, Jung. Jeez, Jung. Okay. All right, so this is the thing that, oh, I can't share it at the same time. Let me just look. Okay, I'm just looking at something that, you guys look at this, and I'm trying to look at what is it? It's a thing that Jung has sent me, like a video. I'm trying to watch the video. Oh, okay. Are you saying that it should look like a lining around the outside, Jung? It needs brown lip liner. Okay. Okay. I could do that. I could do that. Do you want me to put brown lip liner around it? Okay. That's not a big deal. I could do that. Let's see. Collar lip liner is equivalent to 90s R&B lip liner. Yeah, okay, I get it now. All right. Brush tool. So maybe if I went like the darkest color in here, actually maybe more like that kind of color there, and I get my brush, and I get it small. Is that what you mean? You've seen collars using Sharpies. I've never heard the term, to be honest. That's why I was like, what are you talking about? I wonder if it's taking so long to come back to court because Brice is like, maybe I want to testify. Ooh la la. Yeah, I can make it darker. That's fine. And I'll smudge it out a bit yet too. Do you guys want some background music? Almost his hair color lip liner. What, Jung? What's wrong? Oh, man. Put the brown lip liner one. And yes, the lip liner is not all blended. Brown lip liner one. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Cool. Right. All right. I might, do you think I should, John, do you think I should change his lip color? You sent me a bunch too. Everyone is a makeup aficionado. All right, so I'm just going to blend this a bit. That looks shitty. Hang on, I can change its color in one go. Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong too. That's probably a bit closer. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay. And then what if, look at the links. What links? Who's sending me links? Oh, them. Okay. Oh, dear, guys. The outside is darkest and fades lighter in the center where the lips come together. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. So here's what I can do. Rather than just making it all one color, I can do, see how it's a color overlay right now? I can make it a gradient overlay. It's different, right? So not white, but gradient overlay, right? So what I do is I change it so that it has, I'm just checking, keeping an eye on court. All right, so on the outer side, okay, so that's the way it's going to work. So I go like that, and then I need it to, so don't worry about the colors at the moment. I'm just doing a test, right? So black and black there. I know it looks funny, but I'm just doing a test. Okay, like so. You go like that, and then you change the direction of it. So it goes like so. There we go. Right. So that's how it puts the lightest color in the center. Okay, cool. So now I change the colors. So I make it so the outer color is like darkest like that. Maybe a little bit. Maybe I'll get it from his nose. Yeah, you're giving this man a comb stash. Okay, so I'm going to copy that color value from the right, and then I'm going to grab this one here and copy that color value and put it on the left. And then the middle, I'll grab that color value, paste it, and then bring it up through there so it gets lighter in the center. There we go. See what I mean? See what I'm talking about? and I'll bring the stops through to the middle. There we go. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Now I might just make that a little bit lighter so it's more of a Cupid's bow. See what I mean? I can make the, there we go. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I'm wondering whether or not with the mouth, inside the inner part of the lip near the mouth hole, outer is the outside of the lip. What are you talking about? Feel? What are you talking about? EU, inside the inner part of the lip near the mouth hole, outer is the outline of the, what are you talking about? EU, look at the photos in the second link I sent you. This is the wrong inner and outer. Oh God. Look at the pics. Okay, so the inside part, but young, those girls look too pretty, right? Like, we don't want him to look that pretty. What's Stray sending me? Here's the pics Young is referring to. No, but you haven't sent me any pics, Stray. We don't want him to look that pretty. You're sending me pictures of pretty girls. We don't want him to look that pretty, Stray. And Young, like, really? Yeah. The colors that I've made are not the same as the lips. So I think I should probably just adjust the lips a little bit. Hang on, let me do that. What is happening with Quartz? They just, like, they moved the camera just a tiny bit, but nothing happened. And someone in Law and Crime chat said, did I see the back of someone's head? But it wasn't the back of his head, sadly. So no. I'm not muted now. Yeah, I was muted for a second. I accidentally clicked, I actually pressed mute for a second, but I'm not muted. I know I'm not muted now. Okay. So you can't play that game with me. That's Bobby's game. Can't play that game with me. All right. So next thing's next. I'm just going to turn that off for a minute. And I'm going to go down to here. And I don't like using this method of selection, but I'm going to try it anyway. Let's see. Ah, see, that's why I don't like it. Yeah, I hate this method of selection. I'm going to do it the right way. Noik, 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 noik. So if you want to learn how to use the pen tool, there is a video which just got quite a few views, like 4,500 views for me just recently, called How to Use the Pen Tool. And if you get quite good at it, you can very easily make a nice quick selection like that. Command click like so. And now if I go back to my layers, yes, go back to my layers, and I can now go and do a quick hue saturation just on that one little part. Ooh. And I'll bring back that. So now I just wanted to get it a little bit closer. Yes, the fantastic typing cat is very good, Pixie. I know. I just wanted to, with this, I might make it a little darker. I might also do a little levels on that. Hello. Ah, yeah. No, not that color. Just playing with colors. No, I won't colorize it. I'll just change its color. Geez, they're taking their time. No, it's not what I want. It's not what I want. I don't want blue. I just wanted it to be a little bit less pink. It should be light brownish. Yeah, I know. That's, yeah, probably a bit, yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it. And with that, these things here, yeah, hang on. Just bring this back the way it was. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, baby. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's ready. He's getting ready for prison. Yes. nearly time for him. Alrighty. Birdie. Definitely need what? Mammy. What's mammy? I can't do. Hey, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. I think he probably needs Iris's mammy. Who's mammy? Okay, now you know what? I need some sparkles, and I was searching for some sparkles earlier, so I need to just go find some sparkles now. Just a minute. Okay, so rhinestones maybe. Rhinestones, transparent. Ah, sweet, there's plenty of them. So easy to find. It's so great these days. You can just easily find stuff. Okay. pngtree.com. Rhinestones.png. Transparent rhinestones. Free download with Google. To sign in via Google. Should be able to do that. Hang on, doesn't want to. Maybe I will just do this. Copy and paste. So there's some rhinestones. Oops, hello. Why is my shift scaling not working? Cool. Now with remove background, it doesn't like grays. That's okay. Be fine for now. There we go. Just going to put that at the front for the time being. What is going on with Court? Hello, Court. Okay, so that should be fine for now. I'm just going to scale it down. Why? Okay, so we need to bejazzle his beard. Bedazzle beard. They're not going to look very sparkly, are they? I'm definitely going to need some little lens flares as well. So lens flare, parent. Oh, okay. Looks like I can Find another place. And G. Oh, looks like we might have some movement in the court in a minute. Judges moving around. Dear me. Things don't happen quickly in Kentucky, do they? Things are not happening quickly. Seriously. Okay, let's try a little bit more. Okay, so file and place embedded. And we have one of these. Now, I have explained this in one of my other videos. So sometimes people say that something is transparent on the internet and it has these boxes in the background, which should indicate that it's transparent, but it's actually not. It's just boxes, right? So these, see, like these transparency grids in the background in Photoshop, they are, that shows that there's infinite transparency in the background, but someone's just taken a photo of them or a screenshot of them and it's hidden, or it's just an image of like a Photoshop transparency, but it's not real. It's kidding us. It's lying. It's not real transparency at all. So what I'm going to do instead is, you know what? Watch this. Stuff you, all you people out there trying to sell me all of your things, I'm going to make it myself. Watch this, people. I'm going to get an elliptical marquee tool. I'm going to go onto a new layer. I'm going to go like that. I'm going to go with white. I'm going to go edit, fill with white, go. Oops. I'm going to go like that. I'm going to go filter, blur, Gaussian blur. I'm going to blur that out quite large, like so. I'm going to transform it up, like so, skinny, in, and up. And make sure that the lock is off. Like so. Then I'm going to grab it and duplicate it. I'm going to move it around like so. Then I'm going to grab it and duplicate it. I'm going to move it around like so. Then I'm going to grab it and duplicate it. I'm going to move it around like so, making my own lens flare, guys. Those last two, I'm going to scale them in like so. I'm going to duplicate those last two. Scale them out like so. And I might make those last two a little bit less transparent. And now I have my own lens flare. And I'm going to grab all those last few layers. I'm going to put them all into a folder, and I'm going to call them Hella Lens Flare. And now I have my own. And I can take that whole thing and I can scale it down. And I can start bedazzling that myself. And I don't like these little rhinestones. So them, I'm just going to turn them off. Actually, no, I don't want to delete it. I just want to turn it off. Right. So with these guys here, I'm going to make a duplicate of it. And I'm going to convert it to a smart object. Oops. I'm going to put it all the way at the bottom so I don't, with the group, I'm not going to be bothered with it. But with a smart object, now I can move it around. Cool. Hey, Iris, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, we're just waiting for Court to come back. Cool. And I don't like to just use the same thing over and over again. So I'm going to go like that. Noink. And like that. So now this is getting somewhere. I'll zoom in. And because these are smart objects, I can continue to duplicate them and stuff because it's not going to lose any detail. Mammy is going to give you tips, EU. Yes, Iris is here, so, you know, she can give me all the tips because she's Mammy. Okay. Cool, and I'll just rotate it a bit more. Doink. Just the tip, indeed. Oh, what were those door knocker earrings that we were talking about? Can someone send me something like that? Can I share what with the class feel? I think some of these might need a little bit of transparency on them. Yeah, they're all too bright. That one there might need to come down a little bit. Nice. And I feel like maybe what I could also do is just brush on a little bit of just white little dots, just to show that there's some little teensy weensy little bejazzles in there. Opacity 100 though. Flow 100. Just go noink, 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 noink. Oh, is court doing something? I'm watching. Oh, you know what? You could have a nose ring. Just a minute. Where did it go? Not that. What happened to those Diamante things that I had earlier? I had them. Where'd they go? Or maybe I'll just use one of these things. Oh, that could look like a pimple. Choker necklace. Maybe a wig? Yes. Oh, come on, court. What's going on? Someone in chat's like, moist. Oh, dear. Oh, it's happening. Court's happening. Hang on, they're just talking about arguments again, but at least it's happening, so I'm bringing it back. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. I'm probably open and I'm trying to get you back. I can't even see you guys. Yeah.
And it should also be in manslaughter? Okay.
So professional.
And that should be in 1A, 2A,
They're
and
still
3A.
talking about what the charges are. It's been like an hour. Yeah, maybe there was a fight at court. They were trying to fill the suspense. Now I've got to update my picture of him. Dali, you must be home by now. Hey, this way up. What time is it there now? They haven't got time for closing arguments.
Okay.
So is it in, like, for instance, he acting alone or in complicity with others killed Christopher Jones by shooting him with a firearm?
No, it is. He killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others by shooting him with a or by stabbing. Okay.
No objection. I noticed in 1B it says he killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others, and then it should say by shooting him with a firearm.
Yes, I changed all of those.
Okay. And then so for 2A murder and 3A murder, the same change with the complicity.
Yes, I've changed all of them.
The only other thing I noticed was that in the verdict forms, A, it says we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty or murder instead of murder.
Okay.
That's all noticed by the Commonwealth.
We had a few other things for spotted.
When I change that order of and the other ones.
Can you
as
guys
well.
hear an echo? I don't think you can. I think it's me. I think I've got 2 tabs open.
Okay.
Your Honor, on page 1, under unanimous verdict, I believe the court was going to change foreman to foreperson.
Yes, thank you.
What
I'm not sure
Dali?
if that's the only location of that word, but I can
I'll
try.
double check it.
Yes, thank you. And then I believe the only other correction is a lettering on page 6. For example, on 2A, we have 2 B's. I think it's the word document is just trying to.
Does that make
It
sense,
is.
Judge? It says B for the, instead of A for the first option, it says B, and then it says B again.
Oh, I see it.
No
And
echo.
then-
Oh, good. Yeah, I can
on
hear the
page
court
8
twice.
For instruction 3A.
Hang on just one second. Let me get that formatting correct.
Oh, I think I know why.
Okay.
On page 8, under 3A, on instruction 3A, we have a C and a B, which should be changed to an A and a B.
Okay, I think I got it down.
Got it.
And then I believe page 12, instruction number 6,
Off you go, Dali.
we have element A, B, and D. The last one should be a C.
Page 12, you said?
Page 12, yes.
No, that goes under B.
No, David, they have not started closing
That's the-
arguments yet.
You know, because it's
I
not a
just
separate
Spent
element.
an hour making the defendant into a girl.
That's just the intentional portion. So
That
it
was
should be
fun.
the same for 2A and 3A.
Yeah, we already go.
Look,
And then I
it'd be
believe
nice if they had some witnesses.
on page 15, 16,
It's been a fun stream.
17, and 18.
Oh, I'll show you the final result in a minute.
A instead of
Be on the list.
Did I get the bangs? No. Not officially, Pixie. Like, not on the record they haven't addressed it.
I see. Because it went to CD. I gotcha.
You never know. He could get up and go, I want to testify. All right. So whilst this is happening, I am going to save out the current version of him / her / they.
Okay.
Iris, you've sent me
Anything
some pickies on Twitter.
Judge, we did do what you asked, and we discussed sort of the
The
logic.
defendant is. The defendants are they. Let's not misgender them.
That we concluded that it will not slow us down to be closed first thing tomorrow, as long as both sides are ready to go straight.
Before you get too excited, Iris, I have done a COLA thing.
And we've already done penalty.
So maybe have a look at that
I hate to
first.
send them home, having been sitting here since 12:30.
Yes, we've been sitting here since 12:30. I thought, oh, she's talking about the jury.
So we have to do instructions, and then you all think you'll be about an hour each. Is that right?
Yeah, probably less.
I think I'm just gonna push through. You gonna make copies?
Yeah. That's what I made him. I made him dark plum.
Janelle has left, so it's me making the copies. Please bear with me.
Who's Janelle? I'm sorry, guys. I need to boost it up. What's that, a photocopier? Oh, I'm supposed to say Chola. Hey, Tragic.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, hello. Who's laughing?
Not me.
What's that shrieking laugh in the courtroom? Did you hear that?
Yeah. Oh, they're having a good old time.
Maybe they saw David's video.
That could be. Shola.
Oh, really, Pixie? Well, you're from Melbourne. Melbourne people are completely different.
Chola.
Chola.
So what are we waiting for?
Oh, goodness knows. It, like earlier, they were trying to decide whether or not, like, they should just do him for jaywalking or something.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. She can't say. Look, it's 2-pack. And it's cola.
Cola, like the soda?
Look, I'll say things
I say
however I
cola.
like.
For soda, like Diet Coke or whatever, it's cola.
Also,
Or is cola something else?
it is soft drink, not soda or whatever the hell you guys call
The
it.
copies
That's
are still
gay.
running. While they are, I'm going to bring the jury in.
Finally,
Check
the
with them to
jury.
see if there's any issues with the admonition. Tell them what's going on with Tonelli being gone. Let you all rest. Approach. We'll
Who's
do the
Tonelli?
arguments again.
Oh,
And then the
Tonelli.
copy should be
I
done.
remember. He's the detective.
Ready. I'm nothing if not a multitasker.
Wait, is she going to dismiss the jury for the day?
No idea.
Good thing the jury came in a little late.
Pixie, don't denounce me.
Tupac, right? It's pronounced Tupac. Tupac Shakur. Like Tupperware.
Codswallop and Bolt Dash. At least we don't have a pretend hour. Thank you, Tragic.
It's a good thing you
Tragic
got
is
up.
on my side.
Well, it's a good thing you got up early for this.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was a good, and it wasn't getting up early. It was getting up in the middle of the night. There's a difference.
For jury instructions.
There's quite a big difference.
I agree, Bobby. Pop, no.
Yeah. Yeah, raging homosexuals.
And,
Talked about it already.
and not the good kind.
I knew this was a different one.
I love you, Pixie, even though you're from Melbourne. Melbourne people aren't all bad. Now what's happening? Why are we looking at the floor?
Ooh, look, is that a shoe peeking out?
No, is that a shoe? Holy
Yeah.
feet.
Ooh, that shoe's, it's teasing us.
Yeah. Oh,
Rawr.
no. Not this again.
Ooh, just the tip, right, Phil?
Just the tip. Oh, you should see. Okay, I really should show you the law and crime chat right now. It's going off.
No, I'm not here, David.
No, he's not. It's AI. Oh, hang on. Just the tip. Just the tip. Oh, only
The
feet.
tip moved. The tip
Only
moved.
feet. Only feet.
Yeah.
Only feet. Ooh. Hey, is it against the law to show jurors' feet?
No, I don't think this is the
They
jury.
that is the.
Oh,
that
maybe
the
it
jurors'
is.
Feet.
Oh,
That's
ooh.
the jurors' feet.
Well, as
can
long as you don't show
identify
their
them from
face.
that.
Yeah, you could. They're shoes.
Like I know those feet. I've seen those feet before.
Oh.
They're very identifying
How
feet.
ghetto ass is this courthouse that they can't have a separate entrance for the jury? Like what? They got to have the jury go
That's
in the
ghetto.
main door.
All right, good
Get
afternoon.
hard.
Let me apologize. You
For
know, we
wasting
try
your
so
time.
hard to make things go as scheduled, and sometimes it
And
just doesn't
defendants
happen.
identified by their
I
shoes.
can't tell you how much I hate it when you all are sitting there for that long.
Not
But
enough to do
sure
something
we're
about
doing
it,
the best
but,
that we
you know.
could. Is there anything that anybody
You never
needs to
know.
report with regards
Could
to
have
the
been a they.
admonition? Did everybody get their phones over here?
Whose soul is that?
We have one juror missing, as you can see. What we understand is he's fine. I don't want you all to be worried about him, but we have gone ahead and excused him for health reasons.
He's fine.
Also, Detective Tonelli, you'll see, is not here. With his permission, he has asked that I convey to you that he had to go out of state. His mother was having surgery, and we told him, go ahead and go. We are going to move into the next phase of the trial. When we left Friday, the state had rested their case. Would the defense like to call any witnesses?
Please.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Would you all
Ah,
oppose?
damn it.
What?
They got a good case, though. I mean, I have a little doubt. I don't know. It probably would convict, but I'm just saying from strictly what we saw in court, it was not good. Seriously, that's what I said. David, Jamba the Hutt.
Isn't it Jabba?
Yes. He's thinking of Jamba Juice.
Here I'm thinking,
Oh,
hang on, I've been
oh,
saying it
ah,
for all
ah,
these
ah,
years.
I expect to
pretty
see.
sure I can do-
Did you know Princess Leia is chained up in a bikini under the desk? Get it?
What? No.
In Star Wars,
Get the
Princess
rest of
Leia
us
was in a
here just a moment.
bikini
You
and
have
chained
some-
up next to Jabba the
something
Hutt
else?
in the third Star Wars.
Really?
You never saw that?
No.
Back me up, chat.
Jump of the Hutt is kind of genius.
That's Count, not Jabba. Yeah, it's Sesame Street. Well, I guess if they were going to rest, they had to figure out jury instructions probably before closing.
Yeah, jury will convict. They mostly do. Yes, it's 2023. They love
Yes.
to convict.
I'm just saying that the state
There
did
should
not
be
do a good
14
case.
Copies of instructions.
Not necessarily, no.
I mean, if the guy wasn't such a piece of shit,
True. Who?
I could see.
Well, he's behaved himself at this trial.
He has. Which makes me think it was all a game to him before.
Yeah.
David.
Yes, Bobby.
Bobby is mad.
What about?
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
You
I
haven't
am
seen Star
going
Wars.
to instruct you on the law of the case. That's what you're getting a copy of, is your instructions as jurors. After I have instructed you, and that is a thing that I must do, is read through these
What do you want
all
about?
the way for all of you.
Star Wars, I think.
After I have read the instructions, the attorneys will give closing arguments.
Oh, we're
Closing
getting closing
arguments,
today.
just like I told you in opening statements, are not evidence, but they are the lawyer's chance to talk to you about how they sum up the evidence and recommend how you should find after closing arguments. Now, after closings, you will retire to the jury room, where the first thing you're going to do is select a foreperson.
Don't tell me what
That
to
person
do.
will preside over your deliberations. It doesn't matter really who it is, as long as you all agree that that person will be the foreperson. The foreperson's copy of your instructions, it really doesn't matter, but you need to have like one official copy. So generally the foreperson's copy will be the copy that you sign. There's no reason for the foreperson to sign any more than one copy, and that will be the copy that you return to the court. If you go back for deliberations and you have a question, please write it out and then knock on the door. There will be a deputy stationed outside the door of the deliberation room
It's gotta
at
be a
all
boring job.
times. So if you have a question, you are allowed to ask questions. You would write it out knock on the door or open the door, let the deputy know you have a question, and hand the deputy the paper.
If you need a food
And,
break, just let my
then
deputy
we
know.
will discuss it in here, and I may or may not answer your question. The same
Wait.
thing for when you reach a verdict. Just let the sheriff stationed outside your door know that you have reached a verdict, and we will bring you back in as soon as possible. Now, during deliberations, you can only talk to each other. The deputy will keep your phones. I'll give you a break before that if you need to call anybody and let them know that you might be here a while. If during your deliberations you need to use your phone or you have some kind of an emergency, please advise the sheriff. They, as I said, will be posted outside the door at all times. They will come and tell me and see if it is okay for you to use your phone. There are restrooms also in the area where the deliberation room is, so you don't need to leave for that purpose. All right, at this point, I'm going to read the instructions to the jury. In the case of 16 CR 1891, Commonwealth versus Brice Rhodes, these are the jury instructions. Presumption of innocence. The law presumes a defendant to be innocent of a crime, and the indictment shall not be considered as evidence or as having any weight against him. You shall find the defendant, Brice Rhodes, not guilty unless you are satisfied from the evidence alone and beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If upon the whole case you have a reasonable doubt that he is guilty, you shall find him not guilty. Unanimous verdict. The verdict of the jury must be in writing, must be unanimous, and must be signed by one of you as foreperson. You should use the form provided at the end of these instructions in writing your verdict. Right to remain silent. A defendant is not compelled to testify, and the fact that the defendant, Brice Rhodes, did not testify in this case cannot be used as an inference of guilt and should not prejudice him in any way. Tainted evidence. If you believe from the evidence that there existed certain items that were potential evidence and that the agents or employees of the Commonwealth unintentionally tampered with them, you may but are not required to weigh this evidence in favor of the defense. Definitions. Intentionally. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result or to conduct when his conscious objective is to cause that result or engage in that conduct.
Wow.
Wantonly, a person acts
I hate to see you
with
go, but I
respect to a
love to watch
result
you walk
or to a
away.
circumstance when he is aware and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur.
Aw,
or
I just saw you use bitch.
The risk must be of such nature and degree that disregard thereof constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that a reasonable person would
What is
observe
EU
in the
doing?
same situation. Complicity means that a person is guilty of an offense committed by another person when,
Yoo-hoo.
with the intention of promoting or facilitating the
Hello.
commission of the offense, he solicits, commands, or
Yeah.
engages in a conspiracy with
You
such
tell
a
that cat who's boss.
the offense, or aids, counsels,
Yeah.
or attempts to aid such person in planning or committing the act. Official proceeding.
Woohoo.
Is a proceeding
You
held
naughty
before
minx.
any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency or official
Who's
authorized
the
to hear
dog?
evidence.
Oh, you could hear me?
Yes.
Instruction
Oh,
number
that's
1A,
awkward.
murder, as
Yes.
Christopher Jones. You shall find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following.
I could hear
A,
the
that in
dog
this county
up
on or
there
about May
Oh.
4th,
going berserk.
2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed
No,
Like when I call
Jones
him
by
bitch.
himself or in complicity with others by shooting him with a firearm.
I heard
And
that.
B, that in so doing he caused
The
the death
dog is
of
out there
Christopher
going
Jones
nuts.
intentionally,
Why?
or that in so
Why?
doing
What is-
he was
what is he
wantonly
doing?
engaging in conduct
Sarah
which
won't come
created
anywhere
grave
near the
risk of
door.
death
The
to
dog's out
another,
there.
and thereby
Aw.
caused the death of Christopher Jones under circumstances manifesting
No one
an
has
extreme
noticed.
indifference to human
There's not
life.
just a kitty cat up there.
Please indicate your
There's a
verdict
Santa
also
hat on.
shockwave.
form number 1A. The verdict
I
must
noticed that.
You're
correspond with the
getting
instruction
shocked
numbers.
there, Dali. See?
If you find
Oh,
Mr.
is he
Rhodes
like
not guilty
Harry
under this
Potter?
instruction, proceed to
Kind of
instruction
like Harry
number
Potter.
1B.
Yeah.
If you found Mr. Rhodes guilty under this instruction, the verdict
I'm sure you
form
can
will
play with
also
some prisoners'
require you to
wands.
make a determination as to whether or not you unanimously believe Mr. Rhodes acted intentionally or he acted
If I do
wantonly,
video
as
backgrounds, I'd
those
like them
terms
to
are
be
defined
very
herein.
subtle, because
Please
otherwise they
only
get
answer
brilliant.
yes if you all unanimously agree that his actions were intentional, as that word has been defined. There will be a further proceeding at which he will fix his punishment. Next is to proceed to instruction 2A.
Who's my sailor's wallet?
Instruction
Budget?
1B, second-degree manslaughter as to Christopher
I don't know
Jones.
who that is. I'm
If
going
you
to
do
look it up.
not find the defendant, Brice Rhodes, guilty under instruction number 1A, you will find the defendant guilty of second-degree manslaughter under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 4th, 2016, and before the finding of the
Been
indictment
anywhere
herein, he
near a
killed
brush at
Christopher
any point in
Jones
time.
by
Yeah.
himself or in complicity with others by shooting him with a firearm, and B, that in so doing he was acting wantonly, as that term is described in the definitions herein. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 1B, then move on to instruction 2A. Instruction 2A,
Oh, I know
murder
who you
as
mean.
to Maurice
Yeah, I
Gordon.
know who you mean.
You shall find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Maurice Gordon by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing he caused the death of Maurice Gordon intentionally, or that in so doing he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of
What
death
did
to
you try and
another,
say, Bobby?
and thereby caused the death of Maurice Gordon under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 2A. If you find Mr. Rhodes not guilty under this instruction, proceed to instruction 2B. If you find Mr. Rhodes guilty under this instruction, the verdict form will also require you to make a determination as to whether or not you unanimously believe
it's interesting
Mr.
to
Rhodes
look at
acted
him
intentionally
compared
or
to
he
the
acted
photo in the
wantonly,
bottom left.
as those
Which do you
terms are
think is
defined
more
herein.
handsome?
Please only answer yes if you all
I think,
unanimously
the
agree
top
that his
right.
actions were intentional, as that word has
More
been
handsome?
defined. There will be a further proceeding at which
I think
he
he's
will
a
fix
handsome guy with his
punishment.
pubic hair chin.
Next, proceed to instruction 3A.
But I gave
Instruction
you
2B,
sparkling
second
pubic
degree
hair.
manslaughter as to Maurice Gordon. If you do not find the defendant Brice Rhodes
Okay, so
guilty
Stray
under
would.
either instruction number 2A, you will find the defendant guilty of second degree manslaughter under this instruction if and only if you
I
believe from the
bedazzled his
evidence beyond a
pubic hair.
reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Maurice Gordon by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing he was acting wantonly, as that term is described in the definitions herein.
And those lips took a
Please
lot of
indicate your
work.
verdict
Lots of
using
people
form
contributed
2B,
to
then move on to
helping me
instruction
understand
3A.
how to do the chola lips.
Oh,
Instruction number 3A, murder as to Larry Ordway. You shall find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following.
Thank you, Stray.
A, that in this
Putting
county
that
on or
one
about
on
May
to,
22nd, 2016,
Discord.
and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Larry Ordway by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing, he caused the death of Larry Ordway intentionally, or that in so doing, he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another, and thereby caused the death of Larry Ordway under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 3A. If you found Mr. Rhodes not guilty under this instruction, proceed to instruction 3B. If you find
Don't
Mr.
they
Rhodes
give this
guilty under this
instruction after
instruction, the
closing
verdict form will
arguments?
also require
not all.
you to
It
make a
depends
determination as to
on the
whether or not you
jurisdiction.
unanimously
I've heard it
believe
before and
Mr. Rhodes acted
after.
intentionally or he acted
I prefer
wantonly,
it before,
as those
but
terms
that's
are
just me.
defined
I
herein.
prefer afterwards too.
Please only answer
No, I prefer it
yes
before
if you all
closing,
unanimously agree that his actions
because
were
then you know what the
intentional, as that word
charges
has been
are.
defined. There will be a
So-
further proceeding at which you will fix
You-
his punishment.
the lawyers
Next,
can
proceed to
argue
Instruction 4.
the charges to you, and you
Instruction
already heard them,
3B, second-degree manslaughter as to Larry
but
Ordway.
that's just my opinion.
If you do not find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under Instruction
I agree,
2A,
Stray.
that should be 3A.
All dudes look better in suits.
You will find the defendant guilty
It
of
has to
second-degree
fit really well,
manslaughter
though.
under this instruction if and
I
only
hate
if you
suits
believe
so
from the
too.
evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Larry Ordway by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife. And B, that in so doing, he was acting wantonly as that term is described in the definitions herein. Please indicate your verdict using Form 3B, then move on to Instruction 4. Instruction 4, tampering with physical evidence. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of tampering with physical evidence under this instruction if, and only if, you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in Jefferson County on or about the 22nd day of May 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered items from 763 North Height, including a pink blanket, the knife, and or the backseat of the blue Mazda, and that in so doing, he believes that an official
backseat
proceeding may
is
be
part of
pending
it.
or instituted against him,
Yeah.
and he did so with the intent to impair the availability of the evidence at such a proceeding. Please indicate your verdict using Form 4, then move on to Instruction 5. Instruction 5, abuse of a corpse, Maurice Gordon. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of abuse of a corpse under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. That in Jefferson County on or about the 22nd day of May 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, placed the body of Maurice Gordon in a yard off an alley and attempted to burn him, and that he had no legal authority to do so, and that in so doing, he intentionally treated Maurice Gordon's body in a way that would outrage ordinary family sensibilities. Please indicate your
Family
verdict using
sensibilities.
verdict form 5, then move on to Instruction 6. Instruction 6, abuse of a corpse, Larry Ordway. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of abuse of a corpse under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. You see there's a typo where the word following is written twice on this one and the one before. That in Jefferson County on or about the 22nd day of May 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, placed the body of Larry Ordway in a yard off an alley and attempted to burn it, and that he had no legal authority to do so, and that in doing so, he intentionally treated Larry Ordway's body in a way that would outrage ordinary family sensibilities. Please indicate your verdict using Form 6. This is followed then, ladies and gentlemen, by a single verdict form for each instruction that I have just read to you. You will need to follow those instructions, and as I said, have the foreperson sign as appropriate in line with your verdicts. Now, we are going to have closing arguments. I expect that they will last until about 5:15 or so, maybe 5:30. Would anyone like to take 5 minutes to step outside and make any calls or anything that you might need to make? Because once we're done with that, you go straight into deliberations. That's up to you all. It just depends, on how it goes. So does anybody need to step out? All right, let's take 5 minutes. I'll have you come back at 3:35. Please remember the admonition is still in place.
Yeah. Ooh, you rock it, ma'am. Oh, sir. Oh, sir, we don't wear sweatpants to court. Ooh, those are nice shoes. Fancy. Sir, we don't wear jeans to court either. For the love of Christ. What the hell are those shoes? Let's look at the seal's feet.
Am I okay? No.
Am I okay? No.
But I'm going to keep going until I am.
That's the spirit, ma'am.
She's overwhelmed.
God damn it, Stray.
Shut up.
Stray, you told her. No, I just noticed like 10 seconds ago. And then I was going to like post something in chat like, guys, I'm mute.
You suck. You suck, you suck, you suck. I muted myself for a reason. It's because I was making noise. Like, unlike some who sit around just going all day.
Not all
Just
day.
listen to it. Yes, you do.
Well,
Yes, you do. Actually. Yeah.
You can't hear
Unlike
it.
some. Yes, we can. We can hear it.
Can you hear it now?
Yes. Is that? Are you slurping something?
No.
You are.
No, I adjusted the fade.
Oh. The only one who sucks in you is Brusher. Yeah. Where's that? Who's flushing a toilet?
I'm adjusting the mic volume.
Okay. Anyway.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to adjust my mic to make it better for the audience's audible pleasure.
Okay. Right. So anyway, I'm just going to share this tab instead for a sec. What do you guys think? Like one of these wigs?
Ooh, the girl in the bottom fourth hidden is kind of cute.
Okay. Or should we go like a girl wig? Like, blonde wig.
I never sound dirty.
Oh, look at this dude.
Oh.
Or like that. What do you think? Share wig. Geisha wig.
A gay wig?
Ooh. That could work.
Rawr.
Hmm.
You naughty minx.
Punk mohawk wig. Let me have a look. Oh, not just punk mohawk wig. No, yeah, because they pose them all on the side, don't they? To show off the mohawk. No, I think I like the geisha one better. All right. That's not geisha. All right, so look at images. Yeah, I think I like that one. That would look good on him, don't you think?
Yeah, and compliment his eye color.
It goes with the kissy lips.
Yeah.
Oh, he is a little bit on the side, isn't he? He's looking that way.
Yeah, rawr.
Yeah. Rawr. So maybe like something like that or that might work. Like the third one in.
Yeah.
Go to Amazon. All right, let me just download that. Oh, hang on, what images do they have of it? Oh, that could work. Oh, hang on, we've got more only feet. Just a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tease.
yeah.
Ooh, yeah, just the tip. Sir, can I see your tip? Pretty pleased with a cherry on top. Oh, yeah. Rawr.
Geez, they really made them stick to the 5 minutes this time. Look, 5, 4, 3. And we're on. Well, not really, but close. Like they're in. They're in the stables. It's quite amazing, really. Right, and the dude walks out. They're going to close the
Rawr.
gate.
Mm.
You know what I think we need?
Let's see them little piggies.
You know what I think we need? You know what I think we need at this point?
Love.
No, it's too low.
Oh, yeah. Mm. Show them little piggies.
For God's sake. Oh, some of them were missing.
Oh, yeah. Mmm. Mmm.
Oh, the red
Hate,
ones.
hate to see you jurors go, but love to watch you walk away.
Finally.
Sir, like,
You're late.
how baggy do you wear your pants, sir? Where the hell is David? I don't know if I have
Have
that.
any sound yet?
No. Do I have porn music here?
Huh? What?
No, I don't have the 70s porn music for you.
Oh, damn. It's time you handed it over.
I need to find it.
You've got it. It's on your stream now.
Just hang
I know.
loose, blood. She's gonna catch up on the rebound out in a minute.
What it is, Big Mama? My mama raised no dummies. I does a rap.
Got me some slack, Jack.
I speak jive. I think they might be talking. You need to stop.
No brains in it.
I don't
He's
think they are.
talking. He is. Look.
Okay, well, the audio isn't working, so that's
Why
on
is
you.
the audio not working? Why?
Want me to get drunk and call the courthouse?
Oh, it's not me. I know. The chat over there is going sound, no sound. Hello,
Boomers.
boomering. Why are they boomering? No sound. Oh God, court really?
Somebody send Court TV an angry letter.
True crime. Sorry, law and crime.
No, I think it's Court TV.
They boomed.
Court TV, it's the Court TV's feed, and then they pipe it out to everyone else.
Oh, they are okay. They're going nuts. Oh,
Do I?
Dear. Okay, I'll show you.
Thank you,
what I
Veal.
mean. Look, see?
Hold on. I have.
Let me see if there's another channel. Oh, here we go.
How am I
Sorry.
now, Veal Daddy?
Maybe the next day.
It's you.
Inevitably, the sun came out. When
The sun came
out, that
It was morning.
cord that appeared to be so strong it looked like it
Thank
would
you.
never collapse, never fall down. Every single time it did. Every time.
Feel free to let me know anytime, Veal.
The Commonwealth, in this case, bears a heavy burden. They admitted it in their open. They bear the burden to prove to you every element beyond a reasonable doubt. And at times, they have seemed to have built the strongest, toughest fort that was going to last forever. I want to suggest to you that when you look at it and really think about it, it isn't so.
Now what?
Your job.
The Bane?
Oh no, it's all right.
The Bane was my cat. Sorry.
Not just
It's okay.
It's multiple things.
Can you like turn it all the way
The
up?
most important thing
I'm trying.
you do
Okay.
is you try to make sense from this witness stand of what really happened. You take the pieces of evidence that you have and you evaluate them. Decide which parts have credibility, which parts don't. When you're thinking about their case and you're thinking about what they proved beyond a reasonable doubt, that's what you have to go from. The evidence that you actually heard
Thank you, Stu.
from the witness stand. Because the other part of your job, and there's the reason there's 12 of you, right? Because you caught something and maybe you missed something.
How's that,
You
guys?
caught something else, maybe you missed something else. And that's why you get to talk, right? You're not going to do separate analysis. You sit in a room together and you have your notes. Some of you took a lot of notes, some of you took a little notes. That's up to you, right? That's your business.
Cool. Thank
But
you.
you get to talk to each other and you'll have the instructions from the court. And the instructions from the court are very important. That's why not only judge read them out loud, but each of you gets a copy. Those represent the actual law, the law that matters in this case. And then you get to do something that's sort of amazing, really. You get to apply the facts of this case to the law. That's part 2 of your job. You get to say, okay, now we've decided what happened. We've done the best we can to figure it out, right? And now we look and we say, did the prosecutor, did they meet their burden? Did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt? And then if they did, what did they prove? Because as the court read to you, there are multiple possible options. And then you're the ones who choose. Now, I'm going to talk to you for a little while, tell you what I saw, what I observed, what I think. The prosecutor's going to get up and do the exact same thing. Okay? What I say is not evidence. The prosecutor says it's not evidence. What you heard in the witness stand, that's the evidence. So let's talk about credibility for a second. You really heard 2 types of evidence in this case. You heard a lot of evidence from either police or people who work with the police. And then you also heard evidence from the other suspects. I'm going to talk about those separately. So because I want to be clear. I want to try and be as clear as I possibly can. There were a lot of witnesses who either were police or worked with the police. And they told you little pieces, really. No, there's a little piece, sort of like a puzzle, little piece here, little piece there. Sometimes they fit, sometimes they don't. The prosecutor's going to tell you that they all fit. It all makes sense. It's clear, crystal clear. It's not. You know them. You sat in this room. You heard the evidence from that witness stand. In their opening, the prosecutor talked about, I want to get this right because I wrote it down, a monstrous bloody scene. I think those are the exact words the prosecutor used. Monstrous bloody scene. But we heard from the witness stand that was not true. What we heard from the witness stand is that there was an entire bunch of officers with a search warrant who can look at whatever they want that's on that search warrant, right? And went in the scene in high
Apart from the car seat.
right? We heard a lot of evidence. And they walked through and they didn't see much of anything.
Certainly not a
They
car
walked
seat.
through and they left. They took off and were gone for, though there was a little quibbling about it, it was about an hour and 45 minutes, something like that, before they decided they were coming back for the new search warrant, right?
We're going to
This
find
was
the car seat.
no monstrous bloody scene, blood everywhere, any of that sort of stuff. And we know that from the actual testimony we heard in the witness stand. But that's not what the prosecutors want you to think. They want you to picture the
Oh, is
difference.
this defense first?
I'm going to
Yeah.
ask you to
Oh, okay.
remember. Remember what the
Oh,
real
sweet,
evidence
hey.
was from this real witness stand. We
So I have to give
heard
credit to the prosecutor
that the police
for like dying and
weren't
stuff.
even able to videotape the scene. Sure would have been helpful
I agree.
to all of you. Would have been helpful to me. If there had been a videotape showing us what it really looked like that first time they went in, or the second time they went in, they said they had new evidence. They're going back 2 hours later, approximately. And on the third day of trial, we get handed a videotape, the missing videotape, which is completely, utterly black. Doesn't show that. That's not helpful. That doesn't help you. Doesn't help me. Doesn't help anyone understand anything. Right? It's important to remember what you actually saw, what we actually learned from the witness stand.
Excuse for a sec.
You know, there was
Woohoo,
right
right
here,
channel.
these photos that I tried so hard to find the other day. Found them in advance. You know, there was all the testimony. We saw it on the big screen. This dramatic, lighting up blue. And that's the drama. And you see it, and it has colors and lights. But the actual testimony is that none of this was blood. That's, I'm going to suggest to you, that's smoke and mirrors. I don't know what's showing you these photos where stuff lights up and then it turns out it's actually not evidence. That is not helpful. It's like anti-evidence.
Yeah, I really like this guy.
That is not something that is useful or helpful. And it definitely is not something that helps them prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the opposite. But it is concerning when people get on the stand and they talk about their degrees and they talk about how hard they worked and they did these things, and then they act like they found something when they really didn't.
Did he say anti-evidence?
Yes. I love it.
It's always
That's
good
new.
to stand up here and beat up on them.
Anti-evidence. It's the opposite of evidence.
Do good things, they also do bad things. We know it, right? We all know it. Anybody reads the newspaper.
Oh, this was Kentucky.
They're not perfect. They're not
Oh, that-
completely imperfect.
Sorry, what?
This is Kentucky. The defense goes first in Kentucky for closing.
Oh, that's
Then the
normal, isn't it?
prosecutor does
Okay.
the closing. There's no rebuttal.
Okay, is anti-evidence a thing in Kentucky?
No, I've never heard of it. I mean, he's mocking their shit investigation. And it was a really awful investigation.
Hey, Nando Sniffer. It's the anti-evidence.
But the important
power
part,
starts.
what matters to us here, what they did in this case, what they didn't do. I don't know, maybe it's normal to not do a report for 2 years. Try and do it from memory 2 years later, all this time later, try and get those facts, and then come into court and act like they know
link,
what
David.
happened. Maybe
This
that's
is really
normal.
good.
Seems a little bit weird to me. But we know from this witness stand that that's the sort of thing that was happening in this case. That one officer said when he had to fix something in his report, he went and did an addendum and typed it all up
An
and showed right up. That
This is
first
fake.
detective you're talking
This
to
is a
said it's
fake
impossible. Once
evidence.
it's down there, just stays
Fake
there.
news, people.
That was his explanation for how he
Fake
made a
investigation.
I like it
mistake.
better than fake news. I think
How he said there
anti-evidence
were
is
6
better.
shots when there was actually 1 shot. He said, I couldn't possibly go back in and fix it. It's been 7 years. Couldn't possibly do another report that explained something as
I
important
think that's
as
it, man.
6 shots, 1 shot. I know that's not 6. I don't have 6 minutes. But what are some of the other things, some of the really big things, some of the very
Just
important
decided
things
talking to the
that were
microphone.
alluded
all of a
to,
Found the
sudden.
mic.
but not really explained from this witness stand?
Anti-news.
They told you, multiple witnesses, most recently Detective Tonelli, but multiple witnesses told you that there were other adults at Hyde Avenue that night.
Anti-evidence.
Detective Tonelli said there was the dark-skinned man and the light-skinned man. There was also
very
a
racist.
Caucasian
Like the
woman.
dark-skinned man and the light-skinned man.
They finally sort of agreed that the Caucasian woman had left before much happened, maybe.
Sir, I don't
But
see
but
how-
she had been there.
Man.
They're unable to figure out who this person was. It is confusing to me why, when they have Carter and Taylor, and we're going to talk a lot more about Carter and Taylor,
And Toto.
why Carter and Taylor couldn't inform the police who this missing woman was. I would have liked to hear from her. I would like to know. I have investigators who work for me. If the police don't want to interview her, I want to interview her. I want to know what she has to say. Because I don't think that what we heard on the witness stand about Hyde Avenue is honest. I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's credible. I don't think it's true. But we don't get to hear that. But we also heard about the light-skinned man and the dark-skinned man. Now, Detective Tonelli said, well, we just never were able to figure out who the light-skinned man was. I can't invent somebody. Remember? Just
Well,
just
what if
happened,
it was
right?
him?
It's Friday.
Yeah, you're is a pretty light-skinned black
But
man.
Quite light-skinned.
he didn't say he
really.
didn't know who the dark-skinned man was. In
What
fact,
dark-
he told us who the dark-skinned man was.
Who was it?
Why in the world was that man not on this witness stand?
I'm fascinated.
There's another eyewitness to all of this. He knows who he is, and we never heard him.
Yeah, good point, straight.
Never heard what he had to say. That
Where
doesn't
were
make any sense to me
you?
at all.
Colonel Sanders?
This guy is pure
Just
Kentucky.
Gone.
You're in Kentucky?
The police were picking and choosing.
Italian.
Italians?
The government
And
was
when that
picking
would
and
be
choosing
available?
what they showed
next week
you in
sometime?
this courtroom.
Maybe even the end of this week. As soon as I make up names for him, Nandor.
Yeah.
Now, the
You gotta
police had
do
already
the
decided
logos and stuff.
who they wanted.
Oh,
They already
that
had
won't
their
take me
count.
long. But
Yeah.
just the name for me is the
No
thing.
matter what you think about the police,
And
good,
Any
bad, or
token, that
wrong,
would be cool.
when the police think they got their guy, that's what they do.
Um,
And the problem is, Sometimes
thinking
they're right,
like
sometimes they're just wrong.
maybe animals that kill you, or maybe
But-
names for hearsay exceptions.
They are tenacious.
But I think they should be hella somethings. Everything should be
I don't
hella
know,
this, hella that,
Detective
hella
Nunn, I'm
that.
not up here trying to say I do. Never met him before this trial started.
We need a working professional
Strikes
name
me
for
as
your
someone
price.
who
Oh, you mean
made
a whole name?
decision And decided he was going to charge Brice Rhodes no matter what. And then he did.
Becky
And
is a
then
whole
he
name
stuck to
to
it.
you, put away.
No matter what.
Hellas Angels.
I want to suggest to you that that is not the way
Pretty good.
our legal system is supposed to work. The good news is
A whole name.
that final 12, I know it's 14 of you now, who sit on this case act as a check to that. Because no matter what the police think for the last 7 years, no matter what they did for the last 7 years, no matter what the prosecution thinks, it's your verdict that counts. You know, when we're talking about things in this case that don't make sense, it's funny. I have kids. After a while, when your kids do or say the same goofball stuff, after a while, it seems normal to you. My kids pronounce the words "I love you," "I love you." That's how they pronounce
This is
it.
interesting.
After a
He's
while, it
talking
seems normal
about
to me. I type it.
pronunciations
I pick
now.
up word, just for my family, right? That's normal to me. That may sound like a strange thing to say, but what I want to explain is that the folks involved in this case have been hearing the same story over and over and over again. And after a while, it just starts to, it must make sense. I've heard it for 7 years. The death
Lawful
of
law.
Christopher Jones does not make any sense. I hope with your fresh sets of eyes and your ears, you heard that. And the first time you heard it, said, what? What? This doesn't make any sense at all. It's
Helen's devil.
fake or made up hit
Nick.
on someone
We have Vikings. Hey, Vikings.
where maybe the wrong person.
Good to see ya.
It doesn't make any sense. This is not a
Maybe
plan.
pause and kind of give a brief rundown to them.
Kind of a
Should
plan.
do. Hello, Nick and me, Raid.
Thank you so much, Nick.
Thank you
You
so
are
much,
awesome.
Nick. That is so sweet of you. It's so good to have you here. So good to have you here, Nick, and so good to have all the Vikings here. We do have Vikings putting away. Would you say, except for one witness already came up with this story? Yep, I know. Okay, thank you, everybody. It's so lovely to have you. Nick, I believe you started a new trial today. Was it the Lisa Dykes one? Yeah, I've had a bit of a look at that one. It looks really, really interesting. But yeah, Dali and I had a bit of a look at that one last week. It was looking really cool. I hope you guys have had a great day already. We are just into closing arguments on the Brice Rhodes trial, and it's been a slow day so far. In fact,
Brutal.
we went into Photoshop and did him a little glow up, as you can see on our little Law and Crime cover over there. So that's not what he usually looks like, but that's an improvement.
Yes.
So we're into closing arguments, and his backstory is that this all happened in 2016. He's accused of unaliving a 40-year-old man who supposedly had a price on his head, but he was
the wrong
mistaken about that. Pardon?
Or was it the wrong man, or was he just mistaken about the price?
He was mistaken about the price on his head. We all make mistakes.
Hey, it happens to the best of us.
It happens to the best of us. But then he had a bunch of little kids with him. He was about 25 at the time. And for some reason, he hung around a bunch of kids. Go figure. And these impressionable young boys, the story goes that he is the ringleader, and he decided that two of the boys who witnessed the unaliving needed to be done away with. So he told the other two boys that they needed to stabby them, and they were stabby and their bodies were incinerated.
And then he got the kids to stabby them after he did, so they were all
Yes.
in it together.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, so the boys, actually the ones that were left, they pled guilty to murder, and they were given very, very lenient sentences by the state in order to come here and testify. I don't know where the third one is, but two of them did come and testify, and that is the major case against the defendant. He's very well known for causing a lot of trouble in his court hearings, but he's been quite well behaved here. But that is the major case against him.
And the shocking thing is that the defense the police investigation was awful. I mean, god awful. There's not a lot really tying him to the scene.
Yeah.
So it's the defense has, it's in 2023, everybody's convicted. But I see some reasonable doubt presented in the trial so far. I don't think it would be enough to sway me that he's not guilty, but I can see how the defense has a chance somewhat. It's just, and we came into this thinking it was an open and shut case.
Yeah, we didn't actually expect the defense to come in and say, "Oh, look, the state has basically had a vendetta against our client for years and years and years, and there's already been 3 people go to prison for this, and why are we even here when they've already admitted to it?" But they were kids, and he was the adult, and they all say that he told them that he must do it, that they must do it, and basically the kids were already unalived by the time that they were told they must stab and then clean up after the mess, basically. And they're traumatized by
it's
it.
good to give kids, chores and things like that. They need stability.
Anyway, so let's get into it. By the way, if you'll notice, there are band-aids everywhere and a little typey cat, because there's been a keyboard operator the entire time, and the keyboard sound has been really, really annoying. I think the keyboard operator sound is pretty much gone today, but I've kept the little cat because he's very cute. Also, the band-aids are, if you'll notice, the defendant has a giant band-aid on the back of his head, and we cannot work out why.
Yeah.
Go figure. Everyone enjoy.
Yes, they couldn't make it make sense on the witness stand, and they tried a little bit. And then, when it wouldn't make sense, they just passed the buck. But you know what it does sound like? It sounds like a sort of story, sort of explanation that would get cooked up by 2 teenagers when they're trying to come up with some version that makes them look a little bit good. Maybe I should say that back. Doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I hope he's
And
convicted.
when I say
This
2
guy is
teenagers,
a
of course, I'm
menace.
talking about Taylor and Carter, 2 cousins.
It's just not as straightforward as you
Had an opportunity, time to come up with something, both before their arrest and then time after the arrest.
And the Band-Aid right there is on the back of his head.
I have to talk about this car seat.
Charming.
I don't even know what to say about the car seat.
It's a handsome man.
It's so bizarre. It stands out like a sore thumb.
Like
So
the
when
Band-Aid.
prosecutor's trying to say our police officers, had the highest level of integrity, honesty, and professionalism, and you should take for granted all of the testing and all the evidence they collected. I want to suggest to you that the car seat really explains why you should.
Anyone check Craigslist for an ad for a car seat?
We certainly don't have a car seat. We don't have one in this court. You never
technician,
saw
car
it.
seat for sale.
I never saw it.
Craigslist. Is it slightly soiled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the police
Gently
under
used.
oath said you got a car seat.
Gently.
They are bloodstained.
In a few weeks, no, excuse me, a month after that, they were under oath again. And they said, we got the car seat. And they're writing, Detective Tonelli says, write this police report. After that, we got the car seat. Now, I know he's saying there's a lot of evidence, it's hard work.
I love
Can't
him.
know everything all the time. I hear that. But there's a few problems with it. One is that when somebody testifies under oath, like in this trial to you, you have to be able to rely on it. That's why we have people testify under oath. They're supposed to get it right. It is their job to get it right. And if they don't get it right the first time, we certainly expect them to get it right the second time. If they don't get it right the second time, we don't expect them to put it in their police report, which gets sent to all of us, so we can do our job, so we can have the evidence, so we can explain everything as best we can to you. But that's not really the part that's a shocker. The part that's a shocker is 3 years later. You can have all the excuses about overwork and lots to do and everything. I'm sorry I testified incorrectly under oath, and I'm sorry I testified incorrectly under oath again. And I'm sorry I put it in that report. I didn't fix it. But none of that holds water 3 years later. He said, I didn't realize until the fall of 2016. Okay. It's going to be up to you to decide how much slack you want to cut him. It is. It's not me. It's you. I'll tell you this. 3 years later,
He's flashing gang
in
signs.
this courtroom, when he tells a judge, a different judge, but a judge in this case, that case has been going so long, we have had change of judges. When he tells a judge in the courtroom, when we're having a whole big hearing, like you heard, on all the evidence, what's the biggest piece of evidence? He says, well, I guess it's going to be the big car seat that I bring up here. He told you under oath that he didn't realize what was really going on until the fall of 2016. How can that be correct when he's still saying the car seat 2019?
Jazz.
The prosecutor may get up here and say, everybody's overworking, sometimes people are slow. Sometimes people are slow.
This guy is the most Kentuckian Italian I've ever seen.
Oh, he's not Italian.
Nobody talks like one.
But he did that. He just went.
If sloppiness goes to the point of
Just
incorrect
selfish.
testimony under oath, how can we judge the credibility of the evidence that you have seen?
Rumor has it when he proposed to his wife, he accidentally smacked her in the head.
It raises serious doubts about faith.
Will you marry me?
Honey, will you marry me?
Judge even read an instruction that went to you about tainted evidence in this case. It's not just the defense attorney up here talking to himself.
Oh, that's good.
That's the law from the judge in this case.
That's a law from the judge.
Her.
But
The judge.
You can't see her.
what I want to talk
She's
to
wearing
you about,
camouflage.
but I think the most
Yeah, she's
important
hidden.
thing in this police investigation part that literally woke me up last night
What?
thinking about it. It's not the car seat. It's not. They probably thought it'd be the car seat, but it's not. But you know what I really would like to know, and what I think all of you have a right to know? I want to know about that truck.
This guy woke up in the middle of the night to
Burned truck.
worried about defending him.
Stolen truck. Where was that truck stolen? I want to know when it got burned. I want to know where it got burned. And most importantly, I want to know why it got burned.
Hey,
Because I'll tell you,
I'll
there's
tell
an
you.
awful lot
There's an
of
awful lot.
mud thrown
Mud
at
thrown
Brice
at
during
Brice.
this trial. But nobody ever tried to say
No,
he stole the truck, drove the truck, he burned the truck. You never heard those words from anybody,
Never.
Why in the
Never.
world
No. No burning truck.
Did that
Never.
truck get burned? And why don't I know more about it? Why don't you know more about it? Why didn't we hear more about it? Why didn't the police seem to care about it? So what do we know? What do we know under oath from this witness chair? Well, we know that Carter said he stole it. We
He
know that
stole
Carter
it?
and Taylor said that he stole it and drove it on the night of Christopher Jones' murder.
Maybe it was
We also
Carter.
heard Carter say that he hit Jones with the truck.
Oh,
Now, the ME talked about
This is
blunt force
good.
injury. I don't know if that's from the truck or not. I have no idea. I know he had blunt force injury to his head. It might be, it might not be. I don't know. Prosecutor might have some opinions about that. They may not. I don't know. But he had an injury to his head. But what I do know is that Carter said he hit him with the truck. He said he hit him while he was down on the ground with the truck. He said he ran him over. The prosecutor asked him, I remember the exact question. He asked him something along the lines of, well, you know, by mistake. And he said, no, I hit him with the truck on purpose. That's the prosecutor's witness. That's the believable, credible person the prosecutor has put on this witness stand. Is the guy who said he hit poor Mr. Jones while he's on the ground with a truck. For what reason?
This guy is amazing.
I don't know. I have no idea.
This guy is just amazing.
I think the prosecutor didn't know he was going to say that. I certainly didn't know he was going to say that.
Well, you can't know everything everyone's going to
Yeah,
say.
about the truck.
You should have an idea, I guess.
Well, you should have a
You really
fair
wanna know what
idea.
I
I
know
mean,
about that
But
I mean, the dudes that they were
he's
kids
trying
at the
to
time.
raise doubt and
Larry Ordway.
explain that
I
what the
get it.
prosecutor isn't doing a good job, and then like say things the judge said
Heard from witness stand.
that helped
I,
him.
I,
Their
He's
DNA
the
was
judge.
not.
I get that. I mean, but
Let's almost talk about this Mazda.
it's
But, yeah,
it's
was it
not
Mazda?
the linchpin. It's not
Wait,
going
is
to
he
make
playing
any
Candy
difference.
Crush?
There's this truck being driven by someone who has
He's playing
confessed
some game on
to
his
being
phone.
involved that is
The bailiff.
burned. We don't know why. We don't know
Like 5
when.
So it's a
seconds
dude
ago.
playing Candy Crush.
I don't know
Really?
what game it was. It was like 5 seconds ago.
I want to suggest to you that maybe that truck is actually what was driving the two
I'm
bodies
sure.
of those young men around.
I don't know. Peace Peony. I would guess.
That sounds like idle
Public
speculation.
defender.
I don't know that it is.
I would think they're public defenders.
Because why did he burn that truck? That night? There's all this talk about people trying to burn evidence, right? Was the truck burned the same night? The perfect and logical reason for burning the truck would be, in fact, that it had been used to transport the bodies of those two young men. Think
Oh,
about
sound.
the story that Taylor and Carter told about
Okay.
how the bodies were removed from the house. Now listen to it again.
Yeah, I mean,
They're putting
that's the thing though,
totes.
Pierce Penny. I mean, just
blue
because
bins.
they're public defenders
That's what they
doesn't
describe
mean
it
that
as.
they're not
One of
good.
them said,
No, no, there are
I
some
mean, I'm sorry,
amazing
I'm not just
public
talking to you,
defenders.
Peach Penny.
The issue with public
I mean,
defenders.
sometimes,
They've been
and they're often in private practice as well.
The issue with
um,
public defenders is they can be just as good as a private.
I can't
attorney.
hear you for some
No, we
reason.
don't have a Mazda. I wish we did. We'll get open
Okay.
front, take out a tote, try and fit it in.
The issue
We
with
don't have-
public defenders isn't that they aren't as good as a private one. They can be. Look at Steve Gosney. The issue is that they're overworked.
Mm.
A private attorney will have 5-10
Yeah.
cases at once. Public defender
Yeah.
has 100. So they just don't have the resources, the time to
Correct.
work on it. But
Correct.
there are very good public defenders.
I don't know how, like, someone like Ann Taylor, for example, like how she's doing it. Like, she's doing such an amazing job with Koberger.
Oh yeah.
And
I don't know.
like,
I don't know if she's a public defender.
she is.
Like, well, is she just like for this case? Because sometimes they get regular like private practice attorneys to cover for the
Oh, yeah.
public defender
Well,
caseload.
But yeah, well, I don't know. Like, she might be, but that doesn't make any difference, does it?
I
Really?
thought. Well, I mean, you're getting a really good attorney.
Mm.
By this, I mean, you're not paying for it.
Yeah, but doesn't
I mean,
mean
for a
that they've
case
got
like
any
this, they
time.
Cruz in Florida. They
Yeah.
even they spent millions on his defense. Millions.
On who? Sorry.
Cruz, the mass shooting
Oh, right.
that
Yes.
just
Yeah,
happened.
fair enough.
They even had
Yeah.
out of state attorneys coming in.
Yes.
So
Because of the weight of the case, sure.
yeah,
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean, my question though is that if it's a public, if someone's acting in a public defender role,
office.
even if they're in
Okay.
private practice, who's to say that they've got any more time to work on it than someone who is actually a true public defense in a public defense role? So they can be just as good of a lawyer. Yeah, so I really don't know, but anyway, we'll keep it going.
Use your common sense. All of you who've had a car, anything like that, those big coats don't fit. They're certainly not going to fit two in the back. You know what they fit in real easy? Back of the truck. No problem. No problem. So you get to decide completely. If all the things I just said don't work, you get to decide. You're completely empowered to do so. Right? But I'm going to suggest to you that they're worthy of discussion. They're worthy of discussion because the story you heard from Taylor and from Carter, I think is possible. It doesn't make sense. But the part that really bothers me is the lack
How is
of
it just
investigation and
suddenly
follow-up by the police of the truck. And I want to suggest to you
Probably
that I
the
believe it's because
court
they had
reporter.
just decided who they wanted to charge.
She's doing
They decided
minutes or
to
something.
charge him, that's it. And since he's not associated with this truck,
The
They're not
world's
investigating.
loudest keyboard.
that's not the way it should work.
I like
Did they
this
just
tie.
suddenly put a microphone in
It's
a
not the way it should
keyboard?
work. and It's not the way evidence is supposed to
Love his tie.
come into this courtroom so that it can be explained to you so that you can do your job.
Hey, Benjamin,
Hey,
it's the judge's keyboard.
So it's
Oh,
hot.
you think the
We're
judge
saying
just
stop.
suddenly started to
Taylor and Carter.
type?
oh, that could be.
That could be right.
They're
He's
cousins.
very heavy fingered.
She does have heavy fingers.
Means they know each other. They're tight. They said they were. They said they were close. How can we evaluate their credibility? Well, one way is, do their stories change? Well, yes, we know they do. The police,
I'll be right back.
prosecutors admit they do. They admitted that they did. There is no question that Carter and Taylor lied. The police are just saying that they like the last version. So that one's not a lie. But there's no question that they lied. There's no question they changed their story. They admitted they did. The police admitted they did. The prosecutor admitted. They changed their story. And that's one of the things that we look at and think about when we're trying to figure out if someone is credible, someone's being honest.
Interesting,
Do
Benjamin.
they change their story? We know that specifically they lied. That's another thing we look at. Not just a changed version, but a full-blown admitted lie. They admitted on the stand that they had lied. They said they were telling the truth on the stand, but they admitted they had lied in the past.
Oh, who hasn't
Taylor
lied?
said he was just trying to do the right thing. Just they were trying to do the right thing. I want to suggest to you that that is nonsense. How do we know it's nonsense? We know it's nonsense because when he first came in here, he refused to say a thing. If he is so gung-ho to tell you that's why he's here, he's going to do the right thing and say the right thing, then why did he refuse to say anything while you sat here? You have to leave the courtroom. He's still on the witness stand after you came back. Remember what he said? I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. He had to be threatened in order to answer questions. That is not somebody who's just in here trying to help, just in here to do the right thing.
100%.
He's doing the opposite. What he admitted when I asked him was he actually didn't ever want to be in a courtroom like this. And he didn't ever want to tell anyone because he didn't think he was going to get caught.
Yep.
It's going to be up to you to judge the credibility of that witness. But I want to suggest that he's not credible. He's not. He came in and told you he's not credible, and neither was Carter. Now, ironically, maybe you say, Well, if Carter wasn't telling the truth, he wouldn't have admitted he hit some guy with a truck.
Yes,
I don't know
Mandel.
what he was thinking in this courtroom.
I don't know
Carter
what
said he was the guy
he
that-
was thinking when he went out the door looking like that this
That's fine.
I
morning.
like the time.
Okay.
Think about some of the other just cold things Carter said. Said he hit Mr. Jones on purpose with the truck. No reason. When he was holding a cell phone that he stole from somebody he helped kill, or maybe just killed.
Hit Jones with truck. Didn't hit Jones with truck.
Phone calls from that young man's mother. And he kept the phone. And he just lied to her. So they're sleeping over. He actually said, when asked, I didn't care about her. That may not be an exact quote. That's what he said. He said, I think he might have said, I wasn't worried about her.
Look, I tend to think it's an awful.
That's the prosecutor's witness. These are the prosecutor's star witnesses.
Oh,
Confessed,
how would you call
admitted,
them stars?
actual murderers. Their final version is the best of the
They're
best.
just-
Their final version is, we
Okay.
participated in murders. That's the winner in the contest.
Is he a 4-year-old? Look at his writing.
They would have said anything the police wanted them to say in order to get out. And they both admitted that their testimony in this courtroom was so they could still have their deal. That's why they're here.
Okay, I need to get
But I
a
want to
better.
highlight 4 things.
I'm pretty sure this tie is hideous.
Come up here on this chart. Those 4 things I think are very important.
No, it's
Could have
hideous.
gone back through
Guys.
the versions they gave the police, the 126 page version, which is all nonsense. This is all basically chat out. And then their later version, and the later version. But to be honest, at some point, I think it's just because everybody has it. We have a but so here's what I did. I went back through only what they said in this court. Only what they said under oath in this courtroom to you, Carter and Taylor. I picked out 4 things. Why are they important? Because they both are claiming they're telling you the truth under oath. They say the opposite. So when you're judging their credibility, even if all you're judging from is what they said under oath to you in this courtroom, I'm going to tell you what those 4 things are.
Oh,
The first thing, I'm going to put Carter here. Judge, if you need me to give it this so you can see it.
Okay, thank you.
Carter was the person who testified first. It's N1. Here I'm going to put Taylor.
hey,
Taylor
Parabellum.
testified at the end of the day on Thursday. The first thing that they
Yes.
testified to you about under oath that they disagreed about, we just talked about, but I think it's worthy of the list. Carter said,
And I don't know if you know what I tend to call festive.
with
Festive can be any time.
truck.
Parabellum.
Taylor said, no, he didn't. You got to ask. Oh.
Don't hit the power button, Junior.
Are they like ceramic teeth, Bobby?
Didn't hit Mr. Jones with the truck. And the person who was driving the truck. We already
Junior.
talked about why I think that's important, because I think the truck's important.
Oh my God, his handwriting is so bad.
But let's talk about a different fact. And one that hopefully
Very
And I'm
bad.
saying that.
the gun that was used, according to the testimony in this courtroom.
Yes.
Carter was asked, point blank, where was that gun purchased? I can't ask you. I'm going to tell you what he said. What he said is
Cool, Parabellum.
purchased in a trailer park. Said that under oath in this courtroom right
Oh,
there.
really?
What Taylor said? Taylor said, I purchased it at the home of Larry and Maurice. Same gun, same day. Both prosecution witnesses under oath. There's no wiggle room there. One of those two, I'm gonna write it here. Specifically, he said he purchased it from a relative. Larry Ordway.
No, it doesn't look right online.
That purchase. But I was surprised when under oath the prosecution's second witness had a completely different version of that.
Peace Penny, apparently that's the custom.
Not some far off 7 year ago statement.
It's a Kentucky thing and a
Tuesday
couple other
and Thursday.
states.
No, Wednesday and Thursday. Those statements are made.
I wonder
24
whether
hours
that means that there's no, well, there wouldn't be any need for a rebuttal.
There's no rebuttal.
wouldn't
They
get a
just kind of
rebuttal.
skip the rebuttal and just.
Well, I suppose that's sufficient.
As much as, well, I think defense should go last,
Prosecutor may
but
say
other
the
than
second
that,
doesn't
I
matter.
think it's better.
Yeah.
Remember all the testimony about the vote? I'm not calling it a vote. I'm not quibble about vote. There's people talking about whether or not someone is going to be killed according to the testimony. Pretty serious stuff. The kind of thing that you want to get right if you're testifying about the details. Mr. Carter said that he was the only one who said no. And he was asked specifically about Taylor. He said Taylor voted for death. Taylor didn't even mention it when the prosecutors were asking questions. He didn't even bring up the conversation. When I asked him about it, he didn't want to call it a vote. Okay, don't call it a vote. I don't care what you want to say. But he didn't want to talk about it at all. When push came to shove, he testified under oath that he voted for life. He said, no. They can't both be telling the truth. Carter said Taylor voted for death. Taylor self-servingly told you all he voted for life.
Bobby.
Why do you think Mr. Taylor didn't want to tell you what really happened? Maybe it's because Maurice threatened him with a knife. Remember what Mr. Taylor told you about that knife? Mr. Taylor said the same knife he got threatened with by the victim was the one he held in his hand when he stabbed the victim. Same knife. Taylor has something to hide? Yes, he does. He admitted it. He was angry. Of all of the testimony, he's the one with an actual motive to do violence on that night.
Really? Why?
The
Because
last, a
is
very
this
significant difference.
The knife thing?
It's about those Timberland boots. The boots. What did Carter tell you? Carter said Taylor stole boots off one of the victims. That's what Taylor stole.
Oh, you're not going to say it's because of the boots.
I bet you remember what Taylor said. And I bet you remember because I bugged him about it and asked him about 12 questions about it. That he said, I didn't steal any boots, those were mine. Taylor said they were his. He didn't steal anything. Those were his. You know the problem with that? No matter how much these guys put their heads together and came up with a story, they did it 7 years ago. Their story from 7 years ago is going to have pieces they never talked about. And also, 7 years is a long time. There's a few pieces here and there. Funny thing about the truth, you don't have to hold on to that quite the same. You know, if somebody tells me a story and it's true, I'm going to expect that if they tell me that same story 5 years down the road, it's going to be pretty much the same. Now, that I might ask it different. They might tell it a little bit different, but it's not going to have these sorts of whoppers.
Look, I don't know about that, sir.
You know what else they didn't have the benefit of when they're putting their story together? They didn't have the forensics reports. Because when Mr. Taylor is saying, I didn't steal those, I own those are mine. Detective Vance told you that they belong to the victim, right? I asked Detective Vance, I said, Mr. Carter had an item that belonged to the victims. He had the phone. Detective Vance said, yes. I said, Detective Vance, Mr. Taylor had an item that belonged to the victims. He had these shoes. Detective Vance said, yes. Then I said, and Brice Rhodes didn't have anything that belonged to the victim. Detective Vance said, yeah, that's right. He didn't. But what else do we know about those boots? We know they were tested for DNA. They were tested in multiple spots. You heard the testimony from the DNA folks. And guess what? Mr. Taylor's DNA isn't on his own boots. Oops. It's not his boots. So, just like Detective Vance said. He's in here trying to look good. He's in here trying to protect himself and cover himself. He doesn't want to tell you the truth. When you're evaluating the credibility of the witnesses that you heard from this witness stand,
It's a pair of
remember
boots.
this. Testimony under oath spoken to you within one day. It can't be true. They can't both be true.
Dude, that's when
We
it
already
came-
talked about Mr. Taylor and the knife.
when it comes to the actual crux of the story,
They're in here. They're
they
in
do
here
line up.
because of these. Now you have copies of these. These are yours, right? Everything that got marked as exhibits.
100% old
There's
line.
a lot of photographs, to be honest.
Okay, I need to pause it.
We're gonna go back. And you
Old line. Can you be in my chat all the time? All the time. And can you sit on my shoulder in everyday life? Like all the time, right? Like I've said this before. Old line red. You say everything I'm thinking before I even can get it out of my voice box, and you say it in such a better way. Unless the boots are the murder weapon, this is dumb. Right? It's dumb. And I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to say that, oh, okay, they got these other bits and pieces wrong, so therefore they've got everything wrong. They lied about certain things, and so therefore they're lying about other things. Right? I get it. Yeah, I'll lie. I appreciate you so much. And I said a similar thing to Murph earlier today because I rate you and Murph very similarly, right? Both of you can have this uncanny way of being in my chat or in my messages or something and just articulating the thing I'm thinking about what's going on so succinctly. It's amazing, right? But something similar is happening in another trial I'm watching, the Lemon trial right now. And what the lawyers are doing is they're picking apart very, very minute details of discrepancies in the testimony of the witnesses, and doing so in order to try and show them to be uncredible, their credibility to be impeached, basically. And when it comes down to the end point, what's going on is that we have some people who have gone through a very traumatic situation. And here we have two men who were boys at the time. And the whole point of their testimony was that they were made to do inexplicable things to their friends, right? And in this case, they're saying that this man here who's on the stand made them inflict or violate their friend and then clean up the bloody mess and then help incinerate them, move the bodies, incinerate them, and leave them in an empty lot. And because their stories aren't lining up perfectly with all the evidence that's come out since and with each other, 7 years later, and some boots aren't exactly whose they say they were or whatever, that means we should not believe anything that they say, which is just ridiculous. They've been through trauma, and the mind that's been through trauma messes things up, and time messes things up. So it's very annoying. But I get that they have to do their job. But I hope that jurors see through that kind of thing. I hate it when jurors just take everything at face value, but I hope they see through that. That's my rant. And thank you for being here online.
You can have them, you can look at them as much as you want. Right?
Did he testify? No.
I want to suggest to you that you really do look at them. Okay. Those two witnesses, the ones who confessed to being part of murder.
That's true, straight. If their stories were identical, that wouldn't be realistic. No.
Nonetheless, this shows what they were looking at was up to life in prison on each murder, on each one, looking up to life. And what did they get?
I got to talk sometimes.
They're willing to come in here.
Otherwise, I'd just be long crying.
They're willing. Police on the side in this courtroom. It got reduced from life in prison for each murder to 5 years. 5 years. That's a pretty big drop. That's pretty big motivation. Just to make sure that they stayed motivated. In this document, it says, even after you serve your time, you're out, and you're done.
Yeah, I don't just keep blabbering on. I do stop.
If we don't like it, we want to say that we don't think you told the truth. If we can convince a judge that you didn't tell the truth, then you're back at life in prison. Times 3. So you better do your job and get in here and say what you got to say.
I think so too, Christy.
It's in black and white.
Bold statement.
So all of this, we're talking about credibility, all of this matters. Because you're going to have to decide whether or not the prosecutor really proved beyond reasonable doubt. Okay. I want to stop for a second. Why do we even have that? Why does that matter? Why is that the rule? We have that rule because there used to be a time that the police and the prosecutors could literally go out and grab somebody if they didn't like them. Grab them if they just thought that they were guilty. And then there was some. There are legal systems where you are presumed guilty and you have to prove your innocence. That's horrible. And one of them is Iran. I don't ever want to get arrested in Iran. I have nothing against the country per se, but that legal system, I don't want anything to do with it for a variety of reasons. Imagine how horrible it would be if the police got to say, I think you, I don't said, I think you did it. This is what we think. And from now on, you're in jail forever. So you can prove you didn't do it. How horrible is that? We made a choice in this country and we live by it, and we have excelled because of that. The government doesn't just get to do whatever they want and charge whoever they want and arrest whoever they want. Because when they do, it may take 7 years, but finally they end up here. And they end up with you. You are here to make sure that it's not a guess. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not a maybe. It's not a probably. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I'm not going to try and tell you what a reasonable doubt is. I'm not going to try and define it. That's up to you to decide. But it's a big deal. It matters. Didn't matter, you wouldn't be here.
Who keeps coughing into the microphone?
Him, maybe?
Oh, I think it's
Ask you
the prosecutor.
to remember all the way back. And I said it once before that there are two jobs.
It's gross.
When you go back into that jury room, your first job is going to be to figure out the best you can what the prosecutor proved.
Good, David.
Then, I'm not going to, the judge will read them all. I'm not going to read them at you. I'm not going to, you guys can all read them if you want to. but to apply the law and the instruction to what you believe the prosecutor proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not suggesting that's easy. Right? It may take a while. I don't know. It's gonna be up to you. You have to have the foreperson, frankly, runs the show back there a little bit. But I have complete faith that you have. I've watched. You're all paying attention, taking notes. I think that you will do both halves of the job.
David, what do you think of this guy's tie?
And I appreciate that you're going to do it. I'm going to ask you when you're doing that to remember the credibility of the folks who testified, and remember all the other things you know about the investigation. Things can't be, shouldn't be taken at face value.
Yes, and the tie shirt combo, Matt.
In the final analysis, the prosecution did not meet their burden. I think the police always assume, and government assumes, that if they can put on a big enough show, bring in enough people, that the jurors will just fall in line. Don't do that. You make your own decision, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. But you're more than just pawns for the police. You're the jurors in this case.
Oh, that is good.
What you do matters.
Oh, that is great.
That's harsh.
In the final analysis, the prosecution did not prove.
Oh, I like that.
The existence of an intentional murder that involves Brice Rhodes. It did not.
Oh, we don't want to be pawns for the
Look at those
police.
instructions.
We better make him not guilty.
In there, it's definition of want. It's a word that probably none of us ever use.
Want to side
It's
with
a
the
word in our
police.
language, and the law likes it. So that's why it's there, and you get a definition of it. Try and make sense out of it.
God, into
Jesus,
the
okay.
It's a
microphone.
little
It's
bit more wide
closed.
open because it covers
He's
an
the
awful lot
judge.
more territory. Just because it's wide open and may seem more like the prosecutor met their burden there, it's not. You will decide. And there are two different offenses that both require wanton rather than intentional. Again, that's all written down. Judge read it. You can look at it as long as you want. And hopefully it will make sense. It's 12 of you. That's how it doesn't make sense to one person, it makes sense to somebody else. But I'm going to ask you, let me go back.
I'm sniffling into the microphone.
All the evidence. The lack of credibility. So much of that.
Right now, Doc, a loogie.
Return a verdict. Not guilty.
Okay. I'm completely against the tie in general.
I like it.
Thank you. Ms. Jones Brown, like to make a closing argument.
Gentlemen of the jury, it was Brice Rhodes who decided that Christopher Jones was going to die that night. It was Brice Rhodes who shot him. It was Brice Rhodes who decided that Larry and Maurice had died. It was Brice Rhodes
So,
who
Christine,
stabbed them over
that closing
and over and over.
goes second.
It was Brice Rhodes who gave the knife to Anwan Carter.
So this is it.
to Corey
That closing
Taylor,
starts now.
To Tyrion Coleman, to the unknown man, to make sure they were all in it. He learned his lesson last time about people talking. It was Brice Rhodes who took those bodies to River Park and burned them. There are so many profoundly tragic parts of this case. I don't know which is the worst. There's Christopher Jones, father of 3, crossing the street in the West End. Nothing to do with any of this. Shot dead for the stupidest of reasons. Larry and Maurice, killed because they did what we would want any teen to do in this circumstance. Go to your mom. These 4 children, so desperate for adult male guidance that they keep hanging out with Brice Rhodes even after they became scared of him because of Christopher Jones's murder.
I've never heard that part of the
Mr.
testimony.
Corey,
Because they wanted to go
Who
to
had nowhere else to go, sleeping in stairwells, going over there even when he didn't want to, because that was a place where he could spend the night. Maurice tied up with the sock in his mouth, found, knowing his little brother's in the bathroom.
Hang on, I better change. the
Larry
back.
stuck in the bathroom, not knowing what's going on outside, we hope. And then Larry struggling when he comes out and sees the blood on the floor. Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor feeling they have no other option but to follow the orders of that man. who forced them to participate in the murder of their best friends. Forced them to clean up after, forced them into this life that they now have. Arrest, prosecution, juvenile custody, adult custody, felony convictions, prison, having to come to
You're
court
the
and
one that
testify.
charged them.
That is what this man has done to this entire group of children. Now, how do you know, based on the evidence presented here, that Brice Rhodes is guilty? A lot of it does have to do with the statements of Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, but their statements were corroborated by other evidence in this case. So let's go over what we have. First of all, this case is charged in complicity, and you'll have this definition with you. It's on your jury instructions. But it means that you don't have to worry about who stabbed the fatal stab. If you believe that Brice Rhodes orchestrated this, if you believe that he was in on it, if you believe that he was commanding or soliciting or engaging in conspiracy with them, you don't have to worry about what stab wound killed them. He is guilty of the whole act. To return to how do we know he is guilty, we will start with the murder of Christopher Jones. Now, Anwan Carter told you he was following behind the blue Mazda. He knew that Rhodes was in the driver's seat, or the driver's side rear seat. He saw Rhodes shoot out the window and kill Mr. Jones. He admitted, Mr. Carter did, that he drove over Mr. Jones. And Dr. Lippincott told you that there was a wound on the head, a bruising that could be consistent. We don't know if that head bruising was caused by running over. But whether it was intentional or not, we know that Mr. Jones would not have been in that road, lying prone to get run over by the pickup truck if Brice Rhodes hadn't just shot him. So again, complicity, he's in it. Now, Ja'Cory Taylor told you he was right next to Rhodes, and inside the Mazda when Rhodes shot and killed Christopher Jones.
Sounds like Bobby is projecting.
Bobby's projecting.
Okay, I like this. I don't know why they don't use actual testimony more in closing arguments.
Ja'Cory Taylor told you he saw Brice Rhodes shoot him.
That's true.
Now, both of them described the Mazda in front, the pickup truck behind, and you saw on the ring video
Like,
that
can you pause
Detective
it?
Griffin found on the block that night, from that night, that there is a small car driving past immediately following that pickup truck. And that tells you that they're not making this up. Ja'Cory and Anwan aren't making this up. Again, the shots that night, the one shot followed by 5. You heard that came in on the 911 call. Somebody said one shot followed by 5. Anwan Carter told you that after Brice Rhodes shot Christopher Jones, they drove down the block a little way.
Okay,
And he
I was
fired off
wondering
about
about
5
that.
shots at a house.
That could be.
One shot followed by 5. Now the defense
I've just never
pressured
seen it before.
Detective Griffin on why didn't you change the report when you only found one casing on the street? This is an example of why you don't change the reports. Because it is a fact that the 911 call came in that way. Then later they talked to Anwan Carter. They find out why there are 5 shots following. And this goes to show that they're not making the story up. Anwan Carter was there that night. He wouldn't have known about the one shot followed by 5 that came in on the 911 call unless he was there. Now,
You hear me now?
this,
No.
he was in front.
Yes, I can
He
hear
was
you.
in front in the Mazda. I don't know if he turned
Ray,
around,
can you hear me now?
saw what was happening. It makes total sense that he wouldn't have seen. He just saw Brice
I'm
Rhodes
sorry.
kill a man. Makes total sense that he didn't turn around and see what Anwan Carter did with that car. So we know that they were there.
We also know that I don't own a hairbrush.
I guess the defense wants you to believe that these kids just took a Mazda and a pickup truck over there to commit this murder for no reason. That's what doesn't make sense. 15 years old. Larry was 14. So Larry 14, Anwan 15. Then you have Maurice 16, Ja'Cory 17. But these 4 teenagers drove over there. They were there because Brice Rhodes brought them there. And the rest of the story doesn't make sense except how they told it. Larry and Maurice started telling their mother Brice Rhodes was mad about it and he killed them for it. This crime had an effect on these kids, as Ja'Cory told you.
You know what? Hey, Stray, can you tell Bobby that I can't see his chat?
The words and emotions of Ja'Cory Taylor, now age 25, having been to prison, having lived 7.5 years since that day. It affected him.
She's very pleased with it
It
too.
affected Maurice and Larry. And the defense pointed out that when Ja'Cory Taylor first came in here, he wouldn't testify. He started to, then he stopped. It took a while. As they said, he was threatened, but that was with contempt of court, the same thing any witness has to abide by. You come in here, you have to testify when you're under subpoena. He was here for what is possibly the scariest thing that happens to anyone, to come into a courtroom, to talk about what happened, tell about something that's horrific, public speaking, and he had to do it in front of the defendant and in front of the families of the victims. So it is no wonder that he was scared, that he was emotional, that it took him a while to get there.
That's good.
That's pretty good.
You got it.
So,
Yeah, you got it.
They were scared. Larry and Maurice told their mom. They can tell you wanted to do that. Brice Rhodes said, we got to kill him. And we'll talk about the instructions later on, but this is how you know it's an intentional murder. He told them it was a go.
Sure. Okay. If I call him Princess, then I can look at his chats.
And look, we have no reason to think that Christopher Jones had a price on his head, and I'm not saying that the person who did have a price on his head, if that person exists, deserved to die either. No one deserves to die that night. But he told that there was a person with a price on their head, and that's why they were going down there to collect this money. We heard from and Ja'Cory that the money was never distributed, so we don't have any proof whatsoever that Mr. Jones was anything but crossing the street. But that was Brice Rhodes' intent, to kill Christopher Jones, and this is his intent, to kill Larry and Maurice because they were telling. All right, now we come to Saturday, May 21st. Christopher Jensen told you that Rhodes borrowed his car that day, the Dodge Charger. Rhodes admitted in a statement that he probably was in front of Larry and Maurice's house in that car. Later, you have Ja'Cory Taylor and Juan Carter riding around with Q. They stop by Maurice and Larry's. Boys aren't home. They eventually head over to Rhodes's. Q drops them off. Imagine how relieved Q is that he decided not to go in there that night. So Juan and Ja'Cory arrive. Everything's fine at first. People present are Rhodes, Larry, Maurice, Tieran Coleman, unknown male, unknown female. I have a few things to say about that while we're here. The unknown female and the unknown male have never been identified because Detective Tonelli has nothing to go on with their complexion and their gender. These were a 15-year-old and 17-year-old witnesses at the time. They went into a house. They weren't introduced enough that they retained names from this situation, if they were introduced at all. Hung out with these people. Female left. The other guy stayed, but they couldn't describe him any more than light-skinned male. So Detective Tonelli can certainly not go rounding up every white female and every light-skinned male in this county, nor do we want him to. He could not continue that investigation without more to go on. But Juan Carter was able to give him more about Tieran Coleman. At the time, he was describing him as a dark-skinned male and was able to point out a rap video, local
Princess
rap video
Bologna.
that fellow had appeared in. So based on that, Tonelli was able to build a photo pack.
Yeah, you do have a tiara.
Show Juan Carter, he identified it, and then the investigation into Tieran Coleman took off. So with enough
And now we
information,
know
of
it's
course,
after
he
Christmas.
continued the investigation. He would have liked to have done it with the other individual, but he did not have that extra clue as to what direction to take the investigation in. Now, Tieran Coleman is obviously not here. You know that his case is being handled separately. If you believe the rest of this beyond a reasonable doubt, then that's one of those things I talked about in voir dire. Sometimes you do have questions. You're sitting there in the jury room, you might be like, well, I really would like to know why Tieran Coleman isn't here. If it's not A or B or C on the jury instructions, if it does not affect your reasonable doubt of those questions, set it aside. It's a question that you can ask afterwards, but not Do not let it affect you now if you believe everything else beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, to return to the events of that evening, we heard from both Anwan Carter and Jacory Taylor. Jacory and Maurice got into it. Maurice grabbed a knife. Jacory jumped back. Brice Rhodes took the knife from Maurice and hit Maurice. He then powwowed with everyone else. What Anwan Carter described as a vote and Jacory described as a conversation. Anwan remembers being the only one. Jacory remembers that he and Anwan did not want to do it. I don't know how he was phrasing things. I don't know what Anwan picked up from him. They are both telling about their memories. I skipped over this one. Purchase in a trailer park. I don't remember that, but if you do, go with your memory. But obviously, as far as the events of that night, with how this gun was purchased, as Jacory Taylor was the one who purchased the gun, we have a great memory of it. Anyway, votes for conversation, discussion. But what is important from that is that Brice Rhodes was still planning to kill them. He still had the intention that they die that night, but he wanted to make sure that everybody was involved. So he tied up Maurice, had Jacory punch him in the stomach as a violation, discipline, I guess. And then he began to stab Maurice over and over.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab him? Where did he stab him? Was he standing up or was he on his knees?
It's on his knees.
And he stabbed him in the chest.
Chest, stomach. His chest, stomach, on his torso.
He stabbed him in other places. How long did this go on for?
He stopped breathing.
Until he stopped breathing. You saw the autopsy photos. You know that he was stabbed over and over. Larry was in the bathroom. Rhodes dumped Maurice by the door and had them bring Larry out. And he stabbed Larry over and over. And again, you've seen the autopsy photos. We'll have them back there. I don't want to show the courtroom, but we heard the testimony.
Did you know what had happened to his brother? Was there blood in the spot that he was at? Did he respond to that?
Kick everything off. Get his hands intact. His hands free stuff.
Was his brother making any noise at that point?
Yeah.
So how many times did he get stabbed?
I don't know.
Just stabbing.
He stabbed until he's dead.
Brice did.
He passed the knife on him.
Who did he pass the knife to? Why did he pass you the knife? They're both dead, right?
Yeah. So we all would be in. So no, it's good.
He said we're all going to be in it. He wanted it to be on all of them now. He had learned his lesson on people talking. Jacory's description was similar. Was Maurice tied up at that point? What was used to tie him up?
Yeah.
Who did the tying?
It'd be good to know.
Where did you see where he was stabbing him? Do you know how many approximate times it was? What was Maurice doing while this was going on? Who was in the room while this was happening?
Yeah. Brice, two other people. He's pretty much fighting, like trying he made that one stab. Once that one stab, put him to the door to have me stared at him.
You were standing by the door?
Two other people that was in there, I didn't really know. They was already there. Yeah, so I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying? I can't do nothing, stand there. Where if somebody's gonna do some hustle, I'm trying to interrupt the thing. So he kind of took my wrist to the door. They all courtroom. But that's when he goes to the door. Larry was in the back. Larry come out. The same thing happened to Larry. Once he did Larry, he didn't stop Larry.
Dr. Lippincott told you that the cause of death was multiple stab wounds. She said Larry had 21 stab wounds. You can see in Maurice's autopsy photos that he has 8 to his abdomen alone, other wounds to his back, other areas of his body. Dr. Lippincott told you the areas: abdomen, torso, pelvis, back, groin, genitals. Rhodes made Anwan and Ja'Cory clean the house while he took the bodies over to River Park.
I'm
and
not
set them on
laughing at the
fire.
testimony, the closing.
Later drove the boys around to various dumpsters burning evidence. The knife was never found. We introduced photos of the knives that were collected to show you that police collected what they could find. We don't know, maybe those are the murder weapon. I don't think so. They don't match the description. They drove around to different dumpsters that night, setting different dumpsters on fire. I would assume that's where
No
the
one
murder
ever
weapon is.
notices.
As Detective Peters told you, there were approximately 7 reports of dumpster fires that day. And by the time 2 days later that he was checking, most of them had already been emptied. It's actually amazing that the pink blanket with Maurice's DNA on it was located. Anyway, that night, they noticed the back seat was bloody. So Rhodes tore it out and dumped it behind someone's garage, as Anwan Carter told you. Before I turn the page here, whether Taylor stole the boots, he said that he and Maurice both had those boots, that they started out as his, he went to Maurice, he didn't remember how the boots got there that night, he took the boots at the end of the night, though. And they had blood on them, which is all part of the investigation. Now, yes, their stories are inconsistent on these points. I think there's an explanation for each one, but I also think this shows you that these stories were not concocted. They didn't sit there and memorize each other's statements. They came in here and told you about something they remember from 7 years ago. And these are all minor points, sorts of things that would become fuzzy after 7 years. The things they did say, the things they do remember, that Rhodes tied up Maurice, that Rhodes stabbed Maurice, that Rhodes made them participate, that Larry was stuck in the bathroom.
Excuse me a
that
minute.
Rhodes tied up Larry. Those are the things they remember because that's what you would remember from all of this. All right, we've heard a lot about the police investigation over the past week, so I'm just going to summarize because I know that you all took in all this information, witness after witness. The response to River Park, the lack of any identifying information on the victims, how the police were trying to figure out who they were. It was not until Olmsted Academy contacted police and they realized that it was Maurice and Larry that the case moved forward. Detective Tonelli went to Elizabeth Wren's house, spoke to her brother TJ. TJ Wren led Sergeant Vance to Brice Rhodes' address on Hyde Avenue. Vance saw Rhodes go into and out of the apartment and then followed him until they could take him into custody.
It's not baseball for another
In the defendant's
4
interview,
months.
he admitted knowing the boys. You might
Sorry,
have
I was
noticed,
just
though, that
reading
he chatted
Vincent's
with the
manuscript. He
detectives
got
for quite a
distracted.
while. They were phrasing it as a
It's getting
missing
juicy.
persons conversation. Chatted with them for a while before he said, "Oh yeah, TJ told me they were dead." Which would be a little odd if he weren't.
It'd be
involved
a
in
little
this.
odd.
He admitted he was probably in front of their house in
My
the Charger the last
closing
day
is
they were
kinda
seen.
boring.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm gonna go ahead and use a PowerPoint.
And yes,
my nephew
Detective
made.
Tonelli said that was on video, and it wasn't on video. But that's a police investigative technique.
No, I wasn't looking up prison
Walk into
inmates.
an interview room and say, "Excuse me, have you participated in 1 to 3 murders lately?" No? Okay, well, thanks for your time. They have to use techniques to get people talking, and that was one that they were attempting. And
Well,
did it.
maybe she's just
Probably.
maybe trying to.
okay,
I don't
meanwhile, while this is
shoot
going on, detectives are over on
think of
Height.
another thing to
serving
maybe
search
say
warrants.
to add to her.
And no, there
closing
was no
argument.
bloody scene when they
I don't
walked
know,
in.
maybe.
Why? Because the boys spent all night cleaning it up at the direction of Brice Rhodes.
Good.
They collect the knives because they know
You
that
got to
this is a
make
stabbing
teams,
case, possible murder
work, do
weapon.
chores, put some hair on their chest.
Meanwhile, you have Sergeant Vance and the marshals pinging Maurice's phone,
Discipline.
finding it with Anwan Carter, who was so young and naive that he didn't know that police could track a cell phone.
Oh, poor thing.
Anwan Carter was interviewed. And he didn't change his story multiple times. He changed it once. In the beginning, he
Oh,
told
well.
them that he didn't know what happened. Then his mother and sister arrived. He spoke to them.
He only changed it once.
He asked to speak to the police again. And that is when he changed his story. That is when he told police about his involvement and the involvement of Brice Rhodes in this case. Months later, he repeated it at a proffer at the time of his plea. And in
Really?
court, he repeated it to you.
Oh, it's
But
kind
it's
of basic.
important to note that he was already saying this long before the prosecution of the case and any sort of plea negotiations had started. He admitted his involvement and he talked about doing anything he did at the direction of Brice Rhodes. He talked about Brice Rhodes wanting to kill Maurice and Larry and killing Maurice and Larry, wanting to kill Christopher Jones and killing Christopher Jones that night that he was picked up.
Now,
May
the next
24th.
slide is my favorite cat litter recommendations. Purina Tidy Scoop is my favorite.
Thus the second
by far.
search warrant, because now police knew where the murder happened. And you saw the pictures of the carpet. being
Later, we'll
pulled
go
up. This
over
is
my
not
favorite
something
wet
police are
cat
going to do
food.
willy-nilly at everyone's apartment that's involved in a crime.
Did she just say willy-nilly?
They
for the
needed a
love of
second
God?
search warrant because now they knew that
Yes,
this
she
was a
said
murder
willy-nilly.
scene. And so now they had enough probable cause to go in and rip carpet up. And yes, the video was dark that you heard from Rebecca Kimmer. They tried to get it on video. It was dark. That's why they turned to the next step, which was just taking the carpet itself and testing that for blood.
I don't know. That's how I like my
The
dates.
police also interviewed the person who had rented the car that Rhodes was driving that day, who happened to be his neighbor, who was able to
Pumping,
direct
of
police
course.
to the blue Mazda with
Not a
no
monster.
backseat reeking of bleach. Both cars were processed. Other people were interviewed, some of them with no further information. There was
He's
a
tidy
child
cat.
at Olmsted who was interviewed, Brice Rhodes' mother, cousin Q. The next stage, Corey Taylor was arrested and interviewed.
Is it irritating?
Detective
Is that not
Peters
good
and
for
Metzler were finishing up the dumpster search. And later Sergeant Vance collected the boots. So what do we know from all of this? From the second search warrant, we know that the carpet was covered in blood, as was the carpet's padding.
I know.
And we know because Stephen Barrett, the analyst from the lab,
Ma'am, you clearly don't believe in your case if you're not moving your
blood
arms and hands around enough.
matched Larry at an estimated frequency in the non-millions, which is far higher than the billions of people that are on the earth today.
Well, no shit.
So there's a 1 in non-million
Oh,
chance that that wasn't.
Well, she's starting now.
DNA. So they took various cuttings from the carpet on one of them. Exhibit 21 was Larry plus one other person. On the other one, it was Larry. From the carpet padding,
Her hair has looked tired
same
from the
thing.
beginning, though.
Larry, and one other person.
Her hair's
The
looked tired
DNA
since
for the other
1980.
person was too limited to make a determination. But this makes sense as Larry was the second person to bleed out on the carpet. What else do we know about from the apartment?
Wait,
That
is
was
a-
interesting.
Oh, I thought that was a cat litter thing.
I'm
The
not
cat
saying that
litter
everybody
back
that
there
bought
in the
White
picture.
Castle that weekend was involved in this, but
Doesn't
I do
that
think
look
that's
in the trash?
interesting.
Look like cat litter bag?
All right, we know that these sheets were off some of the beds, pillowcases off the beds. And we know that a lot of bedding was found in that dumpster, burnt and bloody. What do we know from the dumpster search?
There was wee
We
in
know
there.
that Detective Peters, Detective Metzler were faced with a dumpster
wee and
full of
blood.
trash. We know that the reason they were looking in dumpsters at all was because the back seat was missing. They wouldn't have gone out just to search for
Oh, the back seat.
But fortunately, that's what they found.
Dumpster,
Get
6'5".
there in a second.
Oh, wait.
So they come to this dumpster, it's full of trash. They call in and say, found it, thinking that some of this was going to be the backseat material.
Oh.
And
Bobby.
that's what Detective Tonelli was left with. This search you heard took hours. It took well past midnight.
My cat's
He'd been
urine
told
is A-OK
they found
in
the back
pH
seat,
department.
and they did not come back to him at the end of this and say, we found a lot of bloody sheets and
people use
blankets and towels, but we didn't find the back seat. He just did not get that information. So when he went to testify, he testified in the probable cause hearing that he believed they had found the back seat.
She looks like a
Qualified it.
third
He
grade
said
or elementary school
further
teacher
testing, we're awaiting further testing, but
In-
we believe
for the last month of the year.
we have the back seat because that's what he believed at that time. And it was not until he started getting all the reports, and really, he's got other cases going on. I mean, we all wish that we were all straight on the back seat from the very first moment. But yes, he's got other cases going on. We were sitting
What
here.
about your back
the judge
seat,
said
ma'am?
was the biggest thing you've got to bring in. He's speaking from memory about reports that he looks
Yeah.
at from time to time, but didn't study up on before every court appearance, and he said probably the back seat. If he could find the back seat, he would have brought it to you. He would have tested it. But that back seat was never found.
Forensic
we know
guy
what
sold
happened
it
to
on
the back seat.
Craigslist.
Something that
Well, he
police only
tried to,
found out
but
about
he got
later.
better offer on eBay.
At a subsequent interview, when Detective Tonelli did say to Anwan, what happened to the back seat? And Anwan told him and tried to show him on his phone, tried to show him where the garage was, but only knew the neighborhood, didn't know the exact location.
Ma'am, your closing is so boring. We're talking about
All right,
cat litter,
so we
piss, and
have the
chat.
dumpster.
We're going to discuss
the
the
pink
dumpster
blanket
fire that
found
is
in the
my
dumpster.
closing.
As Stephen Barrett told you, from the pink
Oh
blanket.
God, woman. I already fall asleep normally at this time. I don't need your help.
Maurice's blood was recovered. Now, while we are on the subject of the labs, what else do we know? The tire tracks from the scene were compared to the Mazda tires. Scott Doyle told you it's really difficult to get a comparison on tires, and in fact, in this case, he was not able to
Sorry.
identify or eliminate the Mazda.
Just following
The
this.
shoe
prosecutor.
prints, he was able to eliminate those shoes from the shoes that Brice Rhodes was arrested in. But we don't know what shoes he was wearing that night. I wouldn't be shocked if they weren't burned in that dumpster or a different dumpster.
I wouldn't be shocked if
From the
they were
Mazda.
dumpster.
Swabs were taken from the driver's seat back near the headrest. They were presumptively positive for blood. And Stephen Barrett was able to find a partial DNA profile mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited nature, no meaningful comparison could be made. So blood was found in the Mazda. It was not found on the parts near the where the back seat would have been, either because that area was bleached. 2 different detectives told you the car smelled heavily of bleach, and the analyst told you that bleach can degrade a sample, or because the blood was on the back seat that got ripped off. Anwan told you that that seat was covered in blood, and that's why Brice Rhodes decided it had to go. That's where the blood was in the car. And the reason that it is not here in these lab reports for analysts to tell you about it is because Brice Rhodes got rid of it.
He got to the seat first.
Now, Brice Rhodes' DNA was not found.
Wait,
anywhere
so they're
but on the
admitting
air
they
ship or
never had
steering
the
wheel.
seat to
That's
begin
true.
with?
But you know who else's DNA is not anywhere on these lab reports? Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. The reason that Rhodes's DNA, Ja'Cory's DNA, Anwan's DNA is not all over the place is because they are not the ones who are bleeding out on all these pieces of evidence. It is Larry.
Bobby, I
and
haven't even been
Maurice
talking.
who are bleeding on the evidence, and it is their DNA who
What?
is
I
found.
can't hear you.
They want to say that because
can't hear
Rhodes'
that.
DNA is not on anything, he wasn't involved in this. The same would hold true for Ja'Cory Taylor and Anwan Carter.
Can people hear Dali?
Their DNA is not on it either. We know they were involved in it because they told you.
Wait, you can't hear me?
No,
So the
like
the
barely.
same logic does not exonerate him from that analysis.
Well, if you can't hear me, then I'll just go ahead.
DNA in
and
Rhodes' apartment, the DNA on the blanket
not
in the
worry about
dumpster,
assembling
ripped
my
out back
signs
seat.
and quiet.
These all corroborate what Anwan Carter and
not
Ja'Cory
really
Taylor
hear
told you. Obviously, the defense does not want you to trust them. They asked in opening, why are Taylor and Carter still alive?
That's a
Well,
good point.
1, they weren't the people who told their mother. 2,
They were witnesses.
he learned his lesson and made them get involved in the second one.
I'm
And
not
3,
even paying
police
attention
put an
to
end
what-
to this before anything could happen
You
in
silly
future. We
woman.
don't know what would have happened 2 weeks later.
Could anyone but Bobby tell me how my sound is?
Carter told the truth 2 days
little
after
quiet.
the murder.
I'm a little
After
quiet.
initially
A little
not, but then talking to his mother and sister. Do you think that his mother and sister came in there and said, I've got an idea, why don't you tell them that you're involved? Why don't you tell them that you stabbed them too? That's a great idea.
How
No,
about
they
now?
went in there and said, tell the
No.
truth.
How is it now?
If
No.
this were
No.
not the truth, he would have said,
No.
I was just an eyewitness. I just saw it happen. I didn't do anything.
He's
The
been
fact
in-
that Carter gave them so
Wait.
much information that led to his own conviction for
So much
facilitation of
information
murder
that you charged him
corroborates his
with
statement.
this crime,
Awesome.
that you then used him to
Corey,
prosecute
the next
him.
day, May 25th, said he
And
didn't
now
know
you're
anything about it.
downplaying his involvement like he's this victim. You charged him. He is a victim. These kids are
What do you want me to
victims.
stop the car?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Why
Really
didn't you
pisses me off
encourage
that
us
we're
to
trying.
leave during the night?
So I did.
Why didn't you?
Now should I believe you, Bobby?
Well, he was gone.
You know, if these kids are the victims you portrayed, you threw them to the criminal justice system before they were 18. You exposed them to all these elements. Well, I'm not saying they
So 2
shouldn't.
days after this whole
have been-
situation, He's forced to
punished in
participate in
some
murder,
way, but
scared.
it should have been
not
more
leading.
focused to rehabilitation,
2 days later, he's in an interview room,
not
alone,
throwing them
no
into
father,
jail and
no
prison.
mother, no one to talk to.
I agree.
Knowing that the
It
last
just-
people who told what had happened had ended up stabbed multiple times.
I
So
mean,
he
one
told
of them
police
is
he
still
didn't know what
committing
happened.
crimes to this day.
It was not
Well,
until later,
Not
Oh.
today, but
when he had been
he's
in
in prison.
custody, ironically safe from this whole situation, until he had an attorney, until he had time to think about this, that he came forward. I'm gonna
Yeah.
return to the slide that I had skipped. This is back to the back seat. I just
Oh,
wanted to
what the
play this
heck?
for you in
You have
case you missed
lights.
it. Oops.
What'd you all notice about the car? The back seat. And so, how was that handled? Cut the back seat up. And who cut the back seat up? What did he do
Yeah,
with the
straight.
back seat after he cut it out?
So that's why we don't have the back seat. Okay, hold on. I'll get to this in 1 second. But first I wanted to say, if you don't like the plea deals I did with these co-defendants, that's fine. I mean, that's my signature right there.
I don't like that your plea deals were so harsh on him.
Right on the back of your jury forms. I think they got too much time. I don't think they got enough time. I don't think you should have amended down. I don't know how you feel about this, so you can call me up later, look up. Call my
So she
office.
knows it was a shit move
But
and
if
she's
you
trying to beg the
believe
jury to
what they
overlook it.
told you, if you believe that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then your feelings about this plea deal don't affect your verdict.
What are
Okay.
you doing, woman?
Make a decision on
What
what
am I
to
putting
do
in?
with Jacory Taylor. and
Don't
Bane-like
even
verdict.
touch this.
And one of the things that I knew was important was getting you all the evidence that you heard in this courtroom.
Mhm.
And these are the sorts of things, sorts of decisions that we have to make in courtrooms all the time.
Mm.
Because the witnesses' crimes are often also the
You can make
participants'
a plea deal
So if you are mad at
where
what
they
I
have
did,
to
that
cooperate.
is fine,
Leave it
let me know.
Testify.
But that doesn't mean that Brice Rhodes is not guilty of murder. And so let us talk
I don't know why she's going down this path.
about
This is
what
pissing
you
me
need to
off so
find
much.
under the instructions. So it's actually very logical. You go through page by page. You start with 1A, and then the language for murder and the language for manslaughter second is the same for each victim. I just picked Maurice here because he's the one in the middle. And what's in parentheses is the things that changed from instruction to instruction. So for Christopher Jones's murder, it says the 4th day of May, 2016, and shooting him with a gun. Obviously for Larry's, instead of Maurice, it says Larry, but the dates and the manner are the same. But so for each count of murder, your analysis is the same. You shall find the defendant guilty if you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that in Jefferson County, the instructions actually say in this county, but it's obviously Jefferson County. You saw the map.
You all right,
on or
darling?
About the dates in question.
My mind is boggled at
That
how
he
bad
killed
this is.
each victim
Mm.
by himself or in complicity with others. We've gone over all that. By shooting Christopher Jones, by stabbing Maurice and Larry.
Are you for real, Rosman?
And that in so doing, he caused the death of each
Buy
of
a
them
hairbrush,
intentionally.
but
And there's going to be an or that I'll flip to in just a second, or wantonly.
no.
You know it was intentional because he planned it, he premeditated it, he
A
told
teenager in that position needs
the
love.
witnesses
He needs
in
guidance.
advance that he
needs
was going to do it.
firm
And then he did it.
discipline.
Mm.
But
Let's go to the or.
just throwing him
Or
in
that in so
prison
doing, he was wantonly engaging in conduct
isn't going to fix
which
it.
created a grave risk of death to another and thereby caused the death under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. So I'm going to flip up to the definition of intentional and wanton. Intentional is what you think it is when the objective is to cause that result, in this case being death. Wantonly is when someone is aware of and consciously
How are you,
disregards a
Roseman?
risk, a substantial and unjustifiable risk.
No,
that the
you
result
don't
will
sound dumb
occur.
at all, Stray.
And the risk must be of such nature and degree that disregarding
What's going on?
it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct, standard of care that a reasonable person.
She's just like a librarian at an elementary school, maybe.
Let me just fix something.
Although I don't think she'd be giving out the books that normal librarians at school are currently giving out today. I'd hope.
2 seconds.
It's working.
Cool.
I fixed it.
No, you didn't.
The broadcast got bored.
Broadcast got bored.
Yeah. Even the live stream couldn't take it anymore, needed a break. Uh-oh. Did the lawyer
what?
Did the lawyer get a call and the bailiff told the judge that one of her cats is sick? Mr. Mittens needs to go to the vet. Stat.
The cat's up there. Cat's fine. Cat's doing the typing.
Oh, you think she only has one cat? You're adorable. Bless your heart.
That's true.
So if you believe that he's driving down the road, shooting his gun, not specifically intending to hit and kill Christopher
I'm
Jones.
sorry. Can you all approach for just a moment?
Her other cat's sick now. So, Your Honor, is Mr. Mittens okay? What about Mr. Puss in Boots?
Maybe that's why he has his new tattoo.
I'm making fun of the stereotype of older women with cats. I only have 2. I mean, I would adopt a 3rd if I have the opportunity. But...
It's Tony and the blue total lesbian.
Yeah.
Sorry, to make it clear, I'm giving you an example of how this could be a wanton murder. I'm not saying this is the only way it could be a wanton murder.
To be
So
clear,
for
the
example,
judge sustained the objection.
Wantonly means that somebody is aware of. Okay, first of all, wantonly is not intentional, so that's what I'm saying. We've moved past you. This is only in the circumstance where you all think it's not.
I have a son, Conyer.
So it would be wanton if you believe he's aware of and consciously disregards a risk. So he's aware that shooting somebody is dangerous. He consciously disregards the risk that shooting out the window he could hit a passerby. And that the risk of him hitting a passerby is of such nature and degree that disregard thereof constitutes a gross deviation from what a reasonable person would do. So if you think a reasonable person would know, I shouldn't shoot out the window because I might hit somebody, and that disregarding that is a gross deviation from reasonable care, and that he understood that risk was there and he consciously disregarded it, that would be an example of a wanton murder. So just to go back to this, if you believe that he intentionally murdered,
go back to it again.
Oh my goodness me.
Maurice Gordon or Larry Ordway.
Let's go ahead.
Or
I'm going to go ahead and tell you the
believe that
most
he
boring part of my
wantonly
closing.
murdered them.
You know what? Let's go back and tell it again.
Just say it again. Say it again.
The same with the
say it again.
Sabbaths, like that he was engaging in conduct that he didn't intend to
Just 2
cause
seconds.
murder, but it was such conduct that one would know could cause murder, that he knew it could cause murder, and that he did it anyway, and a reasonable person
I'm going to
wouldn't
go into a purse for a
to stab
Furthers
somebody,
after this, cat
that
litter
would be an
can
example
fall.
of a wanton murder with a knife in this circumstance. So if you believe that he intentionally murdered, let's just say Maurice, that he intentionally murdered Maurice, or some of you believe that he wantonly murdered Maurice, all you have, because you see that this is an or situation, as long as all of you believe.
She is flailing. What are you doing, ma'am? Oh, good. The judge has AirPods in, or the bailiff, or whoever he is, has AirPods in. He's playing on his phone, I think. What is he doing with his legs, though? Oh my God, that is creepy. Sir, like, stop. Why are your legs pulsating like that? Sir.
Who's?
His leg is the bailiff or whatever in the back or bottom
Oh,
right.
in the back. Oh, okay.
Legs. Look at that. Like they're pulsating. Like, are they alive? Is he touching himself?
Hope not.
So as
Is he
long
attracted? Did he see your picture of
you all
Rhodes?
believe that it was
He's
intentional
touching himself.
or wasn't,
Oh,
then all of you believe.
well,
it
the
was
new picture of
Obviously,
Rhodes.
Yeah.
You mean
So,
Geisha
to
Rhodes?
start at the top, because I know this is really complicated, but I don't
That was
want
creepy as hell.
to
I hope he's not on the
think that I
Discord.
have explained
Do we
it
know
better.
him?
I just failed to. So,
He saw my
in
naked
Jefferson
Jensen
County,
pictures.
on the date in
Well, that-
question, by himself or in complicity with others, he
Oh my
killed
God, man.
Maurice Gordon by stabbing him with a knife.
Cell is pulsating.
And we went over the complicity instruction earlier.
New
That it
Kevlar.
was intentional or that it was wanton. So as long
That's
as you all
right,
agree that it was
good.
murder, then you can sign the verdict form for murder. Now, there is
Now I'm going to tell you about my third
a
cat,
sub part down here
Mr. Mitten.
in your instruction for example on page 14. So the poor person would sign either not guilty or guilty. So
I'm
that
not pulsating so much as I'm gyrating.
Then, if you found him guilty of murder,
Yeah, if you found
you
it.
add in there
Okay,
if
it's
you
5:30
agreed
there.
all 12 that it was intentional.
532.
So your
I
choices
know.
on
Stop
each of the
correcting
murders,
me.
either not guilty, no more signatures, or guilty, and then maybe you all agree it's intentional and you sign there, or you don't all agree it's intentional and you don't sign there.
Sorry,
So one of
533.
these top two has to have a signature, and then it's up to you as to the bottom whether it is in agreement that it's intentional. I apologize that our state gives, these are the instructions that, that we have. All right, so
You done?
those are for each of the counts of murder. Now, if you don't find him guilty of murder, you go on to manslaughter in the second degree. If you do find him guilty of murder, you skip the manslaughter in the second degree. So it's murder, or it's manslaughter, or obviously not guilty, but you wouldn't
I'll
find
be
him
on the
guilty of
bottom,
murder
it's
and
okay.
manslaughter for the same thing.
You will
Because I'm
be.
top.
Now, you
Yes,
only
I
go to
will be.
manslaughter in the second degree if you have found him not guilty of murder. So if you do, you will see that the main difference is
Oh
that
my
there's no
God.
intentional on there. And that in the second clause, it just says that he was acting wantonly. So that A is he killed Maurice Gordon
There's a
by himself
closing
for
to A.
complicity by stabbing him with a knife.
Look,
And
could
B,
Bryce
that
just
in
take
doing
this
so,
one
he's
out?
acting wantonly. So it omits the intentional and
Bryce
it
is about
omits
to take
the
himself out if he has to listen to another minute of
outrageous
this.
death to another,
God.
etc. But you don't get there
Etc.
unless you find him
Etc. Pure enough.
Band-aid and
obviously
mouth
that we
shut.
have proven for all the reasons I've stated that this was an intentional murder. Now there are 3 more charges. We have
Oh my
abuse of a
God.
corpse,
Oh, there's more. Oh,
and
there's
as
more
you can
charges.
see, that instruction defines each of the elements as on the 22nd day of May, 2016, he alone or in complicity placed the body
This
of
closing is
Maurice
cruel and
and the
unusual
body of
punishment.
Larry
It
in the
is cruel
yard,
and
off an
unusual
alley, and attempted to
punishment.
burn it, that he had no legal authority to do
It's
so,
not our
and that in
fault.
so doing he treated each body in a way that would outrage normal family sensibilities.
God.
I think
Yeah,
that's
your
one.
closing is outraging me,
The
man.
other,
Look
oh,
at
well,
the shot
here
cuffs on
is
her.
Ja'Cory describing his knowledge of this.
Every 30 seconds she goes past the end of the day.
But you can't use the law and crime feed, ma'am. She's worried
Where
about
we
them
got them?
giving a cease and desist notice.
Yeah.
West End somewhere. Then the last one we haven't discussed is tampering with physical evidence. You have to find that on May 22nd, he, acting alone or in complicity, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered items from the North Height address, including a pink blanket or the knife or the back seat. If you believe that any of those items were tampered with, then this would come into play. That he did so because he believed that an official proceeding may be pending. That would be the investigation and prosecution. And that he did so with the intent to impair the availability, so that he burned the bloody clothing so that police couldn't find them and that we couldn't bring them into this courtroom. He ripped out the back seat so that police couldn't test it. We couldn't bring it into this courtroom.
Who's driving the car? Yeah, where do you go to?
Went to like different dumpsters. Dumpsters on fire.
Why different dumpsters?
Just to spread evidence.
What type of evidence?
It could have been clothes, it could have been, you said receipts on it, some of it was evidence.
And was it stuff with blood on it? What did you all do with that stuff?
It was took to a dumpster and they burnt the stuff up.
And that is how you know he is guilty of tampering with physical evidence. I have one last slide to show you.
Presented, you know, balls pretty much blurred. Just here.
Ja'Cory Taylor was 17 when this happened. He's 25 today. Anwan Carter was 15 when it happened. He's 22 today. They've both been to prison. They have both paid a heavy price for not having the courage, confidence to stand up to that man. Nothing compared to the price paid by the victims, obviously, but a price nonetheless. Brice Rhodes preyed on this group of children. He killed an innocent man for no reason. Then he killed 2 children for a horrible reason, because they confided in their mother. There is no other explanation.
Well, why hasn't she been on the
No other
stand?
possible motive or defendant to explain why those children were murdered so horrifically. Please bring this 7-year nightmare to an end and find Brice Rhodes guilty of these murders. Thank you.
If the children went to the
Ladies and
mother,
gentlemen, at this time, we are going to
and that was
draw
why,
who our
and
random
that's what the
jurors
state's
will
case
be.
is, why
Counselor
on
Gentleman,
earth was she not on the stand? She's alive. I don't get it. That is one really loose end for me. That's a big one. I don't get that. I don't know, Stray. I don't know. But I think what I might do is start running Betty Broderick in the verdict watch. So, like I was showing you guys, at least 5 minutes. Yeah. they told their mother, would it be hearsay?
All right, I'm going to
maybe,
tell you who the
but surely
alternate
she'd have
jurors are.
something she could offer to this.
John, would you mind to move that diesel?
But they're. I don't think that they'd be.
All right, so
staying now. They'd be going
have
home
drawn
now.
randomly.
I mean tomorrow.
Literally out of a glasses case. Our two alternate jurors. Those two of you, I'm going to ask you to remain seated. The rest of you will go with Deputy Mills back to the deliberation room. And Deputy Mills, I just need to swear you, please. Do you swear that you will keep the jurors together and allow no person to speak to or communicate with them on any subject connected with the trial, and you will not do so yourself? All right, thank you. So the two jurors who will not be going with Deputy Mills are a juror ending in 8801 and juror ending in 9462. If you all could just stay here, please. The rest of you will follow Deputy Mills.
Wasted the last few days.
Just because they're picking who the alternates are doesn't mean that they're actually going to deliberations.
No, I think they are.
So the only thing we can take is this.
She said they were going to deliberations after this.
Cannot take your notepad with you. I said this. Yeah, sorry. I did say that at the beginning as well.
Check your private.
And just remember, you'll have one copy that you'll have the full person sign.
No, I don't think I'm going to stay live, but I'm going to stay close to the computer so I can go live very quickly.
All right, for the two alternates, can you all come up here and counsel?
I don't
You can
see
come
it
up as
being
well.
today.
The camera will need to
I
go
don't
off
see it being
now.
today. I mean, it's possible, but I don't see it being in the next hour. I think they'll have a little lunch, a little dinner break, and at least take enough time to fill out ballots and things like that.
I think it'll be 6 to 8 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, considering if it were tonight, their time, it would be at least an hour or two if it were a quick verdict. So that being the case, I will just keep my alerts on, and if it does turn out that they decide to come straight back, then I will go live. So
do it live.
If I miss it, I miss it, but I doubt it. I have alerts on, so, and I'd be willing to.
I just got a feeling.
I'm not going anywhere, so I'm willing to just jump straight online. Now, follow me on Twitter, everybody. If you're not on the MLSN Discord, it'd be a good thing if you were, but if you're not, then make sure you've got me on Twitter. Okay. And I will be sending out a tweet if I go live, and I'll obviously be putting something into the Discord with a live alert. So therefore, if we hear that there's going to be a verdict and we're going live straight away, then you can pop over here and hear all about it before having to just see a headline and be like, oh, damn, I didn't get to see what happened.
That was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I hate that.
Like sex with me.
Well,
I'm kidding.
That went dark.
Hey, I got off.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and let you all go since I have your contact information. But like I said, there's a slight chance, something could go wrong. We could need one of you to come back.
Oh boy.
So in the meantime, you remain under oath as a juror in this case, and you remain subject to the admonition, which I'm going to read one more time just to be clear. You must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented within the four walls of the courtroom. You must not use internet search engines, websites, blog, or any other electronic tools to conduct any research, post
What about
information, or help you
Jeeves?
deliberate.
No, wait.
During
She just said that she's letting them go
the
home.
course of the
The alternates.
deliberations, do not communicate online with
No.
anyone connected to the trial, including witnesses, lawyers,
doesn't-
other
She said
jurors,
to the alternates.
experts.
She's saying this to the alternates.
And
so
if you
she's not saying this
accidentally
to the
encounter
alternates. Why would she give
any
the ammunition
information
to the
about the
alternates?
She
case from
said
any
that to the
source,
alternates, and now she's
immediately
giving
bring it to the
this
attention
to
of
the
the
main
court.
ones, I think.
The other thing that I'm going to do is because I think what I'm probably going to do is just call you all when we have a verdict, since I've got your information, and then
Yeah,
you'll
okay,
know.
she's talking
I
to
will
the
call you and say, hey,
alternates.
we have a verdict. You're officially relieved from duty. And then if you want to
Oh, so she's not going to let the alternates
know what it
free.
was, I can share that with you as
She's
well.
going to keep the alternates around.
All right,
No,
so
they
you
are-
all are
yeah.
free to
They're
go, and
not
the
in
next
the
time you
courthouse.
hear from me will
Yeah.
hopefully be
But
me
still
telling you that we have a verdict and will not need you, okay? All
on
right,
call
thank you.
if something
Cool.
happens.
Thank you, Stray, for that.
Oh, thank
Yep.
you, Stray.
Make sure you subscribe to Dali
Come
Talk.
on, don't zoom in so much. I want to see some feet. Let me see them little piggy. Oh, God, oh, that, oh.
And you all do not need to go to jury pool room. You can
Oh,
go
that
straight
just
on
made me
out.
quiver.
Thank you. Do we have anybody that might be able to just kind of watch them walk to their car?
They're going home. Look.
When you're in piggies.
I'm wondering if we have somebody that can just kind of observe them walk to their car.
Sure, which ones?
The people who just left.
Okay. Yeah, that's a size 14.
Okay, well then let's
He's
go.
He's a cornfield country boy.
I mean, you all also have walkie-talkies. Maybe you could call down to the first floor or something.
Notice they were black.
All right.
Stray, do you
Mr.
have
Griffith
a
and
subscribe
come
to
on.
MLSN?
I have your all phone numbers. I do not have your co-counsel's phone
Oh,
numbers.
God, she's going to call up the potential or the alternate jurors trying to hit on
But
them.
typically what I'll do is send a group text to all of the attorneys.
Ooh, a group
when it's
text.
either a verdict or a question.
Traditionally, what happens, Mr. Rhodes is to stay in the courtroom, does he go back?
No, we'll let him go back, we'll let him stay up here for a while. Who knows? We might get a verdict pretty soon. But it doesn't really matter to me, honestly.
I don't think he ever really had food. Do you ever really get
Okay.
if there's any chance
I mean, the jail's not going to deliver food on demand, Mr. Griffiths. I don't know if you've met our jail. But you all are welcome to get him food.
Great. Of course, the judge is concerned about food.
Honestly, they shouldn't say that. They probably would.
No, I totally.
But I bet Mr. Rhodes would. Yeah, I know. They wouldn't be happy about it. That's for sure.
Her priority is Mr. Rhodes getting a good meal.
Really?
That's her number one concern.
All right.
Wow.
Tie first 433. 434. I see it now.
Well, I
Okay.
don't think the jury
Okay,
is
I
there
got
right
it.
now, Young, but yeah, I don't
I'm
like
gonna go ahead and
comments
put
like
you all
that.
in here.
That's funny, hey? Wow.
Oh, thank you, Stray, for the wonderful podcast.
Okay. Yes, thank you for that. Please support the Wrongful Podcast and Zachariah Anderson's community. I will go and grab. Oh, there we go. Oh, good on you, Stray. You are just killing it.
Super.
You're all over the show. Doing great, and thank you for being here these last few days and today all day. Doing great. You are a star. Got a hot mic still.
Right.
Okay, so yes, that's the deal. Make sure you subscribe to both Zali and I and to the MLSN network. Thank you also to Nick today for the raid. That was fantastic. It's lovely to have the Vikings here. And if we have a verdict, yes, we are in verdict watch. Yes. if we do have a verdict, then the second I hear about it, we'll go live. Absolutely go live.
Going
Maybe
live.
Dalia will go live. Someone will go live.
I doubt
we'll go
it.
live together. Pardon?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I'm a sleepy boy.
You are a sleepy boy. But yes, there'll be an alert sent out on my Twitter. I'm sure on your Twitter too, Dali. David will probably retweet it. And it'll be on the Discord. Everyone share it as much as you can, as quickly as you can, and make sure you jump in here because I will be getting it up on the screen and out onto the tubes as quickly as possible. Hopefully we'll all be able to see it live. And it's my daytime, so I should be able to catch it if it's tonight. If it's not tonight, then I'll be on Verdict Watch tomorrow from 9 a.m. So another big night for me. But I will start streaming the Betty Broderick trial, which is the one I wanted to start streaming in my night ones. So I'll give you a bit of a insight into that one whilst we're waiting for a verdict, which I don't think will take terribly long, as the judge just said on the hot mic.
I see a little doubt.
I don't know. Well, I mean, yeah, it's 2023. Oh, hang on. Before we go, let's just what? Before we go, what?
She got an answer?
No.
About where babies come from?
Let's do the law and crime poll.
Not guilty.
Of course, we're going to say not guilty. But ready? Not guilty. There's been 947 votes so far.
Your mom's ready. God, I want him to be found not guilty so bad. I want him to be found not guilty so bad.
Iceland just erupted, Excoma. I mean, it erupted.
In a good way?
Okay. 3%.
Sexually?
Guilty, 92%.
Oh, and a volcano. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. That's not very sexual.
Okay. 92% guilty. Yeah, there's not much doubt going on in the law and crime chat, people. And why would you give a $20 super chat to law and crime? Like, why? Like, do they need $20? Is there any link I'm missing that you'd like posted, Hella and Sal?
I might do like a $10 super chat and be like Kathy Resson for Kathy Resson to start her OnlyFans. I might do that.
Who's Kathy Resson?
One of the law and crime head people.
Who
posts about trials.
Yeah, for some audio engineers. Yeah, you should put like $100 up there and go, here, buy yourself some new mics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$20 if you give me some more of that sweet feet action.
Sweet feet action.
Show me them, make them piggies rain.
Some more sweet feet. Yeah. Wow, 92%.
I bet the jury gets it done tonight. Come on, friends. Let's not fear Ray Phillips down. He's agreed. Oh, that went too fast.
Okay, keep going. Go.
Abe, you know that goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. I love you too. The jury probably back there talking about, let's act like we deliberate because we know if he guilty.
We know the fuck he guilty.
BRB, I need ice water, Abe. I never saw any of it, but just heard people talk of his antics. How it flickered earlier in my area in state of Michigan. He's the soap bar rapper. TY. I totally missed that. Only thing that may prevent a verdict tonight is the confounding, confusing instructions paperwork. Someone say, Pizza? He always do that, then start back up, lol. Tell him, take me out, time out. I'm eating pizza. Is there a reason we shouldn't be? Lol. We have 45 winds in Maine. Thankfully, only flickering lights. Sun is shining and 60 degrees in East Texas. Enjoy. I'm getting hungry myself.
Hang on. Do you want to
If
write
I was the
something?
judge, I'll let him sit right there, but I'm not the judge. Good to know. Going
Good.
ahead to McLean.
I don't see any doubts. Someone said there's too much doubt. Really? I can't believe that they're not getting yeeted. Or
I
maybe they
know.
will get yeeted. In a minute, they'll
Verdict
get
was about 1 hour 15. This may take a bit longer.
Oh, that's the
Who
Shonda
knows?
verdict.
Popcorn.
That was the one I was talking about before.
Pepperoni and pineapple.
Okay.
I'm a whore, though.
Is the death penalty on the table or no? No, it's not.
Che
And then-
Guevara dead. Pray it stays on for you. Wait, there's Che Guevara is in the chat?
Che Guevara has entered the chat.
I
Yes,
quit that
before.
earlier. I was going to be put in the corner, so I bawled out.
Yes,
Yeah, the bull is gone for guilty. Hello.
Hello. Oh, did we really think
Alexis,
that
no
was gonna go for guilty?
DP. No DP. Thank you.
Oh, that's a shame, Sal. You're hoping for some
Washington,
DP.
no, not in this case. Pineapple on pizza. Duh-duh.
Bryce looks afraid.
But
Whoa,
which
face.
why not? Is it the state he lives or what? Oh my god! Because he was ruled mentally retarded. You retarded person.
Other than that,
Oh my god! Oh my god! Damn it!
Doing super chatting these people.
Hi, Sal.
Oh, dude. Oh, that was a good burn.
Oh.
Yes, it's
Oh.
Lauren Sim chat.
Oh, that killed me. Died.
And you got a thanks for that chat too by the mod. The mod wouldn't have a clue. The mod would not have a clue what that was about.
No.
The mod's a bot anyway.
Oh my god.
That's funny. That was very good. I've got to give that a clap. Very nice. Excellent. Is X coming back yet?
I know.
Come back. We're gonna end the stream. He's gonna have to come back. Dear me. I know it's like $2.
I know. I
It's a
figured it was
blue
like
one.
only. Yeah, I figured it was really cheap, but that was still hilarious. I don't care.
Well, I mean, you're cheap, so. Oh, thank you. That's nice of you.
That was amazing.
That was amazing. That was the funniest shit ever.
And they have no idea.
They've got no idea. They're like, oh, thank you for the super chat. That was great. And thank you for the super sticker.
Yes,
I've never
thank
had
you
a
so
super sticker before. This is my first time.
Aw.
That's my first time of a super sticker ever. And my first time with a NOK or whatever that is. It's some imaginary currency. But I'm pleased to have it.
Like Australian.
It's like Australian, which is also imaginary currency. Well, this has been way fun, guys. And
Yes.
we've also ended up with a work of art in the corner down there.
Absolutely.
Work of art, which you've all contributed to. And we might do a little bit more of that tomorrow. We might do a different look for Brice, maybe with a different photo. And we might do, a little bit of the other trial that I wanted to start on. And I'll give you a little bit of a backstory on it as well, because
should consider starting it.
starting what?
The other trial. I mean, during.
I'm going to. Yeah, I was going to
Okay.
start like running it whilst people are waiting for the
for the verdict.
For the verdict, because that way people can kind of get into it, decide if you like it, and then like once this trial's over, because I was thinking of running it over the Christmas break. Once this trial's over, then if you want to watch some Betty Broderick with me, you'll already sort of know a bit of the backstory, and you'll be like into it. But once I started watching it, I couldn't stop. It was just like the best sort of soapy kind of drama, and the court audio and the court everything was just great. It was just like watching
He
Daybell.
deserved to spend all his life in jail, all of it. He's getting sentenced today.
What? As if it gets sentenced today. This is your first time?
It always amazes me how stupid they are. Like,
You know what?
it's
I've always wanted to
infuriating.
do like a role play of the kind of people who come into law and crime chats, right? Because there's always the person who's like, what did I miss? And then there's always the person who's like, catch
Mo
me
should
up.
be that
I missed
character.
yesterday and the day before.
Mo
And
should
then-
be that character.
Yeah. And then there's always the person who's like, oh, but he's guilty because he's like, his son said so. And then there's always the person who's like, oh, but this is the law says this and that. And then there's always the person who's like the conspiracy theorist. And like, there's like the standard people in the law and crime chat. And they're hilarious. And then there's a person who's like, I love you so much. I missed you, darling. Oh, I love you too.
I could go
My
back. We
bestie.
could go back to past trials because they still have
Mm.
the live stream, and
Yeah.
then find like, well, Zachariah Anderson would probably be infuriating.
No,
But,
we won't
like,
do that.
No. But like ones that we know are obvious, but I don't know, we'll think about it. But like we could go back and do it.
And do a dramatic reading
Yeah.
of all of the characters in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be quite funny because there are like, and you guys all know, like there are the standard people in these chats.
You know what's
And-
funny is I was watching Dean Cummings' trial and I saw Kate, KT in our chat. She comes in sometimes.
KT, yep.
She was in the long crime chat and I saw her name in there. So it's kind of funny to go back and just glance at their chat the other day for the Dean Cummings trial and see her in there.
Yeah, I know. Like sometimes you see people that have been around forever. Like Old Line is the same as she's always been. Like always nuggets of facts. Always the person who just is lovely and always comes along and just knows stuff. That's amazing.
Deliberation started 18 hours ago, David. Oh yeah, god damn it.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. But who knows? Like they're probably getting some pizza, as Law and Crime are saying. And David, by the way, can you guess what the Law and Crime chat poll is?
Love verdict watch. We got action. This will be done in under 45 minutes.
I always say that.
It's fun, Elsie Linda. When I did jury duty there, they didn't tell the jury when we could go home. We sat in a room until 9 p.m. So hopefully they come back with one soon.
They're always so impatient.
I am probably going to step out to grab something to eat. I'm wondering what though. If the back seat don't fit, acquit. That's actually funny.
Did they say that?
Yes. Yeah, that was it. That was one of them. Backseat don't fit, acquit. Okay, that was actually good.
You are a font. You're not full of useless information. You have so much good information, but you may have good trivia too. I
What
don't know.
3% voted nigga?
The chat is full of murderous intent. Mens rea. Indeed.
I do not think the jury will deliberate long. It's fungus. Are they talking about my toe?
Fungus.
I have an athlete's foot thing, but I didn't bring
And
it
it
up.
took 3 hours just to decipher the prosecution's explanation.
Must
of
be
the
a
Yeah.
hard decision. Is it to cover an offensive tattoo? My tarot cards only have the words guilty on all of them. Oh, good Lord. You're using fucking tarot cards? You
Okay. Well, yeah, and there's always a hippie as well.
tarot cards, woman. Tarot cards. Great. Miss Cleo entered the fucking chat.
Miss Cleo.
Oh. Heavens to Betsy.
Heavens to Betsy. All right, where's the I can't get the
Miss Cleo soundboard
thing to come out. I can't get. I wanted to show David the
Well, you need to do a little foreplay.
Stop it. I need to show David the poll.
I said, send me a limo. Was prosecution final statement better than the defense? I missed it.
No.
I
No,
doubt
defense
it.
was far more interesting. At least he did the hand gestures.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a Scorpio. Would I fit in the chat? Daniel, there's a place for everyone in the Law and Crime chat. Except us. We all get banned.
Oh, it's a it's a Joy Behar tattoo.
Hang on. I can stop.
Now they're talking about Joy Behar.
Who, what? Blaze the Golden Bear. State was a hot mess.
I'll say.
Oh.
Yes, we got a verdict.
What?
I don't know. Ask El Mora. Hi there. Family all together. Not bad viewing, Ray Phillips. Black thumbs up. And the haggling. Wink. Well, we will see. Where the H
people do this?
Asterisk double hockey sticks have you been? Good to see you. They were a hot mess, but they were still better than defense. Lol.
I don't get how they all sit around in the chat. So many people watching nothing.
I thought I lost my boo. I'm going to do something on New Year's or somebody. Rawr. Yeah, we got a verdict clock. Who broke the bank? Missing are lots and lots of pillows. Oh, is that oh, My Pillow sponsored that. Control yourself, Roxy. You'd be surprised the types of things they have / get away with while locked up. Probably boiled it with the end of a live wire into a bowl of water. Roxy chose carefully. So Roxy's the resident long crime whore. Okay, got it.
Okay. She's like
Okay.
from Golden Girls.
Gary Garrett. Roxy, pick me. Pick me. Roxy, you going to Florida?
Winky wink.
You've been cheating on me with Roxy, I heard.
Oh,
I don't
God.
know. Me and my daughter might go and take your kids out to dinner for New Year's, sitting here at work.
Look at our Star Blog Tech. Guilty. Okay, hang on. Inga Sexton. It's only been 22 minutes. The first part is just talking to each other and getting instructions and paperwork. If they're ordering them dinner, they'll be working on that and voting on a poor person. Hang on. Is she got a brain? What's she doing then?
Yeah. Odds are one person in the chat does.
Okay, she needs to leave. Maybe can we go poach her?
Yeah, go recruit her to our chat.
Yeah. Excalibur, do you want to go over there and talk to her?
Tell her I'm single.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Lol for real 101%. No way they are reaching a verdict tonight.
Also, somebody with a brain. All right, we can shut this down. It's been 25 minutes.
Yeah.
I know we're having a lot of fun. Actually, you are.
Well, I can fix all of them.
This is a demented watch party. Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't know in this state like how long they deliberate into the night for. They did waste a lot of time in court today. Like a lot. If I was a jury, I'd be like, thanks a lot. You made us sit around all day. And now we're supposed to work. Thanks a lot. David.
What day did Brice go on the stand and talk? Are you mentally retarded, sir?
Well, no, David. They've been deliberating for 26 minutes.
What's up with dude's head?
We don't know.
And
they only just went into there, David. So, and it's like after hours. So who knows? But if they do, David, if we do get a nighttime verdict, I will definitely go straight online. So yeah, if I hear anything, it will be going live immediately with a go live alert, and there'll be a special verdict stream, which will be fun, and everyone's invited. Sound good? Happy chappies? Cool. All right, sweet. Okay, we shall end this now. Little kitty cat's gonna say goodnight. Geisha whore Brice is gonna say goodnight, and I may have a little nap, but if you're here, Dali, just like call me or something. Okay, sweet.
Sounds
Everyone
good.
just like yell at me. Do whatever you have to do. All the giggling today. It's been so much fun. It has been
hung
really, really
jury, they come in after they done.
I don't think so. I really do not see a hung jury happening at all.
I can see not guilty.
Really? It is not likely. So anyway, I am going to
That's Homer.
I'm called Roxy a whore. You did what? Did you get banned? Surely you got banned.
She's an aficionado of a peen.
Right. Yeah, no, she's just got good taste. She's just got good taste.
Or bad taste if it's a bad date.
Well, that's true. Oh, my Lord. All right. Good evening. Good
Brice
morning.
is wearing a device that will electrify his balls if he acts out in court. That's why he's so quiet.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
End it.
You're right. It's time to end it. Time to end it. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever it is for you. Thank you all for being here. I have loved your company. You're wonderful. Goodbye.
Speed.
Love you all.
Hasta luego.